until the shadows lengthen and the evening comes, and the busy work is hushed, and the fever of life is over, and their work is done. We pray in your sacred name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's heavy. Okay. Don't I need to do the clerk? The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., February 12, 2024. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Jeanne Shaheen, a senator from the state of New Hampshire, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 815, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 30, H.R. 815, an act to amend Title 38, United States Code, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Madam President.
The Democratic leader.
Madam President, before I speak about the supplemental and our upcoming business, I'm going to speak for a few words about Flight 3407, the tragic flight where over 50 people died in a cold winter's night in Buffalo. It's the 15th anniversary, and I can't be in Buffalo with the family, so I'm going to say a few words here first. Now, later this afternoon, at a memorial on Long Street in Clarence, New York, the families of Colgan Air Flight 3407 will mark 15 years since their loved ones tragically perished in a devastating plane crash. In the blink of an eye, every single passenger, every single crew member, and one New Yorker on the ground were killed on a freezing Thursday evening. It pains me that I can't be in Western New York today for their vigil, but I want to tell the families who have lost loved ones, I am with you in spirit and will always be by your side. Working with the families to strengthen America's aviation laws has been one of the most satisfying and inspirational things I have done in my entire time in Congress. I have laughed and cried with the Kausners, the Eckerts, and so many of these wonderful people, more times than I can count. Today, from here on the Senate floor, I join with the families to remember those that we lost and to honor their legacy, which has changed the course of American history when it comes to safety of our skies. Madam President, the Scripture says in moments of darkness, it is natural to turn inward, to curse the darkness, but that if you were able to light a candle instead, that is saint-like. These families are saint-like. They lost loved ones. The holes in their hearts exist every single day. But instead of turning inward to the darkness, they decided to light a candle and work diligently and persist and change the law so it wouldn't happen to others in the future. So for 15 years, instead of cursing the darkness, these families, Flight 3407, lit a candle. In their grief, the families came together, they organized and raised their voices. I was proud to be their champion in the Senate to help pass the most significant aviation law of the 21st century in 2010. I was moved by the families from the beginning. We worked hand in hand after the crash to fix our aviation safety laws to make them the strongest in the world. And when I became majority leader, I vowed to ensure these safety provisions the families fought for would not be rolled back. Because of these families, airlines across America are safer. Praise God, we have not had a single fatal crash of a major airline in America since 2009. These families helped establish the 1,500-hour training rule that pilots must follow. They helped create a pilot records database and new rules around pilot fatigue to help ensure that what happened on 3407 never happens again. These families' advocacy is just what the Founding Fathers envisioned. Average citizens with heartfelt convictions, persisting in getting it done. These families didn't have campaign contribution, deep pockets, or super PACs. All they had was their convictions. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton would all be proud because these families made Congress listen. They made Congress act. They changed the law. Their efforts have undoubtedly saved lives. And I want to thank so many of my colleagues, particularly Chair Cantwell and the head of the subcommittee, Senator Duckworth, for working with us to preserve this law. So today, we honor these families and remember their loved ones. But we also acknowledge the fight is not done. The fight is one that will always continue. Senate Commerce Committee advanced a bipartisan FAA reauthorization bill that protected the rules for the safety of pilots, crew, and passengers the families pushed for, and again, thanking Chairman Cantwell for her leadership, Chair Duckworth for her leadership as well. We went through the text with a fine-tooth comb to make sure the safety rules were not touched, working hand in hand with the families, talking to them every week. And I'm glad we succeeded and look forward to moving on the FAA bill reauthorization as quickly as possible. It is vital the FAA reauthorization be passed by Congress. So, in conclusion on this issue, we will remember those who are lost. We also say thank you to all the families for lighting a candle, finding a better way, a safer way for the future. Thank you, families, for your courage, your brilliance, your grace. You've changed the history of aviation, something very few can say. Now on the supplemental. Over the weekend, the Senate took the significant step towards passing the National Security Supplemental by voting last night on cloture on the substitute 6727. By now, we have taken numerous procedural votes that prove beyond doubt that there's strong support behind this bill. It's time to finish the job and get this critical bill passed. If we want the world to remain a safe place for freedom, for democratic principles, for American prosperity, then elected leaders need to put in the work to make that happen. We need to approve the investments that ensure our people's security, ensure the security of our partners, and prevent our adversaries from gaining an edge over us. These are enormously high stakes of the national security package. Our security, our values, our democracy. It's a down payment for the survival of Western democracy and the survival of American values. The entire world is going to remember what the Senate does in the next few days. Nothing would make Putin happier right now than to see Congress waver in its support for Ukraine. Nothing would help him more on the battlefield. And if some people think Putin's going to stop at Ukraine, if they think it's somehow better to reason with him, to appease him, to hear him out, then these modern-day Neville Chamberlains ignore the warnings of history. The appetites of autocrats are never-ending. And make no mistake, the war in Ukraine is not some regional struggle. Its effects will reverberate around the world. The Chinese Communist Party, the Iranian regime, and our adversaries, and all of our adversaries are going to take note if America fails to defend a democracy, an ally in need. They will conclude that if America fails one of our friends, it will fail others too, and they will act accordingly. Imagine what kind of message failure by Congress would send to NATO. Imagine what it sends to our partners whose troops fought with us and bled with us and died with us after 9/11, even though it wasn't them who were under attack. Imagine what message inaction would send to Taiwan or the Philippines or other places around the world. The message, if we fail, would be that America can't be trusted. We, as a body, as a Congress, and as a country, cannot afford to send that message. Protecting democracy is not for the faint of heart. Sometimes it requires us to make difficult choices in this chamber, but that is precisely what the American people sent us here to do. In generations past, Democrats and Republicans would have bent heaven and earth to stand up to Russian autocrats. We would have balked at the mere thought of showing weakness to thugs who attack our friends and villains who seek America's demise. We find ourselves yet again in a moment of history when democracy is under siege. We heard directly from President Zelensky what's at stake if we fail. So fail we must not. It's been long enough, long enough. I urge my colleagues to come together and finish working on the supplemental. We will not rest until the job is done. Information of senators, we will have a live quorum. I ask senators to stay close to the floor until we get this bill done. Of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
Hey, Tony.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Tony, I saw Jen. Is Grassley here?
Mr. Booker.
Tell him to peek out the cloakroom, dude.
Mr. Bozeman.
He can stay in.
Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd.
31. 32.
Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell.
I mean, it may take another 5 minutes.
Mrs. Capito.
3.
Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Senator Lujan? Senator Lujan?
Senator Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Cruz.
Yes, I have.
Mr. Daines.
But you should stay.
Mrs. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Yeah, I got it. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
There's close and there's here. Close means to them means at the monitor.
Ms. Hirono.
42.
Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. It's okay. We'll see you.
We got you.
Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Here. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. That's not bad. That's good. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Thank you. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Thank you. Mr. Sanders. Thanks.
I didn't, said I was being liberal.
Mr. Schatz.
Maybe in there.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. We got you. Mr. Scott of South Carolina.
They got to come in. So.
Gotcha. Thank you. President, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sinema.
Hey, Tony. Everyone's got to come out.
Ms. Smith.
Before we finish, Tony, like before we get to.
Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
I just got to 52, but there's not 52 people in here, and they're not in here.
Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
A quorum is present.
Madam President.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President. Thank you.
Order in the chamber, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, for the information of our colleagues, I want to bring everyone up to date on where we are. For the past few days, the leadership on both sides of the aisle, as well as the bill managers on both sides of the aisle, have been working diligently, night and day, to try to get agreement to consider, debate, and have votes on a series of amendments offered by senators on both sides of the aisle. Obviously, in order for that to occur, we would need the cooperation of all members, and we would need to have time agreements because the number of amendments is considerable. Regrettably, Madam President, I have to inform my colleagues that there have been objections on both sides of the aisle that impede our going forward. So, Madam President, at this point, unless these objections are withdrawn, it's going to be very difficult to have the robust amendment process that many of us, most of us, want to have. And I just wanted to let my colleagues know where we stand. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to the floor today in opposition to the Senate's effort to give away $60 billion more of our taxpayer dollars in weapons to Ukraine. We should not give another dime to Ukraine until we secure our border for our citizens. That's what we're here for.
The Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations outside.
In December, all of 49 Republicans voted to defeat similar legislation because it did nothing for our southern border. Senate Republicans were unanimous. We had a consensus in the Republican conference that we should not give more money to other countries until we secured our southern border. I still believe that. My position has not changed since December. The 17 Republicans who voted to take up this legislation can explain their change of heart themselves. It's up to them. My demands have not changed. We should not send a dime to Ukraine until our borders are fully secured. We have already given Ukraine more than $120 billion. This is more than enough money to secure every border in our country. Unfortunately, but predictably, the $120 billion we've sent to Ukraine has resulted in a years-long stalemate that has cost hundreds of thousands of lives, both Ukrainian and Russian. This money is in addition to the executive actions that Joe Biden has taken to isolate Russia from the global financial system. None of this has worked to either deter Russia or force parties to the table to negotiate a diplomatic solution. Yet some of my colleagues think that another $60 billion of what $120 billion failed to do will do the trick. It doesn't make sense. Now should be a time for diplomacy. What a thought. bring this war to an end, stop the killing and bloodshed. When Joe Biden took office, he went to the State Department and claimed diplomacy is back. That turned out to be a lie. We have yet to see a diplomatic effort from this administration. Joe Biden's idea of diplomacy is sending Anthony Blinken to Israel to tell Israel to slow down the war in Gaza. That's not diplomacy. We need some real diplomacy in Ukraine. Right now, we're facing the possibility of a regional war in the Middle East. There have been 160 attacks on our troops in the Middle East since October the 7th. We're also facing the possibility of war in the South China Sea with China threatening Taiwan. A real leader has the right priorities. We cannot get involved in every conflict around the world. Last year, there was a war in Ethiopia. I asked my colleagues who support Ukraine, should we have paid for that? Last year, there was a war in Armenia. I asked my colleagues, should we have paid for that? No one was clamoring for billions in weapons for those two wars. Yet, our entire defense industry is now being largely put in service to Ukraine. Under Joe Biden, Americans' foreign policy is no longer dictated by American interest. It is not even dictated by American ideas. Instead, it is dictated by simplistic moralism with no depth or intellectual depth. A land war in Europe is not America's top priority. Even President Obama said 13 years ago we needed to pivot to Asia. 13 years ago. Can there be any doubt that our number one rival and adversary is China? It's not Russia. China is watching us. President Xi is watching American bankrupting ourselves for a war that gains us absolutely nothing. We can have a conversation about shifting Ukraine aid to somewhere higher priority like Taiwan. But right now, aid to Ukraine is 2/3 of this bill. The bill also includes money for Gaza, which is controlled by Hamas. The vast majority of Gaza supports Hamas. They elected Hamas as their leaders. The bill would send billions to Gaza. Can there be any doubt that some of that will end up in the hands of terrorists? I don't think there is. Much of what we have sent to Ukraine has been stolen or wasted. There has been a complete lack of oversight. In this year's defense bill, we finally got an inspector general for Ukraine aid. Little too late. There has already been enormous theft and money laundering of our tax dollars in Ukraine. You don't have to take my word for it. Zelensky fired his own cabinet members for corruption. Ukraine has been one of the most blatantly, notoriously corrupt places in the world for a long, long time. We are paying Ukrainian farmers, and yet we just punted the farm bill for American farmers next year. We have been paying Ukrainian pensions. We can't even pay our own pensions in this country. We have paid more than $6 billion for Ukrainian pensions. That is enough money to pay for President Trump's border wall, an amount that the sitting vice president said was too expensive. We don't have a plan. We do not have a plan to win the war in Ukraine. We also don't have a plan for Ukraine if it loses. The Biden administration simply says, as long as it takes. Hell, that's not a strategy. That is a blank check from the American taxpayers to another country. It would be irresponsible to give a blank check to any other country. $3 out of $4 of Ukraine aid in this bill is after the current fiscal year. It's not now. We keep hearing, well, we can't wait 2 weeks. This money's not going to Ukraine in months, and they say they're running out of aid. In other words, this money is for the next president. It's intended to force the next president to continue this war. And so I stand opposed to this legislation, and I'm not the only one. This bill cannot pass the House of Representatives. Therefore, this bill is not going to become law. Passing this bill is purely an exercise in messaging. What message does this bill send? It says those elected to represent Americans care more about the borders of countries halfway around the world than our own. It's not a winning message. The American people are opposed to a blank check to Ukraine. The American people are saying enough is enough. The arguments for this bill have been utterly lacking. Some of my colleagues have argued that Vladimir Putin wants to conquer the world. This is absurd. He can't beat Ukraine. Russian tanks are not going to conquer Europe if we don't pass this bill. Another argument that has been made is this money will stay in the U.S. to support defense contractors. In fact, a Washington Post columnist tweeted at me yesterday claiming that we should pass this bill to give more money to Alabama's defense contractors. You know, it wasn't long ago that this was referred as corruption. But that's the kind of thing that gets published in the Washington Post these days. Simply put, his argument is more about people should die that we can increase profits for fewer American companies. It's disgusting. These are the same people lecturing us about the morality of supporting Ukraine. Now, Alabama is deeply, deeply proud to be the top state in America. I strongly support Alabama's defense industry. I support funding Alabama's defense industry to strengthen our military. I support funding to replenish our stockpiles. It will take months, if not years, to do that. We are far behind. We couldn't fight one war right now, much less three. The arguments from the other side just don't add up. And so it's no surprise that they have resorted to personal attacks, name-calling. One of my colleagues accused opponents of Ukraine aid from getting their messaging from Russia. This is the best argument that they can come up with, name-calling. If you oppose a blank check to another country, I guess that makes you a Russian. We are $34 trillion in debt. We are borrowing $80,000 a second, $4.6 million a minute. American taxpayers, listen to that one more time. We are borrowing $80,000 a second, $4.6 million a minute. Does that make any sense when you're $34 trillion in debt? We cannot afford to keep giving any money to any countries or any illegal immigrants flooding our border. We don't have it. We're taxing the future of this country. There is no moral, economic, military, or political argument in favor of more Ukraine aid. Our country has serious problems of its own, and we need to solve them. But there's no solving any of those problems in this room. It's about spending. The top of that list is the southern border. If we're so worried about Russia, what about the actual Russians that are entering our country on a daily basis through the southern border? What about that? Is anyone in Washington worried about the Chinese coming in this country every day? It doesn't seem like it. Day after day, month after month, we are failing to meet that crisis with the seriousness that it deserves. Earlier this week, Senate leadership on both sides of the aisle laid out our border giveaway bill that had been written in secret by 3 senators over a period of months. We were not allowed to see it until last Sunday night. For weeks, there were leaks coming to the press about what it was. When my colleagues and I expressed concerns about these leaks, we were attacked. The authors of the bill said that it was fake news and wouldn't let us see the bill until last Sunday. However, once we got the text, we found out these leaks were true. The bill was even worse than we had feared. Senators from across the spectrum of the Republican conference came out in opposition. Even some of the senators who were initially involved in writing the bill, opposed it. After the bill was rejected, we were told that we were playing politics if it weren't from a border state. Here's the reality. Under the Biden administration, every state is a border state. I met with some Alabama sheriffs last week from across our state. They are being absolutely overrun. Overrun by drugs, crime, criminals, illegal aliens. Every single part of every single state is being hurt by this border crisis. You think this body cares? Nope. I won't belabor a point, but the border bill is a giveaway. But this bill did not attempt to address the seriousness of the crisis. This is the worst border crisis in the history of our country. It's worse than any natural disaster we've ever seen. Yet the response from Senate leadership to this crisis has been superficial, uncaring, and dismissive. The so-called border bill was more of a border giveaway than the actual border bill. Remember, President Trump had the same laws on the books as President Joe Biden does. But President Trump secured the border. It was a priority. Joe Biden opened it up his first day in office. And so, new news and new laws are not absolutely necessary. But certain new laws would be very helpful. I propose an amendment to the Ukraine bill that would actually truly secure the border. This amendment, the Border Safety and Security Act, would simply suspend all illegal entries completely until DHS has operational control of the border. They have no control whatsoever. My amendment prohibits mass parole programs. The Schumer border giveaway bill would have allowed parole programs to continue. My amendment prohibits catch and release and requires detention. The border bill required the release of illegal aliens if we had passed it. The Schumer bill would have allowed thousands of illegal border crossings in a day. My amendment would mean 0 illegal crossings. It also allows states to sue administrations if it doesn't do its job. Enforce the laws. We should not pass a Ukraine bill until we first pass a border bill. That is my position, and that was my position in December, and it is my position again today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Open the champagne, pop the cork. The Senate Democrat leader and the Republican leader are on their way to Kiev. They've got $60 billion they're bringing. I don't know if it'll be cash in pallets, but they're taking your money to Kiev. Now, they didn't have much time, really no time and no money to do anything about our border. We're being invaded. A literal invasion's coming across our border. 800,000 people came illegally in the last month, and all they had time to do in the Senate was get the money, get the cash pallets, load the planes, get the champagne ready, and fly to Kiev. On Friday, they will take the $60 billion to Kiev, crack the champagne, and meanwhile, each day, between 5,000 to 10,000 people come across the border illegally. Now, they put up a sham bill, and they said, you should have taken the sham bill. You should have taken the ruse. We gave you a border bill. But the border bill would allow 5,000 people a day to come across, and then they would declare an emergency. Guess what? The emergency's already here. 700,000 people in 2 months is an emergency. Nearly 800,000 people in 2 months is an emergency. But they gave lie to the roost when they tweeted out their great bullet points on how great this deal was going to be. They tweeted out, "The border never closes." So they were putting forward this great border bill that the president would use to stop illegal immigration, but they tweeted out of all the main points that this would do that the border never closes. And this is actually true, because what would happen is they would close the illegal crossings but leave the legal crossings open. It's like, why wouldn't we have the illegal crossing always closed? Why wouldn't we, after having 750,000 people come in illegally, close down the illegal crossings immediately? And what also gives lie to their assertions is that we have the same laws we had under President Trump, and President Trump controlled the border. So how could President Trump do it with the same set of laws, and now they say if you only gave us power, we would do something? But what gives lie to this assertion is that they're in court every day trying to dismantle the barriers that Texas puts up. Texas and 30-some-odd Republican governors have said enough's enough. They put cargo containers and razor wire on the border to say no more illegal crossings. So the Biden administration, who says just give us more power and we'll do something about the border, went all the way to the Supreme Court to get the power, and they have it temporarily. They may not keep it, but they have fought tooth and nail to remove the cargo containers, remove the razor wire, remove the border barriers. So which is it? They want more power to shut down the illegal immigration, or they want to remove the border obstacles to illegal immigration. I can't have it both ways. Now, some would argue, well, this appears to be that you don't want immigrants in your country. Nothing could be further from the truth. We admit 1 million immigrants to our country every year, and I'm for that. In fact, I'm co-sponsor of 6 bills to increase lawful immigration. I think it would be difficult for America to do a lot of things, including building houses, apartments, and commercial construction, without new people coming to the country. I think some of the best Americans just got here. Many of them are my friends. Bowling Green, Kentucky is known for people from all over the world. We have 100 languages being spoken in our schools. This has nothing to do with not wanting immigrants. It has to do with not wanting 750,000 people to come across who we don't know who they are. Most of them are males of a military age, and we're doing nothing. So we come to an inflection point. That's where we are, an inflection point. And we had a chance. 41 of us, 41 Republicans could have stood and said, no, we want something better. There's an emergency on the border, and we will not settle for anything until we get a border security bill. Instead, it folded. Why? Because Republican leadership is flying with the Democrat leadership to Kiev because they have prioritized Ukraine over the southern border. There's no other way to put it. We have a disaster at our southern border, and the ranking Republicans and the ranking Democrats, there is no difference. They're on the same team. They'll be on the same plane to Kiev. Republicans and Democrats, same plane, pallets of cash, your money to Ukraine. Even if you could make the argument, and I think there is an argument that there is a noble cause, that these people are fighting for their independence and they're fighting against aggression. All of that is true, but there is no money to give them. We're out. We are flat out of cash. Not only are we flat out of cash, we're $34 trillion in the hole. We're borrowing money like it's going out of style. We have never, ever borrowed money at this alarming rate. It's hard to even fathom the billions of dollars that goes out the door. It's been said before, but people have asked, how do you imagine, how do you put into perspective $1 billion? What is $1 billion? If you put $1 million in the palm of your hand, In $1,000 bills, it would be 4 inches high. But $1 billion is difficult, more difficult to visualize. To put $1 billion into perspective, 1 billion seconds ago, Reagan was starting his second term. 1 billion minutes ago, the Pantheon was being completed in Rome. 1 billion hours ago, we were in the Stone Age, over 100,000 years ago. But $1 billion ago, just a couple of minutes. In the time that I will speak, the government will spend billions upon billions of dollars, virtually $1 billion every 2 minutes. 30-some billion dollars in the space of an hour. It's out of control. If you look at the debt that's being incurred, and people say, what does it matter? You could be like Dick Cheney and some of these Republicans. Deficits don't matter. We don't care about the deficit. Well, you should, and you see the results of the deficit every time you fill up your car. Every time you go to the grocery store, every time you buy something, you're seeing the results of the debt. The way we pay for the debt is we print up money. The Federal Reserve buys the debt, but the Federal Reserve has no money, so they print up the money and they dilute the value of the existing currency. What does that mean? Inflation, prices go up, but so does the cost of government. People have cost of living increases, and I don't begrudge that, but it's 9% in the last year or so. So the costs of Social Security are going through the roof. The cost of Medicare are going to the roof. But do you hear a peep? Not one peep about the problem paying our own bills. We are basically like renters paying for our apartment. In what kind of world do you borrow money to send charity? If you see a homeless person and you want to help them, but you have no money, would you go to the first corner and go into the bank and say, I want to help homeless people. Will you give me $1,000 so I can help homeless people? No one does that. If you're paying the rent for your apartment, do you go to the bank and borrow the rent for your apartment? No, there are times at which you borrow against things of value. You can borrow against a home that you have a down payment on. You can borrow for capital improvements like schools or roads, but you don't borrow for your daily expenses. That's what's going on here. Realize that 2/3 of the spending is entitlements. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and food stamps is 2/3 of all spending. That's all we have enough money for. Tax revenue pays for that. Everything else is borrowed. You'll hear people talk about a budget. They say Congress votes on a budget. Well, the budget we vote on is equal to about $1.5 trillion. That's the debt. Every bit of the budget we vote on is borrowed. Last month, we borrowed $210 billion. So we're on course to borrow over $2 trillion at that rate. People are alarmed by this. The head of the Federal Reserve, Powell, said the other day that the problem was urgent. And these are the kind of people that pick their words carefully. The debt is urgent. The need to restrain spending is urgent. And so how does leadership respond? The Republican leaders and the Democrat leaders have gotten together to send $100 billion to another country while they can't pay the bills for our country. We're borrowing money to pay our rent as citizens in our own country, and we're sending $100 billion to another country. Under what world is that a good idea? It's a terrible idea. The Federal Reserve Chairman has said the problem is urgent. Jamie Dimon, the head of J.P. Morgan Chase, has said the problem is urgent. Nassim Taleb, the author of The Black Swan, has said it is urgent. You have all of these people, some who predicted the crisis in 2008, saying it's an imminent crisis. The debt crisis hangs over us. There's a danger of destroying the dollar and destroying our country, and leadership is concerned about making their plane to Kiev. The Republican leader and the Democrat leader will be on a plane to Kiev, I'm assuming with champagne and pallets of cash. Have you ever seen the pictures when they unload the pallets of American cash, when they did it in Iraq? How much oversight do you think there is on pallets of cash? How much is stolen? Well, you'll never know because they have refused to have an inspector general. I've forced at least 2 votes on this. I've been advocating for over a year. I'm not for sending your money to Ukraine. But if you're going to send it, can we at least count how much is being stolen? Ukraine has been on the top 10 list for one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and nobody's watching the money. Now, journalists in Ukraine have actually caught a few people. We haven't caught anybody. If you ask our people from our Defense Department, they'll say, oh, nothing to see here. You realize our Defense Department has never been audited. We've been trying to audit the Pentagon in our country for 2 decades. Do you know what the Pentagon tells Congress? We're too big to be audited. You know, my response is, you're too big then. You should be smaller if you can't even audit the money we're spending. They routinely lose billions of dollars. They routinely have billions of dollars paid. They have no idea where the dollars went. And so in the midst of this, in the midst of a $1.5 trillion deficit this year at least, the leadership has come together. People say they want compromise. Well, you're getting it today, but it's the wrong kind of compromise. It's compromise to loot the Treasury. It's compromise to spend money we don't have. We have not 1 penny saved. There is no savings. There is no rainy day fund. They are shoveling out borrowed cash. Essentially, they have to borrow this from China. They either borrow it from China or they print it up. But there is no money. There's no money sitting around. It's all been spent. There isn't enough money to take care of the stuff they already promised. So everyone on the other aisle and half the people on this side that are wanting to send more cash over there have also promised they're going to take care of you. So all the entitlement programs are out there. Well, the entitlement programs consume all of our tax revenue. There's no money beyond that. So the military and the non-military discretion, that's about 1/3 of the overall spending. There's no money for it. It's all borrowed. So we're going to add to that. Now, I've often asked the question, couldn't we maybe set priorities? And if you really believe that Ukraine is part of our national security, which is ludicrous, but if you believe that, maybe the money should come out of the defense budget. If this is truly, if defending Ukraine is defending our country, which is ludicrous, but if it were, we're at $880 billion in our military budget. This is more than the next 10 countries in NATO combined. If you really want to send your money to Ukraine, take it out of the military budget. Take it out of something. This is a perpetual problem. But I think the American public needs to know, as Republican leaderships and Democrat leaderships jet off to Kiev, cracking the champagne, and delivering pallets of cash, they need to know that there was opposition to this. People say, why do you come to the floor? Why do you make the poor senators be here over the Super Bowl weekend? Why do you make them cancel their vacations? You think I do it just to be mean or out of spite? I do it because I care about our country. I care about the bankrupting of America. I care about the looting of our treasury. There can be an honest debate over national security or what is in our vital security, but there never is a debate. If you look closely at what people say, they'll simply declare it's in our national security to send money to Ukraine. There isn't really a debate. I actually think it's the opposite. I think sending money to Ukraine actually makes our national security more endangered. I think it threatens our vital national security to send more money to Ukraine. Why? Because I think it threatens the fiscal solvency of our country. I think it, along with so much of the rest of the spending, is dragging America down and threatening a day of destruction. There have been civilizations who have destroyed their currency. And typically, this happened on the heels of war. After World War I, Germany destroyed their currency. After World War II, England was in arrears to such an extent that they no longer were the dominant currency after World War I and II, and the U.S. became the dominant currency. I think that we should think twice before sending our money overseas. I think we should think twice about the problems we have here at home. But I think the American people ought to look at those here in this body who are willing to prioritize another country over our country, I think they need to look at that and decide, is this what you want? Is this what the American people really want? Did you elect these people to ignore the southern border and to send money to look at Ukraine's border? To prioritize Ukraine's border over the U.S. border, is that what you elected these people to do? And if you did, do you not care about the bankrupting of America? Do you not care about the destruction of the dollar? It's happening every day, and it's happening sort of gradually, 5–10% a year of lost purchasing power. But there are people who are left behind, people whose salaries aren't adjusted with inflation, people who are being squeezed by this inflation. And people say, whose fault was the inflation? Republicans or Democrats? And I say both. Really, there is only one party when you get down to it. They all want to spend money. The leadership in the Republican Party is really not a great deal. And this is a secret you're not supposed to expose in Washington, but there's not a lot of difference between the Democrat leadership and the Republican leadership. They kind of want to spend money sometimes for different things. Sometimes Republicans want to spend more on the military enterprise, and Democrats maybe more on welfare. But they get together. People say, oh, there's not enough compromise in Washington. There's way too much compromise. Why? They compromise to spend money we don't have. So in order to raise military spending, they got to promise that they'll raise the welfare spending as well. There's one particular argument that's been made by Republican leadership as well as Democrat leadership as well as the White House. I find this argument particularly reprehensible, particularly disgusting and disturbing. They make the argument that it's really not so bad to send money to Ukraine because it increases the profits of the arms merchants. And most of the arms merchants selling the arms into this war are Americans. They say, oh, it's a win-win. We send the money overseas to Ukraine, but Ukraine then buys our arms, and the arms merchants are enriched. I don't know. I know there are no American soldiers yet in this war. But I have some sympathy for the young men and women involved in this war, that the argument that we should perpetuate the war, or that the war isn't a bad thing, and that war is not a hell on earth because we make some profit off of it, I find that disgusting. I find it really disturbing that there are people out there making the argument on both sides of the aisle, no big deal, it's helping our defense industrial base. It's another word for the military-industrial complex, because even Eisenhower warned 70-some years ago, he warned that there was a danger that the military-industrial complex would get so big that it wouldn't be policy led by Congress, that the corporations would become so big, trillion-dollar corporations grabbing up money, that they would direct policy. That it would no longer be you voting or no longer be us voting, but it would be the corporate interests who make the profits would be driving this. And I think we've become eerily close to that. This is sort of the quiet part they used to not say out loud. They used to keep it kind of on the QT. We're just going to not talk about the profits going to the arms merchants, but now they're bragging about it. The defense industrial base. We are going to enhance the defense industrial base. Really? The meat grinder of war is now justified by expanding the profits of arms merchants? Some estimates are 500,000 people have died in that war. So if we keep it going for another year or two, maybe 1 million will be dead in the war. That'll be good for arms profits. So is that what our advocacy is? Not to shorten the war, but it's not so big a deal to let the war go on and on? The head general in Ukraine has said that the war has come to a stalemate. And I'm the first to acknowledge, look, the whole war was started by Russia. Russia's the aggressor. There is nothing good to be said about Putin doing this. He is the aggressor. He is in the wrong. But that doesn't really change the situation on the ground. It's at a standstill. 500,000 people have died. It's at a standstill. Some towns in Ukraine, you can't find young people anymore. They're either dead or have gone off to Europe to avoid the war. So Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, fired his major general because the major general admitted the truth, which is this is at a stalemate. Many people in this body, to justify foreign aid, we'll say we're spreading and projecting American power and American values. We're trying to teach and show to the world the nobility of democracy. Yeah, if you watch one of the networks, that's all you hear, democracy, democracy, democracy. Well, guess what? Ukraine's not a democracy. They don't have elections. So they've stopped having elections several years ago, and there's no plan to have elections. So Zelensky had one, and I'm not saying he didn't win. In all likelihood, it was a legitimate election. But it's sort of one and done. He's not going to have more elections. And so we are bending over backwards, not we, the Republican leadership and all of the Democrats are bending over backwards to send money to a country that doesn't have elections. This is a country that has banned media criticism. There is no media criticism. And you'd think the defenders of the First Amendment would be irate the fact that there is no objective media criticism in Ukraine. But the reason why the other side is not standing up and why they're not crazy in arms about this is they actually want that now in our country. They actually are for censorship. They believe in the homeland security of the United States censoring and telling people they can't tell you. So if I were to say, which I've said 1,000,000 times, that it's a mistake to vaccinate your kids for COVID because they already have immunity and that there are some risks to that vaccine, the other side will say, I don't have the right to say that. They say that it will be okay for government in league with corporations to censor my speech. If I were to tell you masks don't work, and they don't, all of the studies, 78 randomized controlled studies say masks don't work. You can wear one. I'm not going to forbid you from wearing one. I would just tell you the truth. They will say I shouldn't be allowed to say that. I can still say it on the Senate floor. But if I say it on some of the big tech platforms, we have the FBI and Homeland Security under the Biden administration sitting down and meeting with big tech on a weekly basis to encourage them to take down my speech. So when Ukraine limits speech, you don't hear much of a criticism. They just send their money because they are no longer opposed to censorship. They're no longer for the First Amendment. They're for the First Amendment unless you're spreading misinformation. But what is misinformation? It's their definition and their idea that they don't like what you're saying. I would be perfectly willing to acknowledge there are arguments on the other side of what I'm saying, whether masks work, whether you should vaccinate your children. I think the arguments are stronger on our side, and I'll debate anybody on these subjects, and I think they should be debated. And then you should make your own choice. In a free country, you make a choice. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Vaccinate your kids, don't vaccinate your kids. But to ban the speech is a very dangerous precedent. This is the kind of speech that they're in favor of banning in our country. So they're not too troubled when speech is banned in Ukraine. There's also been banning of religious authorities in Ukraine as well. So we don't have elections in Ukraine. We banned speech. And there's also been a banning of religion as well. And yet the fervor of people to send the money, to load the plane is likely loaded. Now, I may be exaggerating that there are going to be pallets of cash. There are probably going to be a computer entity, but it's much more visual to imagine the pallets of cash. But there will be a plane that will leave this weekend, and it will have the Republican leader on it and the Democrat leader. And they will be celebrating $60 billion of your money going to Ukraine. $60 billion. $60 billion we don't have. And also at the same time, they had no time to discuss the invasion coming in from the southern border. We didn't have 1 minute. We haven't had an amendment. We have several amendments that would actually put border security back into the bill. And some on the other side, I love this. They have said, well, because you oppose the bill, you don't deserve to have amendments. I love the definition and the idea of what their concept of democracy is. If you agree with me, you get to have speech. But if you don't agree with me, you, my goodness, you are a deplorable, and you don't deserve to have your speech or to have amendments. That's what they've said, basically. So right now, there have been no amendments on border security. There is an emergency at the southern border. I'm all for more legal and lawful immigration. I have several bills that would do exactly that. I have bills that would expand employment-based immigration. It used to be when you came to our country, particularly when we had the big waves of people coming in towards the end of the 19th century, you had to have a sponsor and you had to work. I don't have a problem with that. Even some of the people who have already come here and didn't follow the rules, I'd probably be in favor of allowing work permits. But the thing is I'm not in favor of 780,000 people coming in mass across the border. People are coming from China. People are coming from Venezuela and Colombia and Paraguay. They're coming from all over the place. There was a Pew study a few years ago that did samplings of people. Who would come to America if you could? It was estimated that 750 million people would. Do you think we can take 750 million people all at once? You think we can double our population? No, there has to be some planning. There has to be some periodic sort of obstacles. There has to be a lawful way to come into this country. So I've been for expanding the lawful pass. I've been for expanding employment-based immigration. Most of the people I know who are first generation are great workers. Like I say, some of the best Americans just got here. But we can't have a wide open border. We can't allow the invasion to continue. What has transpired here over the last few days and will continue to transpire is basically ignoring the people. There is an elite class in this country that think that Americans aren't smart enough to figure these things out. They think that Americans aren't smart enough to really figure out whether they want to vaccinate their kids, whether they want to wear a mask, or figure out whether or not 6 feet of distance works. Did you hear the one recently when they interviewed Fauci? They asked him where the 6 feet of distance came from. He's like, I don't know. I think we just made that one up. Really? I went to my son's university for graduation. They had white circles drawn on the ground outside. You had to stand in another white circle 6 feet from people outside. There's zero science behind that. Zero. They don't even know where their supposed science came from. I said, I thought you came up with the science. No, I thought you did. I thought it worked. It doesn't work. And you don't catch a disease outside. All of those things. We went through graduations with people with masks on and the chairs 6 feet apart. My favorite is this, though. These people are so obsessed and think masks work that you'll see them on the floor now. And not all of them, I'm just guessing, but I know at least some of them on the floor when they're wearing a mask is because they have COVID. And it's like, they used to teach the common sense when I went to medical school and when I was growing up, you stayed home when you were sick. If you had an infectious disease, you stayed home. Now they tell you to just keep going and confronting people but wearing a mask. That doesn't work. Why don't the masks work? Because the pores in the mask are 600 times bigger than the virus, and the virus is aerosolized. Not just on droplets of water, aerosolized, moving freely throughout the air. Probably the most imbecilic thing we did, which rivals maybe the Middle Ages, is plexiglass. These morons told you that plexiglass would stop the virus. Only a moron would say that. There's no truth to that. There's no science to that. It's ridiculous. It should be a Saturday Night Live skit. Plexiglass that's this high, the virus can't go over it, the virus can't go around it. A group of engineers at MIT looked at this and looked at patterns of flow, and I can't say that I know that this is right or not, but they conjectured actually that the plexiglass actually made it worse because the lamellar flow of air was actually disrupted by these things, and your filtration systems, which actually probably do serve some value, were interrupted by the plexiglass. But that's what we lived through. But these are the people who inflicted these things on you believe that you're not smart enough to make your own decisions. When you tell people at home what's going on up here, and I go home every weekend, go to the grocery store, go to church. When I tell people at home that they just sent $60 billion overseas, they're aghast. They say, how can that happen? They say they know of no one If I'm in Eastern Kentucky, I could be talking to a fireman, a policeman, city councilman. They come up to me spontaneously and say, we have problems here in our country. We can't pay for the basic functioning of our country. Only 2/3 of the spending in Washington is paid for. An entire third of it is borrowed. And yet they want to send money to a foreign country to deal with their problems. Shouldn't we try to take care of our own country first? Shouldn't we try to do something to actually, quit the destruction of our own currency? How do they get away with it? It's incredibly unpopular. If you were to take this position in my state and ask everybody in Kentucky, how many of you think that we should send $100 billion overseas and do zero for the southern border? Not a penny, not one policy change, nothing for the southern border. How many people believe that? In my state, it's close to zero. Very few people believe that. So how does it happen up here? It happens because there's not enough sunlight. There's not enough transparency. So that's part of what a filibuster is. This is a talking filibuster today. And the reason we talk is to try to broadcast this message, to get the message home so they can send us better people. Madam President, can you tell me how much time I have remaining in the hour of speaking?
The senator has 27 minutes remaining.
All right. So one of the proposals that I've had, I think is a modest proposal, and you would think would be a no-brainer and should have been adopted unanimously, and that's to have an inspector general oversee the money. We've been doing this in Afghanistan for 20 years. Now, we still spent nearly $2 trillion in Afghanistan over 20 years, but at least there was someone trying to watch. Because in times of war, a lot of things happen. They talk about the fog of war. Sometimes there's atrocities, sometimes there's killing of civilians, almost always, but there's also a lot of stealing. There's they have a name for it. It used to have a bad connotation, war profiteer, but it happens. In Afghanistan, there was a hotel being built. It was being built across the street from our embassy. It was framed out. It was halfway. It was at least started. You could tell it was going to be a hotel. And as it was being built, somebody said, "Wow, it looks like they'll look right down into the courtyard of our embassy." And somebody said, "Wow, wouldn't that be a safety risk?" And other people said, "Yeah, I think you're right." And so the construction slowed down when they evaluated the possible safety risks of building a tall hotel looking down on our embassy. Meanwhile, the guy who had the money fled to Jordan with $60 million. I think it was going to cost $80 million. They put about $20 million into it, and it was left there as an eyesore. And my understanding, it was eventually torn down. How did we know about this? Because we had an inspector general. The inspector general is called a SIGAR, Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. So I had a proposal over a year ago. I said, why don't we take the inspector general, who's been doing this in Afghanistan, already has a budget, because I just happen to be conservative with everything. And I said, we don't even need a new budget. The guy's already got a budget. He's got $10 or $15 million in his budget. Why don't we switch him over from Afghanistan to Ukraine? I've told absolutely everyone I know about it. When I go home, I mention it. People mention it to me. I've not heard of one person who's opposed to it. I've not heard of one person who would be opposed to having an inspector general. So we voted on it. The other side almost universally voted it down, and some on my side voted against it. Why? Because the inspector general has a history of finding waste. They don't like him. I picked him because he apparently is good at his job. He has a whole series of maybe 50 to 100 economists, accountants, people used to looking at war spending, and he finds the people wasting it. He writes a book on it every year. One of the waste projects that he found was a natural gas station. And this is the kind of ludicrous stuff that people at home don't know about. And this is stuff the other side sticks in everything. Everything's got to be green. We're going to make the military green. So they decided they wanted to have a natural gas station in Afghanistan. You have to realize this is a country where a lot of the food is still cooked on open fires and people ride burros, not natural gas cars. But they built it. They spent $45 million building a natural gas station 30, 40 miles out from any military site, couldn't be protected. But then they discovered another problem, and I guess maybe they hadn't thought this through. They wanted to go green, and they wanted to get rid of the internal combustion. They wanted to go to natural gas and away from gasoline. They were going to solve climate change in Afghanistan, a country of open fires. So they built this natural gas station for $45 million. But lo and behold, you know what they discovered? Nobody had a car that ran on natural gas. So, never to be deterred, the wastrels of American spending said, let's buy them cars that go on natural gas. We got a gas station. We got to get them cars that run on natural gas so we can cure global warming in Afghanistan. So they bought them, I think, 24 cars that ran on natural gas. But they didn't think this one through either. The people now had a gas station that delivered natural gas to their cars. We gave them a couple of cars that ran on natural gas, but they didn't have any money. So we said, let's get them a credit card. So they got them credit cards to buy the natural gas. We have a gas station, natural gas cars, but now here's your credit card. But they didn't think that all the way through either. It turns out that people were still killing each other in that part of the world, and it was too dangerous for our soldiers to protect. So when one of my staff members asked to see the natural gas station, he was told by our soldiers, too dangerous to see it. So as you can imagine, this natural gas station now looks like, if you can imagine an inner city gas station with the copper pipes torn out, you know, anything that's of value torn out of the ground, that's your natural gas station in Afghanistan. That's your $45 million, and that's war. Even with an inspector general, we found out about it. Can you imagine what war is like with no inspector general? Now, the other side will say, oh, the Department of Defense has an inspector general. Well, yeah, they do. This is the Department of Defense that's missing a couple $1 trillion worth of equipment. This is the Department of Defense that says they're too big to be audited. So I would say that we have to be a little bit wary of just saying, oh, the Department of Defense will watch this money. So I mentioned earlier about $1 billion. You know, what is $1 billion? So $1 million in the palm of your hand is $1,000 bills. If you have $1,000 bills, it would be 4 inches high, would be $1 million. $1 billion is more difficult to visualize. But to put $1 billion into perspective, 1 billion seconds ago, Reagan was starting his second term. 1 billion minutes ago, the Pantheon was being completed in Rome. 1 billion hours ago was the Stone Age, over 100,000 years ago. But $1 billion ago, at the rate we're spending money, just a little more than 2 minutes ago. Now that's $1 billion. See, you know, you wonder how bad things are around here. We used to think $1 billion was a lot of time, a lot of money. But now we have trillion. We have trillion of $34 trillion. I remember when George W. Bush was president, it was $5 trillion, and it went to $10 trillion. I was like, gosh, this is terrible. This is a Republican administration. Then when Obama was president, it went from 10 to 20. Then when Trump was, it went up 7.5, 8 in 4 years, even at a more alarming rate. Each president's been worse. They've all been bad. Well, Congress deserves some of the blame, too. It doesn't happen without Congress, but the money's going crazy. But we're up to about $1.5 trillion. So I looked this up this morning. I wanted to know if you stacked $1 bills and you wanted to know how big 1.5 trillion is. Well, if you take 2 years worth of debt, that's $3 trillion, and you want it in $1 bills, the $1 bills would stack all the way to the moon, over 230,000 miles away. We're starting to talk about a bit of money here. But it's not just the overall debt. When they pay for the debt, the Federal Reserve dilutes the currency, and the currency becomes worth less and less. But also what happens is our interest rates increase over time. So under George W. Bush, we went from 5 to 10 trillion, and we doubled the debt from 5 to 10 trillion. In that period of time, the interest rate was cut in half, so interest rate really wasn't a lot worse. But we finally, I believe, have lost the ability for the Federal Reserve to suppress interest rates. Interest rates have risen, and interest payments have doubled. We're on course within the next year or so to have interest rates become the largest item, pushing out and crowding out other spending in the budget. Mark my words, this $100 billion will add to that problem, and I think is absolutely an utter mistake and an insult to every American that we ignore the invasion at our southern border in order to send money overseas. I reserve the balance of my time. Just a second, Mike, I'll ask him. Can I ask the parliamentarian how much time I have remaining?
The senator has 17 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Joe?
Of the United States Senate, more than 3 months ago, the Republican members of the United States Senate made a commitment. We made a commitment to each other and to our voters and to the American people. We agreed not to send one more penny of their hard-earned money overseas to support conflicts in foreign nations until their own homeland, America's own homeland, was secured. Well, through the efforts of a faithless few, we're poised to treat our promise to Americans the same way President Biden has treated his solemn oath to protect our country's borders: expedient, expendable, and now apparently expired. Madam President, we cannot send billions of dollars to Ukraine while America's own borders are bleeding. Heaven help us. The American people should not have to watch us every hour of every day looking over our shoulder just to make sure that their own government doesn't stab them in the back. What have they done, after all, to deserve such contempt, such untrustworthy public servants? What grudge does this body hold against the very people who elected us? On Saturday, I spent many hours trying to make 6 different amendments to this legislation pending. Most of them, in fact, were germane to this bill. I dealt specifically with it and met the tight legal definition that we use in this body to decide whether it's pertinent to the bill. And it has certain procedural benefits and protections. If it is germane, most of mine were. And yet, again and again, I was shot down. I was told that Republicans had forfeited our right to offer any improvements, any changes to this bill, because we rejected the border proposal that we had received just a few days earlier, a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, my request was simple. It was not that each of my amendments be made law. No, it wasn't that. Nor was it even that I was asking that each of my amendments be included in the base text of the bill, be considered adopted as part of this, as an amendment. It wasn't that either. No, it was much, much simpler. It was that each amendment merely be permitted to be considered, debated, and possibly voted on. I came to the floor and asked consent to do this because the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, had utilized a procedure that has unfortunately become all too common in this body, known as filling the tree. To make a long story short, to make a complicated system sound simpler, filling the tree is the means by which you say there is no space to consider amendments to this bill. We can't even make them pending because all the slots are full. And so majority leaders have, over the last few years, become increasingly fond of filling the tree. They'll plug in a handful of amendments to the proverbial tree. One amendment changing a comma into a semicolon. Another amendment changing a date, say from September 29th to September 30th. It's usually something fairly immaterial. They're just there as space fillers, as amendment blockers, so that the Senate can't consider other amendments. There's still ways around that, and I was exploring one of those ways. You come down to the floor, you call up your amendment, you ask consent to make your amendment pending and to set aside one of the tree filling, one of the amendment blocking amendments that have been put in there by the majority leader just in order to obstruct others from having the opportunity for amendments. And so that was the simple request, merely being permitted to have these amendments considered, debated, and possibly voted upon. I had a number of amendments. There were 7 I talked about that day. There were 6 I offered up and asked consent to have made pending. Here's some of what they would have accomplished had we adopted them. One proposed to make discrete common sense changes to our immigration law in order to protect our border and to prevent traffickers from using toddlers and babies as a means to ensure that their customers would have, as a means to ensure their customers easy access into the interior of our country, notwithstanding the fact that they're entering our country illegally. That was, in fact, describes a few of my amendments. And I had at least one amendment that would make it very clear that an illegal alien who knowingly registers to vote will be subject to criminal penalties. Right now, it's nominally against the law to vote if you're not a citizen, but there are far too few teeth in that law. And this would provide some of those teeth. Now, who could be against making sure, especially when we've had record numbers of people entering our country without documentation, entering our country illegally? 10 million, according to some estimates. Some would say that it's higher than that. Some would say it's a little lower than that. Either way, we're talking about something in the neighborhood of 10 million or so entering into this country just since Joseph R. Biden became the 46th President of the United States on January 20th, 2021. It's not unreasonable as we approach a very important, very consequential election to say, let's make sure that it's citizens who are voting, and let's say that in the case of an illegal alien who knowingly registers to vote, would face some penalties for that. These and other amendments that I had prepared would actually ensure border security and protect America's elections from foreign interference. Things that I think many, probably most of my colleagues profess to care about. Things that we all certainly should care about. But nonetheless, these amendments drew objections. All of them objections imposed by Democrats in the Senate to the mere consideration of these amendments. We couldn't even make the amendment pending, couldn't even consider them. I also asked that the following amendments be considered. An amendment that would allow only 2% of the funds intended for Ukraine to be released until the President delivered a strategy to Congress with specific objectives and specific timelines. This, Madam President, is not too much to ask. Not too much to ask when we've already sent $113 billion over for that war effort, and when we've got a lot of additional funding that, if this bill is enacted, would also be sent to Ukraine. If we're going to do all this, and if we're going to put American weapons on the line, if we're going to put the additional strain on those who produce our weapons on the line, if we're going to reduce our stockpiles even further, if we're going to tax and inflate the dollar additionally, as this will require us to do because we're talking about borrowed money here, then the American people should have the benefit of knowing what the strategy is. We don't have a comprehensive, coherent strategy from the administration on what they want as the outcome of our efforts, of our assistance. What does this look like? How does this conflict get brought to a peaceful, lasting conclusion? What does Ukraine look like after that long hoped for conclusion? These are reasonable things for us to expect. These are certainly reasonable things for us to debate, regardless of how eager any individual senator might be, or alternatively, how reluctant any individual senator might be about providing additional funding to Ukraine. There was another amendment prohibiting any funding for economic support for Ukraine from paying the pensions and the salaries of Ukrainian government bureaucrats, as well as paying for any Ukrainian welfare programs. We were pleased, of course, that the language of this bill contains a carve-out that prohibits the use of the roughly $8 billion we're sending over in economic support to the Ukrainian government, saying that it couldn't be used to shore up Ukrainian pensions. That was a good thing. We're glad to see that. We had feared that that would be in there. That was in the original proposal. That original suggestion by President Biden, it should be in there. And that economic relief package was originally somewhere in the neighborhood of $11 or $12 billion. It was brought down, I think, in part because of this prohibition against using it to back up pensions in Ukraine. But there's still nothing in there that prohibits Ukraine from using that for its own social welfare programs or to pay the salaries of Ukrainian bureaucrats or other civil servants. By the way, it's my understanding that this is enough money to pay them for an entire year. Now, a lot of Americans have questions, even a lot of Americans who might be okay with sending some additional military assistance to Ukraine, have reservations about paying the salaries and the social welfare benefits of the Ukrainian government for an entire year. There was another amendment that I tried to make pending that would prohibit putting American taxpayers on the hook for any reconstruction activities in Ukraine. It's understandable here, too, why there would be some concern. When we engage in nation building, this is often how an effort that begins with a promise that we'll be there for maybe a year or two, that we'll be in charge of reconstruction activities for a year or two, that can stretch into 2 decades really quickly before we know it. And unlike wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places where we've engaged in nation building that took way too long and way too much money from the American taxpayer, this isn't even a war that we ourselves are fighting. This isn't even a war as to which we've enacted an authorization for the use of military force for Americans to fight or a declaration of war. And so it makes it even more inappropriate for us to just assume that nation building is going to be our focus. Now, sure, there's only $25 million in this bill for that effort identified as such within that particular project of newly liberated communities or words to that effect. But this is the nose in the camel's tent. Once that begins, and if this war concludes, where I think all of us in this body want it to conclude, which is a victory for Ukraine, there's going to be a lot more of this to go on. There was a recent estimate by some global authority, it could have been with the World Bank, suggesting we're looking at something like $300 or $400 billion for Ukrainian reconstruction. Why would the United States put itself in a position here to be on the cutting edge of that, to be at the epicenter of that, as far as organizing, funding, et cetera? It's a dangerous thing to move forward with without even having a debate on a single amendment to try to limit what we would do on that front. There was also an amendment that I tried to make pending that would clarify that not only would our American taxpayer dollars stop funding UNRWA, this singularly offensive anti-Semitic, anti-Israel agency within UN. And I'm here again, I'm grateful to those who drafted the bill that at least UNRWA was excluded from U.S. funding. Because UNRWA, as we've discovered in recent weeks, and as many of us have worried about for years, has been involved in all kinds of horrible things, not just the indoctrination of young children in Gaza, such that they were taught in UNRWA-run schools to hate Jewish people, but also encouraged to engage in acts of violence against them, and have been for years, in fact, the better part of a couple of decades. But more recently, it appears that a number of UNRWA personnel and facilities and other resources were used actively to help these attacks and those responsible for the attacks. So anyway, it's a good thing that the bill as written excludes UNRWA. But what about the other agencies? I believe there are 19 UN agencies operating within Gaza. What about those? So my amendment that I introduced last week and that I tried to make pending on Saturday would clarify that not only would U.S. taxpayer dollars not be available to send to UNRWA specifically, but they would also no longer fund any UN organization, any UN agency operating in Gaza, ensuring that the American taxpayer dollar does not end up in the hands of Hamas. Look, these UN networks are very sophisticated, and those that operate in Gaza have, of course, worked closely in concert one with another. And to say that we're going to get rid of any risk of funding the same problems that were facilitated and materially advanced by UNRWA in the past just by funneling them through another UN agency is folly. And to suggest that simply by funneling it through the UN to send aid to Gaza, we're somehow going to prevent any situation in which we materially assist Hamas. It's not going to happen. I mean, look, it's difficult for us to grasp this here because, fortunately, those who have grown up in this country and lived here our whole lives have never experienced anything like Gaza, present day, 21st century Gaza, in which there is no state. To say it's a failed state is almost an insult to failed states everywhere. But this is just a failure at every end. There essentially is no state. And yet, in part because there is no state, and because of the way that it rules, Hamas rules Gaza with an iron fist. Iron fist in glove. It is in control of everything. So no matter who you funnel it through, even if you don't funnel it through UNRWA, because you can't under the text of this bill, you give it to some other UN entity, it's still going to be helping Hamas. We don't want to do that. We know that October 7th, absolutely grisly. It was a sobering wake-up call to all who have witnessed it. And for those of us who have visited those areas in Israel, in southern Israel, next to Gaza, as my wife and I have in recent weeks, it is sobering, heartbreaking, breathtaking. There are not enough adjectives associated with misery and shock and horror to describe the atrocities that were carried out that awful day on October 7th. And yet October 7th is and was the tip of the iceberg compared to what they have planned. What they have planned, what they want to do, what Hamas and other Iranian proxies want to do in the region and will do when given the chance, will make what happened on October 7th look like a Sunday picnic. So we don't want to be funding that. Yet in two different accounts under this bill, there's money that could go there. There's two accounts added together, total between $9 and $10 billion. That ought to be something we're concerned about. And for my colleagues who might disagree with me on this amendment, I would ask them this: shouldn't this at least be something that we should debate? Shouldn't this at least be something we should vote on before we send it? This, like the other amendments that I've just described, the other germane amendments that I've just described, they are not dilatory. These are not reckless. These are not there to try to serve any purpose other than to, number one, make the bill less likely to inflict harm, which I think should be our first job in all of this, and also to sharpen the debate, sharpen our analysis of what it is that we want to happen. It's not too much to ask for those things to be considered. But disturbingly, my colleagues, those of them who objected and those who have supported the objectors and those who have supported cloture, even after it became clear that there was to be no debate on any of these things, have persisted in moving forward and have defended those who have done it, defended those who have ensured that we will have no meaningful debate on any of these issues, no opportunity to vote. They've rejected every safeguard, every limit, every condition that I've offered so that we may, if we adopt them, I think these are things we could do to make sure that we're good and faithful stewards over U.S. taxpayer dollars. And, these taxes that we spend all too freely here are not free. They're taken from hardworking citizens. They're taken from hardworking men and women who are just trying to put a roof over their head and food on the table, finding these days that since January 20th, 2020, 21, it cost them $1,000 a month every single month just to put food on the table, gas in the car, groceries in the fridge, in the pantry, just to live. Everything from housing to health care, from gas to groceries, everything in between. It's all become more expensive, in large part, mostly, because our government spends routinely trillions of dollars a year now, more than it takes in every single year. And you can't do that, even when you're the world's reserve currency, which the U.S. dollar is. By the way, we should worry about whether we're jeopardizing that too. So far, we've gotten away with it because the dollar is still the least bad deal in town. And by in town, I mean on the planet. But the more we test the limits of that, the more I think we shouldn't test the limits of it. But in any event, even when you are the world's reserve currency, there's still consequences to multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending year after year after year. It's one thing to do that in the middle of a pandemic. We now should doubt the wisdom of a lot of that, but especially because it then led to a pattern of multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending year after year since then, including this year, including times like now when we're kind of at the peak of an economic cycle. We've got really low, often record low, unemployment as we've been doing this. You print and borrow and spend that much money all at once. It has the effect of just printing it. Every dollar buys less. So through the combination of taxes that many American families work weeks out of months, or if not months, often months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes. On top of that, they're taxed again when every dollar they make or have saved buys a lot less, precisely because we borrow and spend too much money. And you add insult to injury to that. After making them work that long to make the money, after then taxing them again because you spent too much money, you make it so that their money doesn't spend as far, doesn't buy as much as it used to. You add insult to injury by not even debating an amendment to make sure that their hard-earned tax dollars aren't used to kill Israelis and threaten, intimidate, perhaps kill Americans and our allies. This is really concerning. I don't understand why we would want to do this. So, we've got to make sure that we've undertaken our due diligence work properly, that we've done so faithfully. If we don't do it, the American people will be disappointed, and they should be. Look, I've not been quiet about my opposition to this bill. I do believe that it betrays a promise that, as I understood it, the members of the Senate Republican Conference made to each other and made to our constituents and made to our colleagues across the aisle and our counterparts over in the House a few months ago, a commitment that, as I understand it, was not just made months ago, but also reiterated pretty consistently over the last 2 or 3 months. And if we stayed to that, then this body wouldn't consider sending another dollar, another quarter, another dime, another nickel, another penny to Ukraine until we had passed something that actually would secure the border, that would force the issue of border security so that the issue of border security and a secure border could be realized in the near short term, in this presidency, and not at some aspirational moment somewhere in the future. We were told for months that this was the plan, and something was negotiated on that. And I have great affection and respect for those who were involved in that on both sides of the aisle. Senator Langford is a dear friend, and he worked really hard on that. I know the other negotiators did too. They were in that room, we weren't, and for many of us, most of us, in fact, I think it ended up being all but 4 Republican senators who, after we first saw that bill at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, looked at it and decided we couldn't support it. So once that happened, it didn't somehow expunge the previous commitment. It didn't release us from the obligation we had to each other and to our voters to try to make sure that before we sent another dime to Ukraine, that we make sure that this border is secure at home, that we force the issue of border security, even as against an administration led by a president not willing to secure the border. In fact, one that's openly hostile toward border security for reasons I cannot fathom. That's the position they're taking. So were there provisions in that bill that could have made a difference? Of course there were. You know, there were things in that bill that I think could have proven useful within an administration that wanted to make the border secure. But with an administration bent on not doing that very thing that was the object of the entire months-long negotiation process to begin with, there were enough loopholes in it that I and nearly all of my colleagues didn't believe it got us to that point. So once that happened, I believe what could and should have happened was that we as Senate Republicans would unite again behind the idea of getting something done. Put a few things, concrete things on the table. Something like one of the amendments that I offered up the other day, my Stopping Border Surges Act, which would make some surgical adjustments to immigration law, particularly those dealing with border security issues. They're narrow, they're finite, they should be things that every Republican should be able to support. We presented that and a couple of other provisions. I know I've got a colleague or two who have expressed interest in it, and I think a majority of Republicans who have indicated that they would support language that would even tie the spending of Ukraine aid to the achievement of certain objectively verifiable border security metrics. Others have suggested attaching legislation passed by the House to secure the border, H.R. 2. Not a bad idea, since we know that has the support of every Republican in the House of Representatives. Now, others have said, well, that's we know that can't pass in the Senate. Well, yeah, alone it couldn't. Alone, I think every Republican over here has expressed support, at least for the core provisions of that. And I think every Democrat has expressed opposition to it as a whole. But once you attach it to this and make it a conditioned precedent for sending another dime to Ukraine, that might change. The whole idea from the beginning was to harness the Democrats' overwhelming support for sending more Ukraine aid, combine that with Republicans' overwhelming support for securing the border. Neither party would perhaps be pleased with the outcome, and that it would involve giving up something that we didn't want to provide. But nonetheless, it'd be a way forward. So if we were standing by that, if after 24 to 48 hours after the border deal, as it's been described in the public, was released to the public for the first time through the news media at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, we knew within 24 to 48 hours it wasn't going anywhere. Within 72 hours, all but 4 Republicans had voted against it. Once that happened, the logical next step, consistent with the commitment that we made to each other and to the public months ago, would have been to negotiate something else, perhaps including something like H.R. 2, perhaps including something like what most Republicans have said they think would be appropriate in addition to that, which would be conditioning the release of Ukraine aid to the achievement of certain objectively verifiable border security metrics. But no, rather than having any of this, we had a handful of my Republican colleagues, 12.5 of them now, who have chosen to move ahead with the bill, to move ahead with the quid without the quo, to move ahead with what the Democrats want, what unites Democrats, not only Democrats in the Senate, but Democrats across the country, Democrats in the House, with what they want, but without Republicans having any of what they want, at least most Republicans. So you can understand my frustration here, that if we can't have the bill we want, the next best thing would be to at least have the chance to try to amend this bill. Without something that actually forces fully the issue of border security, it's hard for me to imagine how I could even consider voting for it. For my own purposes, to say nothing of the commitment that we as a conference made to each other and to the public months ago. But if I can't defeat the bill, the next best thing I can do is to amend it, to improve it. Now, some have cynically denigrated this by saying that a lot of those wanting to offer amendments are doing so merely for dilatory purposes, or doing so for purposes that are themselves cynical, trying to destroy the bill. And in any event, these are people who don't support the bill, are not going to vote for the bill at the end of the day, and therefore shouldn't get a chance to do so. I find this argument utterly lacking in logical foundation. I find it incompatible with the Senate rules, with 2+ centuries of established tradition, to principles of basic collegiality that ought to pervade any body, much less certainly, at least any body that fancies itself the world's greatest deliberative legislative body. Think about it for a minute. If you say, unless you agree with this bill exactly as it is, and unless you are willing to agree to support the bill, regardless of which amendments pass and which do not, unless you're unequivocally willing to sign on to whatever becomes the finished product of this bill, we're not going to take into account your desire to have us consider amendments. You lose. You were excluded from the process. You're not part of the cool kids club, and you have no say in it. We won't even let you offer amendments, and when you try to do so, we will question the sincerity of your desire to do it. That's not fair. That's not accurate. And it completely ignores the way this or any other legislative body in any civilized society that I know anything about should operate. But look, the fact is that I and others have not been allowed to amend the bill, not just to amend it, to achieve the amendment, to achieve passage of the amendment. We haven't even been allowed to make a single amendment pending, thus putting it in line for eventual disposition, either by a roll call vote, a voice vote, a point of order, a motion to table, or any of the other myriad means by which an amendment, once pending, can be disposed of. None of my colleagues, neither Democrat nor Republican, have been allowed to amend it. Why not? Well, there is this misinformation circulating about why we can't amend the bill, so I'd like to correct the record. This morning it was reported by a Hill News outlet that, quote, there's still no agreement on amendment votes, in part because of Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, close quote. Is that really what's happening? Honestly? Look, that same newsletter failed to note that I spent 4 hours on the floor on Saturday asking unanimous consent for 6 amendments merely to be made pending, not to pass them, not to have them adopted, merely to make them pending. I was not asking for these amendments to be passed or voted on immediately. I was just asking for them to be brought up before the Senate for consideration. The objector to my request was not Senator Paul, as this morning's reporting might have led you falsely to believe. Senator Paul was not the one blocking an amendment process. It was Senate Democrats who objected every single time to even considering any kind of amendment, even my germane amendments, which were most of the amendments that I tried to make pending. And again, a germane amendment is one that, under the rules of the Senate, is very closely connected, tightly, inextricably connected to the subject matter. It's not some extraneous thing. My Democrat colleagues said that, quote, MAGA extremists had their chance. This is what they said while objecting to the mere consideration of my amendments, implying that when Senate Republicans rejected the border bill that we saw for the first time at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, that we forfeited our right to offer amendments of any sort, apparently not just amendments related to border security or immigration or whether or not we should allow illegal immigrants to vote without facing some sort of penalty, but also amendments regarding where exactly the money is going to Ukraine, whether they should be able to use it for their own social welfare programs, whether or not they should be able to use it as they have in the past under similar programs, under similar money that we've sent them in the past, to pay for concert tickets for Ukrainian concert goers, to pay for the economic stability of clothing stores in Ukraine, and to pay the salaries for one entire year for every single government employee of the Ukrainian government. When did that become the principle of this body? That because something like this happened, here that Republicans rejected, all but 4 of us, opposed the border bill that we saw for the first time a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m., we forfeited all of our rights to even offer any amendments and have those considered. When did that become the principle of this body? What insane human being commandeered our system and all of a sudden inserted that new rule? It's not in my rule book. It's not in any of the books that outline the precedents that have unfolded over the last 2.5 centuries in this country. No, not at all. When did we accept that if you disagree with the legislation before the Senate, you can't offer any amendments to make the bill better than it otherwise would be? Where is that written in the Senate rules? When did that become a custom of the Senate? I hope that my Republican colleagues would unite. If not on this bill, then at least unite to completely disavow this view, to disabuse the press and anyone watching from thinking that this is how we roll now. We really should be able to unite to completely disavow this view. Why? Well, because it'll completely trample on the rights of the minority party and disenfranchise the voters who put us here to begin with. That's a really good reason. Really good reason to make clear that it doesn't matter where you're leaning on a bill or where you might vote on the ultimate package before the Senate. You still have no less a right to try to improve the bill, to try to make sure that it's better than it is now. But I'm afraid, Madam President, some of my Republican colleagues are entertaining this view. In fact, one of my Republican colleagues who's here in the chamber today reportedly said yesterday, and I hope that he was misquoted, quote, "You don't put forth 80 amendments and say that you won't negotiate on time agreements and be taken seriously. That's what's happening here. Those folks are going to vote against it no matter what," close quote. Look, maybe there's more to the context of this. I hope there is. Perhaps there's something I'm misunderstanding.
Senator from North Carolina.
I rise to see if the gentleman from Utah will yield with the knowledge that I will provide some of my unallocated time so he can continue his comments beyond that required to answer my questions.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yeah, without surrendering the floor, I'll yield for a question.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Lee, first, I want to thank you for putting forth amendments, many of which I would like to vote for. I also want to thank you for not having the proviso that all of these amendments must be voted for without yielding any time. But Senator Lee, you mentioned about how the Senate works. I've only been here for 9 years. You've been here longer than me. But I thought it was custom, whether Democrats were in control or Republicans were in control, that when we reached a point to where we're on the bill, that a part of the process was making good faith offers of amendments like you have. And then the majority, which actually controls what we take up on the floor, would then look for at least some concession on time. But I understand that we have some members who have said no matter what, they would not be conceding any time. So just to be fair to the couple of dozen people watching C-SPAN and some of the people in the gallery, I'm just trying to understand whether or not it is clear that we have members who said under no circumstances would we negotiate any time. And it's in fact that intransigence that's making it less likely that any of the good bills that my colleagues have offered up in the Republican conference are not going to get voted on. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. And so may I ask another question? So I just want to be clear that generally speaking, Senator Lee, I've observed you do some extraordinary things on the floor and manage to get some very helpful measures, amendments voted on, including some of the ones today. But I do want to be clear that we're likely never going to have an opportunity to vote on those because we do have some of our colleagues who have made it very clear that they're not willing to have the puts and takes that are necessary in the world's most deliberative body to actually get an opportunity to take those votes. Is that your understanding?
Yes, essentially. I would like to respond. I hope to get the floor back soon to explain
yield back.
what I mean. Thank you. All right, so in the first place, yeah, you're right to point out, I have not been objecting to those. It is a common agreement and understanding that we'll reach. Not always, but much of the time we can pull together a list of amendments, put them together on a raft, so to speak, a raft that you can send out among all Senate Republicans, and if no one objects, you can vote on a handful. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 40, maybe it's somewhere in between amendments, and then you'll set up some agreements surrounding the amount of time for each of those. I'm not sure of exactly all the details or all the reasons of those objecting, but I do understand there have been some of my colleagues who have objected to those. But I will say this, the fact that there are some who object to that, my understanding is that at least for some of them, I can't purport to speak for all of them, at least for some of them, what they were concerned about is making sure that any such raft of agreements not culminate in or create an expectation of a scenario in which we would limit the total number of amendments that could be offered, considered and voted on, or the total amount of time in which amendments could be considered, and that on that basis they were objecting. Now, I didn't harbor that particular view and wasn't making those particular objections. Nonetheless, those colleagues were not objecting to what I was doing all day on the floor on Saturday, which is calling up again and again amendments, most of which were germane to the bill, that no one on the Republican side was objecting to, not one, to having them made pending. And the only reason given that I heard on Saturday as to why they weren't allowing amendments. And what's funny about this one is that the objection as it was made was usually occurring in response to something that had nothing to do with border security as far as my amendments went. The objection I got from the Democrats who objected over and over and over again was, look, MAGA Republicans are to blame. And they rejected the border package. Therefore, they don't get any say in this bill. So this is entirely afield from that objection. This is entirely afield from what my friend and colleague, and I mean that sincerely when I call him a friend from North Carolina, was mentioning. This is different than that. These were, nobody else was here. No other live requests were being made for people who wanted to make their amendments pending. There was no reason in the world why we couldn't at least make those pending. And the fact that, yeah, some were objecting to having them pass in blocks, that's their business. I can't answer for that. But they had their reasons, and they did not object to what I was doing there. And so it really leads me to wonder why it is that anyone would imply that if you don't support the final bill, you don't get any say in the bill. You can't make your amendments pending. You can't even have your amendments considered. You can't even tee them up for consideration, for disposal, as I say, either through a roll call vote or a voice vote, or alternatively a motion to table, a motion to commit, or a point of order, or something like that. You cannot make them pending, apparently, unless you swear allegiance to the finished product, which can't yet be seen, but you're asked to assume consists of that which has been foreordained by whatever a very, very small group of senators happen to be the privileged ones to have written that. Okay. I'd like to continue my remarks if I could.
If at the end of the, I would ask if at the end of Senator Lee's remarks, if he
Senator
would
from
yield to
Utah
a question.
actually has the floor, Senator.
My inquiry to Senator Lee was whether or not he would yield at the end of his comments for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Go ahead and ask your question. At some point, I'd like to be able to continue my thoughts without being interrupted. Go ahead.
Madam President, I just want to make the point that I've actually seen a number of amendments that Senator Lee has made that I'd like to vote on, and I don't believe that there's anyone here who's making a judgment about whether or not he should get the amendments, whether or not he's going to vote for the final passage of the bill. I just want to restate again whether or not he's aware that we're not getting on any amendments, probably a handful that would be his, because of objections offered by our colleagues. And I just wanted to make that point. It has nothing to do with where he will ultimately vote on the bill. It has to do with the intransigence of some of our members who simply won't seek agreement, which is how we operate in the Senate. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Lee.
Okay, a couple of things. First of all, it's still beside the point. I get that. I appreciate the observation made by my friend, my distinguished colleague, the senator from North Carolina. I really do. It still misses the point. I was still here. I still sought to have my amendments made pending on a half dozen amendments, most of which were germane, on Saturday. There was no reason why we couldn't make those pending. There was nobody objecting. The same senators who were objecting to other amendments were not objecting to these. And I don't know what that has to do with it. Secondly, it was my understanding when I agreed to entertain the first of those questions and to yield for a question that it would not count against my time. And I would ask consent that not.
Without objection.
All right. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that any Republican senator be allowed to call up amendments and that the tree be set aside.
Do we have an objection? Objection is heard.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that any senator from either party be allowed to call up amendments and that the tree be set aside.
Is there objection? The
Madam
objection
President,
is heard.
I ask unanimous consent that any Democratic senator be allowed to call up amendments and the tree be set aside for that purpose.
Is there objection? Objection is heard.
Now, this is interesting. This is interesting what's happened. They're now opposed even to Democratic senators calling up amendments and making those pending. Why is that? Well, it appears to be, again, this consolidation of power. Look, the American people have lost enormous power in recent years, Madam President. They have lost enormous power as power has been taken away from them in at least three steps. First, it's taken away from them as power is brought away from states and local governments, where most of the power under our federal system is supposed to reside, consistent with both the original text of the Constitution and the 10th Amendment. Second, Once that power has been brought here to Washington, it's been outsourced and moved away from the American people. And yet another step, lawmaking power gets shifted from elected lawmakers over to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Third, even where the power resides and remains within this body, once it's been moved here, in many cases where it shouldn't be, it's been consolidated excessively to a few. Here in the Senate, I often refer to this as the firm, the law firm of Schumer and McConnell. Very often we consolidate power in the hands of the few. Legislative leaders put together a bill very much like this. In fact, this very bill. And then nobody allows, apparently by agreement, for anybody to get votes on anything. Even when we try to throw it open, we try to say anybody in this body gets to have their amendments made pending. They're told no. And then even after we make a request that just Democratic senators have that time, they're told no. Look, this is not how it's supposed to work. This is not how it's supposed to work at all. The American people are excluded from a process insofar as we all point to someone else. The American people must not be excluded from this process. And when they are, bad things happen. Today, this might be a bill that you like. Tomorrow, it might be a bill you don't like. Majorities can change. Republican Senate leadership within the Senate may change, and when it changes, you might not like the precedent that you yourself have set when you try to exclude people just because they disagree with your ultimate outcome of the bill. This isn't right. The Senate was set up to be a different sort of deliberative legislative body. Part of what makes it deliberative is that each state is represented equally, and there's a type of comity that naturally arises out of that understanding of what differentiates us from the House, a type of comity that survived and thrived for more than 2 centuries. It's been eroded materially in recent years, and by recent years, I mean very recent years. It's gotten significantly worse, even in the 13 short years that I've spent in the United States Senate. I hope we can turn it around. Madam President, may I ask how much time remains on my account after the deduction for the interruption?
The senator has 8 minutes remaining.
Okay. Seeing that I have 8 minutes remaining, I'd like to reserve the balance of those minutes so that I can come back as necessary. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to debate and to make an argument about whether we should continue funding Ukraine indefinitely, because this country and this United States Senate has not actually had much of an argument about whether we should continue to fund Ukraine indefinitely. It has become extremely commonplace among advocates for further Ukraine funding to frame this as the courageous against the partisan, those who in America's, in Ukraine, apparently's moment of need, are expressing the great spirit of patriotism that animated us in World War II and other moments of great world conflict. And that those who don't want to send another $61 billion to Ukraine, well, we're just the knuckle draggers. We're the people who are listening to the base. We're the people who are listening to the media, ignoring that so many of us have been criticizing America's Ukraine policy from the get-go, when both the media and the base was much more supportive than they are today. One of the most preposterous arguments that I hear in defense of our policy in Ukraine is that it is bipartisan, that the experts know better. Perhaps Senator J.D. Vance doesn't know what the Joint Chiefs of Staff do. Perhaps the Republican base doesn't know what the experts in national security do. Maybe they, with their knowledge and their training and their intelligence briefings access, know something that the American people don't. So while the American people have grown more and more skeptical of this conflict, perhaps it makes sense that we should actually listen to the experts. And where have we heard that argument? So many times in the last many decades have we been asked to listen to the experts. And yet, we never actually ask what the track record of those experts is in matters of foreign policy. The experts, the bipartisan consensus, of course, got us into Vietnam, a war that lasted nearly 15 years, that saw the destruction of nearly 60,000 American lives, and for what? It was the bipartisan foreign policy consensus, the experts, that got us into a 20-year war in Afghanistan, where American taxpayers for 2 decades funded things like how to turn Afghanistan into a flowering democracy, or how to ensure that the Afghans had proper American thoughts about gender in the 21st century. Well, maybe that was a waste of money, and maybe the experts were wrong. Those same experts, of course, counseled us that we must invade Iraq because Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, and yet Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, and the war led not only to the destruction of 5,000 American lives and many, many hundreds of thousands of innocent people beyond that, but also led to the regional empowerment of Iran, which now we are told by those same experts is the biggest problem that we face in the Middle East. Now those experts have a new crusade. Now those experts have a new thing that American taxpayers must fund, and must fund indefinitely, and it is called the conflict in Ukraine. Now we, at least most of us I think in this body, nearly all of us I would hope, do not think that Ukraine deserved to be invaded. We certainly don't think that what has befallen the innocent civilians of Ukraine was deserved. We condemn it as we should. But we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing there, not how we feel about it? What is our objective there, not how sad we feel about what's befallen the innocent civilians? We have to engage in what the bipartisan experts have failed to engage in for 50 years, a conversation about strategy, asking very specific, very discrete questions about what it is that we're doing there. What are we trying to accomplish? How long will it take to accomplish these things? And for how many millions or billions or trillions of dollars are we in for before we can accomplish these things? Now, I've heard any number of explanations from my colleagues who support our policy in Ukraine about what it is that we're trying to do. At the beginning of the war especially, you hear this argument far less, but at the beginning of the war especially, you would hear an argument that we had to throw Vladimir Putin back to the 1991 borders. Well, we don't hear that argument so much anymore. Why? Because it was preposterous then, and it's preposterous now. Ukraine is a country that now has about 28 million people. That's after many hundreds of thousands have died in the war, and many, many millions have left the country, probably permanently beyond that. Russia, by comparison, has 160 million people and has the industrial capacity to make many, many more times artillery shells and other critical weapons per day. So against that Leviathan in Eastern Europe, we are told somehow that the Ukrainians can win. Well, again, what is victory? We know now that throwing Russia back to the 1991 borders is preposterous. No one, not even the inner circle of Zelensky's own cabinet, makes that argument. They did a few months ago, but they don't make that argument anymore. So what is victory? And when you talk to people, both in public and in private, the actual thing that you can piece together that we're trying to do is to send enough weapons and send enough money to the Ukrainians until something good happens, until maybe the Russians get sick of the conflict and they come to the negotiating table. That's one opportunity to end this war that we're told, is that if we just keep on going and we show our resolve, then Vladimir Putin will come to the negotiating table. And yet, if you listen to former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, or you listen even to some of the ministers in Zelensky's government, or certainly if you listen to a number of other Western European allies, they will say that Russia was willing to come to the negotiating table at the beginning of 2022, after the war had stalemated from the Russian perspective and after the Ukrainians had shown some real bravery and some real resolve. Now, it's not just Vladimir Putin who says this. It's virtually everyone who has ever talked about this moment in the conflict, and they will say that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, backed by any number of leaders within the American security apparatus, basically said, tell Vladimir Putin to shove it. The Ukrainians are winning, the Russians are losing, so we'll just keep this war going for as long as it takes. So we had the opportunity to negotiate back in 2022, and if we had taken it, here's what would have happened. Many fewer hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians would have died. Many fewer innocent civilians would have lost their lives, their homes, their livelihoods. And a war in Eastern Europe that has put stresses on everything from food supply to energy prices would have concluded. So, we're trying to get Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. We don't have a pathway for how to do it, by the way. We just think that's a good thing, and we're going to try to do it if we continue to throw money. But yet that same negotiating table was on the offer about 18 months ago, and we told them to go shove it. Okay, so negotiating table, that seems to not be a realistic end goal if we just continue to funnel money and resources. So what is the end goal here? It is astonishing that not a single person from Joe Biden on down can actually articulate what another $61 billion can do. They'll tell you what it won't do. They'll tell you what the absence of $61 billion will do. But how weird is it that they want to send $61 billion to America, to America's ally, Ukraine, and they can't actually tell you what it's supposed to accomplish, what this will accomplish that the previous $120 billion didn't. So first, we have a complete absence of strategy, a complete failure for the President of the United States to articulate what we're going to do. I try to imagine what it would have been as an American citizen if on December the 8th, 1941, Franklin Roosevelt stood before the country and said, "The Japanese have attacked us. It is a day that will live in infamy, and so we're going to send money for as long as it possibly takes, with no articulation of what we're going to do, of what the battle plan is, of where we're fighting, of what we're going to have our manufacturing base try to accomplish. We're just going to send money and hope that eventually these guys come to the negotiating table." That is the equivalent of what we're doing at this moment in time with this particular conflict. Now, I mentioned just now our manufacturing base. So let's talk about the costs of this conflict. We know there's no strategy. We know there's no plan to do anything other than just to funnel more and more money and more resources. What are the costs of continuing our posture in Ukraine? Well, let's go through them. And let me just make an observation about costs, about actually thinking about costs and considering the consequences of our actions. You know, it used to be common in American statesmanship that we'd hear this phrase, "speak softly and carry a big stick." The idea was be smart in your strategic decisions, be willing to hit back and hit back hard if you have to, but don't bluster, don't brag, don't pretend that you can do things that you can't. And a fundamental part of American statesmanship, I think, is asking ourselves, what is it that we are costing ourselves by continuing to fund this war? Well, you've heard some of my colleagues talk about this already. We've got $61 billion on top of $34 trillion in debt. Can we actually afford to send another $61 billion to Ukraine? Can we afford to send the $100 billion that will be requested at some point next year? Can we afford the hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs that we've effectively committed ourselves to by funding the war in Ukraine indefinitely? You already hear these people like vultures with a carcass talking about how much money they're going to make on the reconstruction of Ukraine. And I ask myself, why are we destroying the country in the first place, given that we know the war is at a stalemate and American diplomacy could plausibly bring it to a close? Now, here's another thing that this is costing us, something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough in this chamber, but I'm reminded of the only time that I have ever been in the White House with a sitting president of the United States. It was about a week before the inauguration of Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and so I was there with President Barack Obama. I think it's important never to reveal confidences of private conversations, but he said something then, said something that was extremely interesting and I didn't expect to hear from a Democratic president. What he said is that the refugee crisis in Europe in 2015 would take down a number of liberal governments. Now, me as a conservative, I might not care about liberal governments going down, but I thought it was interesting that a theoretically pro-immigration guy, a guy much more committed to the cause of open borders than almost any Republican I know, would say that when you have wide open borders and when you have uncontrolled migration, it destabilizes governments. Well, of course, the former president is exactly right. Refugee crises do destabilize governments. Why are we not talking about the fact that in multiple countries in Southern Europe right now, they are being overwhelmed with people, not bad people, by the way. Most of them are just looking for food to feed their family or a job with a decent wage. But we're witnessing the beginning of what I will believe will become the biggest refugee crisis in the history of the world. Why? Because in Africa, which has 1.5 billion people, most of whom have a standard of living much lower than what we have in the United States of America, you have grain prices through the roof, wheat prices through the roof, barley prices through the roof. And as anybody who is advocating an endless war in Ukraine asked, what happens when 1.5 billion starving people start to move north to look for some food? You don't have to make any moral judgments about the plight that they will go on. You should make a moral judgment about the people in this building who refuse to think about the unintended consequences of their actions. Are we really willing to have over 1 billion people starving, trying to pour into the borders of Europe and the United States of America? Are we really willing to set up a refugee crisis, the likes of which the world has never been seen? And if we do that, what effect will it have on our allies in Europe? What effect will it have in our own country? What effect will it have for millions of American citizens who are already dealing with the consequences of an overwhelmed southern border? And I want to talk about that overwhelmed southern border in a second, but I want to keep talking about the unintended consequences of the war in Ukraine. Another unintended consequence is, what do energy prices look like all over the world? We have no idea who blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We can have some guesses, but it isn't kind of weird and isn't it unusual for our European allies to have had their most important fuel artery destroyed, and they seem totally uninterested in asking questions about it. We already know that governments like those in Poland, like those in Slovenia, like those in a number of other allied countries across Europe are under an extraordinary amount of stress because fuel prices are so high. The country of Hungary, which has 10 million people, took in nearly 1 million Ukrainian refugees, an important American ally by any standard, and yet they are facing skyrocketing energy prices because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. What effect does it have on the many millions of people who are living over there? What effect does it have on America's national security when we take down a number of allied governments because the people there can't afford food and can't afford energy? That is another unintended consequence. And while we're talking about the unintended consequence of energy prices in Europe, let's ask a very important question about why we're here. Now, my Democratic friends on the other side of the aisle act like Ukraine is the most significant issue confronting our country. You see the Ukrainian flag lapel pins. You see the way that people talk about it on social media. There is a species of American liberal who thinks that the Ukraine war is the most important thing confronting our country. But it's not so important that they will pursue common sense American energy policies. The reason why Russia is so powerful on the world stage today is one reason: because of stupid American and European energy policies. Preposterous energy policies that drive up the cost of natural gas. So while we, with the one hand, send $61 billion to Ukraine, we pursue a set of energy policies that drive up the cost of natural gas and enrich the Russian oligarchs who are paying for the war. We are literally paying for both sides of the war. The Russian side with dumb energy policy and $61 billion to Ukraine direct with American taxpayer subsidy. That is another unintended consequence. And my Republican friends, who I assume all of them agree with me on the idiocy of our modern energy policies in 2023 and 2024, why are they supporting a conflict that in fact is a cover for those energy policies? If they really cared about Ukraine as much as they say they did, perhaps they should force the President of the United States to stop enriching Russian oligarchs with terrible energy policy. But we're not doing that. We're going to continue to fund both sides of this war, and I guess that's just the way that it's going to be. Let's talk about another unintended consequence of our Ukraine policy. We are, at this very moment, incredibly stressed in how many weapons we can manufacture. I tell this statistic to people, and they're sometimes surprised by it. The first time that I heard it, I was surprised by it. America, if you measure it by GDP, is, of course, the largest economy in the world, and we are 10 times the size of the Russian economy. And yet, the most important weapon in Eastern Europe today are 155-millimeter artillery shells. It's one of the reasons why 400,000 Ukrainians, that's the best estimate, have died during this conflict, is because the Russians have an incredible advantage in artillery. So you ask yourself, we're 10 times the size of the Russian economy. How many artillery shells do we make in a month, and how many artillery shells do the Russians make in a month? Well, we make in a month about 30,000 artillery shells. That's up from about 20,000 artillery shells a month at the beginning of the conflict. Guess how many the Russians make? They make about 25,000 artillery shells a day. So in a month, the United States, the biggest economy in the world, makes weapons at a rate per month that the Russians are able to meet in a single day. Well, one thing that suggests to me is that GDP numbers are awfully fake. If you can't produce weapons to defend your own people, then you can't pretend that your economy is as strong as you might like to think. Unfortunately, for Wall Street, we cannot fight wars with dollars and derivatives. We need weapons. We need bullets. We need artillery shells. We need missiles, and America doesn't make nearly enough of those. Not for our own security, and certainly not enough to support both the Ukraine conflict and, God forbid, a conflict that might occur in East Asia. So let's specify that a little bit more. We're right now depleting critical munitions, missiles, artillery shells, and bullets faster than we can replenish them, and then we send them to Ukraine. Well, I'm sorry, why does that make an ounce of sense for our own national security? Shouldn't we rebuild our own manufacturing capacity before we spend all of it on Ukraine? Shouldn't we make more of our own weapons and gain some self-sufficiency in weapons manufacturing before we send all of those resources to Ukraine? The answer of the United States Senate is apparently not. So on issue after issue after issue.
Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I'm inquiring to see if the gentleman from Ohio would yield to a question about this subject matter.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Senator Vance, this appropriations bill that's before us, I just want to make sure that I've got my facts right. I believe that there's $35 billion to restore U.S. military readiness and modernization. I also believe that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that for every dollar we're sending to Ukraine, we're appropriating about $2.50 to make sure that we backfill and cover. There are a lot of bad and unintended consequences to this conflict. One of the good ones is learning before we have to defend ourselves that we are grievously out of step with manufacturing capacity. And it is my understanding that $35 billion, about half of the money that's being appropriated to Ukraine, is actually being appropriated back to the industrial base and for Patriot missile manufacturing, a number of other vulnerabilities that we found. We're trying to address it. Do I have a correct understanding of that?
To my colleague from North Carolina, before I answer that question, Madam President, can I inquire how much time I have?
And Madam President, I would also like to state that I have time that I will, in response to my question, I will yield my time for the purposes of you allowing to have time beyond the answer to the question.
The senator from Ohio has 40 minutes remaining.
So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the only time used by the senator from North Carolina be debited to his post-cloture time, and that to answer his question, we not have time deducted from my account.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. So, to my colleague and friend from North Carolina, I want to answer that question. So, the senator is right that this legislation contains a lot of resources. I think $35 billion is the number that he used to rebuild the American industrial base. And I have no reason to object that number. I know that some people have had more time with this legislation than I have, but I believe, based on my own review, that that number is correct. But we have to ask ourselves not just how much money is going to rebuild our industrial base, but combined with presidential drawdown authority, how much of that will then be just redirected to Ukraine? My understanding is that given the current authorizations and given the current appropriations, while a lot of this money will go, and I'm glad that it will go, to places like Ohio and Alabama to manufacture weapons, those weapons will then be mostly sent to Eastern Europe because we're currently spending resources and munitions in Eastern Europe at a rate that is far faster than our own industrial base's ability to replenish them. So what will happen in effect is that we will make the weapons, and literally faster than we can make them, they will then go out the door to Eastern Europe, unless, of course, in the next few months or the next couple of years, the conflict ends. So the gentleman's question is well taken, but it actually doesn't address the core concern that we're depleting munitions much faster than we can replenish them. And I want to just, on one final point here, if I may, and I'll be quick because I know that I'm on borrowed time here. The question of whether we should rebuild our industrial base is something my friend and I agree on, and I think most of my colleagues here in the United States agree on. The more difficult question is, what do we do in the interim? It will take years to get our industrial base to the point, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years, to get our industrial base to the point where it could support a war in Eastern Europe and a war in East Asia simultaneously. We don't debate the need to rebuild our industrial base. The question is, what do we do in the interim? And I think in the interim, continuing to support the Ukraine war indefinitely is a terrible, terrible mistake. Madam President, I suppose I could go back on my own clock. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here, but...
The senator will resume.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your charity, and I appreciate you having to sit up there and listen to me. Members of our gallery chose this, but some of us did not, so I appreciate you and my staff. But let me keep on going here on how we got here. I've articulated to the best of my ability why I think we don't have a strategy here and why I think it's important for us to actually articulate a strategy, what it means for us to not have that strategy, and importantly, the unintended consequences of continued conflict in Eastern Europe, backstopped by the American taxpayer. But I want to talk about the politics of this. Not long ago, or I should say, not long after Russia invaded Ukraine, I made an observation that frustrated a lot of my friends who advocate for continual conflict in Ukraine. I said, how can we support a war in Ukraine? How can we defend Ukraine's borders when we're not even defending our own American border under the presidency of Joe Biden? And the response that came back went something like this, and I'll paraphrase it as much as I can. America can walk and chew gum at the same time. A great power should, in theory, be able to support an ally in Eastern Europe while at the same time securing its own southern border. And I think the events of the last week have revealed just how preposterous that argument is. We clearly are not able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And in fact, if we were able to walk and chew gum at the same time, we would secure our border first, and we would have done it weeks or months ago, but certainly we would have done it this past week. Now, here's the basic political dynamic that unfolded, and I know my colleague from Kentucky has discussed this, so have others. The basic political dynamic that unfolded is the Republicans in the Senate said, we want border security. That is the issue around which Republicans are unified. We want border security. And of course, the Democrats are in charge. The Democratic leader is the majority leader of the Senate. We have a Democratic president. So what do the Democrats want? What unites the Democrats that doesn't unite us? And the answer came back, Ukraine. The Democrats want to send $61 billion to Ukraine. The Republicans want to secure the border. And there was the root of a potential compromise. In divided government, sometimes you have to make compromises. Nobody's happy, but there was a potential compromise that could be made. And here's how the argument went. If we're going to send $61 billion to Ukraine, we should do it first in tiers. We shouldn't send it all at once. We should stagger it out a little bit. And the reason we should do that is to ensure that Joe Biden actually keeps his promise and enforces the American southern border. In other words, we tell the president that you don't get another dime of American taxpayer money for Ukraine unless you bring illegal border crossings at the level they were during the presidency of Donald Trump. That, to me, was the negotiation as it was set up by the Republican conference. That was the understanding that me and so many of my colleagues in the Republican conference had. And of course, that negotiation could go many places. It could go a place that might make Democrats uncomfortable. It could go a place that might make some of my Republican friends uncomfortable. In theory, to get a deal, it would sort of get everybody a little uncomfortable, but you'd be able to get 60 senators to pass it and send it on to the House. Well, that's not what happened. What was produced instead was a secret negotiation where Republican senators, by and large, had very, very little input in the process and where we had no idea what was actually in the final package. We heard it through rumor and through conversations with friends, but immigration law is complicated. What a colleague, even a well-meaning colleague, tells you exists in a piece of immigration law doesn't matter nearly as much as the text of the actual immigration law. So that text finally dropped on Sunday of last week. I believe February 4th, that legislation dropped. A 370-page piece of legislation that would commit many, many billions of dollars to Ukraine, a few $1 billion to East Asia, a few $1 billion to Israel, and a few $1 billion combined with some policy changes at the American southern border. Now, here's the problem. It actually inflamed some of the worst. When you read the text, you realize that it inflames some of the problems that make the southern border crisis the worst. Let's just walk through a few of those. Number one, parole. The last Democratic president, Barack Obama, paroled approximately 5,000 illegal aliens per year. That's 5,000 per year. Joe Biden, in 3 years, has paroled between 600,000 and close to 1 million illegal aliens per year. That is not a typo or an overstatement. So Joe Biden radically increased parole authority, and that doesn't just have the direct effect of making nearly 1 million illegal aliens legal. It also has a secondary effect, because if you are in Central America or you're anywhere in the world and you would like to come to America and not go through the proper channels, now, all of a sudden, the clarion call has gone out. Joe Biden has thrown open the southern border, and if you come across illegally, he will parole you close to 1 million times per year, when the last Democrat did it 5,000 times per year. That is the first effect of Joe Biden's parole, and our great border compromise did nothing to limit Joe Biden's parole authority. Number two. Another problem with our border law is that it has been manipulated so that we turn so-called illegal aliens into so-called asylum seekers. Here's how it works. We, of course, want to be a country that's welcoming to those who are fearing persecution. So if you come into this country as an economic migrant and you come illegally, you come having not followed the laws of this country, you can claim asylum. And if your asylum claim is granted, you immediately receive amnesty and you are on the track to becoming a citizen of this country, even though you never followed the law to get into the country in the first place. The other effect of our problematic asylum laws is that even if the asylum claim is not granted, you can be released into the country for a period of years, sometimes even decades, before an immigration judge hears your claim. So let's say you're an economic migrant. You show up at the American southern border. You say that I'm an asylum claimant fearing persecution, and an administrative official from Customs and Border Patrol says, well, we have to adjudicate your asylum claim. You can't do that right now. So what we'll do is ask an immigration judge to hear that claim in 12 years. You're free to hang out in America for the next 12 years. Well, that is an effective amnesty. And again, it sends a message all across the world that America is open for business and we can have a wide open southern border. That's what it does. This particular legislation actually made that problem worse. Now, on the one hand, it tried to increase the standard for granting asylum from a credible fear standard to a reasonable fear standard, but importantly, it changed the people who were enforcing that standard from immigration judges to CIS officers at the United States Customs and Immigration Services. These are people who are widely believed to have some of the most pro-asylum views within the United States government, so millions of people could come across the southern border, claim asylum, and have their claim granted unilaterally. That would put them on the pathway to citizenship. That would put them in a competitive posture with American citizens for jobs and for other important benefits. And yet, this legislation trying to fix the border actually made the asylum process worse. So here we are with a border compromise that actually makes the border security problems in this country worse. And let me just say, what we would need to do if we really wanted to secure the border is very simple. We just have to make Joe Biden do it. He has the tools necessary. He has the legal authority necessary to secure the border. The real debate, whether you're using Ukraine money as leverage or something else, is how do we force Joe Biden to do his job? This legislation didn't do that. It didn't even come close to doing that. And so most Republicans rejected it. So now here we are, an hour after the first foray of border security negotiations, the first volley where Democrats give us border security and Republicans give $61 billion in Ukraine. And what happens? It doesn't succeed. For the reasons I just articulated, the gross majority of my Republican colleagues didn't like that proposal, and so it got dropped. And what you might expect happen in a good faith negotiation that was actually about the border, if we were actually trying to secure the border, you might have said, this is not the Democrats' best offer. Let's go back to the negotiating table. Let's continue to push for border security because that is the most pressing crisis that we face as a country. And what happened instead is after an hour, Senate Democrats and even some in Republican leadership decided that we should move on from border security. They had checked the box. Now let's move on to their real priority, which is sending another $61 billion to Ukraine. It stinks to high heaven, ladies and gentlemen. No one who watched this process unfold believes that Republican leadership negotiated in good faith for border security or that Democrats did the same. It was always kabuki theater. It was always an excuse to say, we tried on the border, now let's move on to the thing that really matters, which is the money for Ukraine. And that failure, the way that it blew up in the faces of our leadership and the appearance, gave lie to the idea that this was ever really about border security. And by the way, it alienated millions of Republican and independent voters who want their government to focus on the most pressing problem for this country, and that is the border. When I go back home to Ohio and I talk to audiences about their views on Ukraine, most people agree with me, but some people disagree with me. But if you go to an audience in the state of Ohio, a state that is affected tragically by the fentanyl problem, where you will drive on highways and see billboards for sex trafficking victims to call the hotline because they're being sex trafficked in the state of Ohio by Mexican drug cartels who have been given free rein at the southern border. If you talk to people and ask them what are the most pressing problems the country faces, none of them will say Ukraine. Even those who would like to send more money to Ukraine, none of them will say Ukraine. So what are we doing? Why did we give up so easily? Why did Republicans stab their voters in the back? Why did we not fight for border security? Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we promised we would do. Many of us did, by the way. Even some of my colleagues who disagree with me on the Ukraine question, they at least had the courage to stand and fight for border security, but unfortunately far too many Republicans refused. And so we are where we are. Now let me just make an argument about where we are on this particular border situation. We have millions of people coming into the country illegally every single year. We have hundreds of thousands dying just in the first 3 years of Joe Biden's term of fentanyl overdoses. We have a president who has invited the opening of the American southern border, and now we are living with the consequences. The American people know that this was the direct result of Joe Biden's policies, and they know that he could stop it. So let's debate real border security that actually forces the president to do exactly that. There are a number of options on the table. You will sometimes hear some of my Democratic colleagues and even some in Republican leadership say, we can't have a bill because Donald Trump doesn't want us to have a bill. That if we advance common sense border security, Donald Trump would destroy it. That is the furthest thing from the truth. In fact, just last week, Donald Trump proposed a border security bill that would force Joe Biden to secure the southern border. You may agree or disagree with the policy, but the idea that there is no policy that would get Republican buy-in, including at the top of the Republican ticket, is preposterous. It's something that does not exist in reality. Madam President, how much time do I have left?
The senator has 25 minutes remaining.
Great. So, I've given my spiel here, and I want to get a little bit into the details of what we're trying to accomplish here and how we might try to accomplish it. Let's first start with a conversation about the American southern border. I want to read a piece from the Washington Post, an argument that I want to read and then I want to respond to. Having failed to convince the American people that a blank check to Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky is in their interest, the Ukraine First Caucus now claims the aid primarily benefits American workers. Mark A. Thiessen, who drafted an op-ed to this point, exemplified the pivot. This is disingenuous and dangerous, and this is partially in response to some of the arguments that I've heard earlier. We cannot rebuild our industrial base by building capacity and sending all of it to Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. Now, we support increasing defense spending and building up our defense industrial base, as expansion of our military manufacturing capacity benefits American workers and bolsters our national security. Washington is more focused on sending our limited military stockpiles to a conflict in Ukraine with no clear path to victory. The Biden administration's new message fails to account for grave shortages in our stockpiles. Thanks to nearly 2 years of mission in Ukraine, the United States is perilously unready for any additional contingency. Anything with solid rocket motors is in short supply. Solid rocket motors are the rocket motors that power so many of the critical missile systems that we need. And whether it's Javelins or Stingers or Patriot missiles, we are critically in short supply of not just the missiles themselves, but of some of the components that are necessary for building those missiles, including the SM-6s that would be needed in the Pacific. The high demand for Stingers, Javelins, and Patriot interceptors in Ukraine means we are desperately short of the weapons that would be needed in Taiwan. Replenishing them is going to take years. And I'm going to just pause here to make an observation. One of the arguments my friends make in defense of $61 billion to Ukraine is that we need to send a message to Vladimir Putin that if we give up and walk away from the Ukrainian battlefield, even though the leader of Ukraine's own military until recently said they had no chance of victory on that battlefield, if we give up, then it will send a message to Xi Jinping, the leader of China, that we are not a steadfast ally. What they're arguing, in effect, is that it will weaken American deterrence, that process by which we prevent our enemies and our adversaries from doing things that we don't want them to. Well, in classical foreign policy circles, deterrence is the combination of, on the one hand, resolve, and on the other hand, capacity. And they're making an argument about resolve. They're saying that if we show weakness to Xi, we will be showing a weakening of American resolve. We'll show that America can't stand in there and fight the fight. And look, I'm obviously a critic of further aid to Ukraine, but it is true that American resolve is important, and we should do everything that we can to show American resolve. But you know what's more important than American resolve? You know what's more important than thumping our chest like 8th graders on a playground and saying, we're tough, we're strong, we can do it? What's much stronger than that is to actually have the capacity to defend ourselves and our allies, and that is what is so weak. Xi Jinping does not care how tough America acts. He cares how strong America is. And if we use our ammunition, our missiles, our artillery on a war in Eastern Europe, if we don't even have the bullets to defend ourselves and our allies, it doesn't matter how tough we act. Xi will do whatever he wants all over the world, and that's what this is ultimately about. We are trying to rebuild our country. What do we do in the interim? What do we actually do when our country is in a weak enough place because of decisions made over 30 or 40 years? I find it interesting that so many of the people, from the news commentators to my Senate colleagues, Republican and Democrat, who actively advocated shipping our industrial base to East Asia and Mexico are now the people who are most fervently advocating for endless war in Ukraine. Here's the game they played. Send all of our weapons manufacturing, send all of our defense industrial base, send it everywhere but the United States of America. And now that America is in a tough spot, we should fight every conflict everywhere, even though we don't make the weapons that we need to support those conflicts. And why don't we make those weapons? It's because these guys encouraged us to ship our industrial base overseas. Those of you who are students of history will have heard the term arsenal of democracy. America was the arsenal of democracy. We won World War II, not because of chest thumping, not because we showed the strongest resolve, but because we had the strongest people and the strongest economy in the world. So at a time when America faces a number of problems, including the southern border here at home, at a time when we are weaker in manufacturing capacity than we've been at any time in the last half century, this is the point when these people want to send unlimited weapons to Ukraine. This is the point where they want to send weapons not just to Ukraine, but to many theaters all across the world. Let's have an honest conversation about the decisions that have been made and how they've made this country weaker. Let's not pretend that weakness doesn't exist and send an unlimited number of weapons to Ukraine in the interim. Now, I want to move on to another argument, but before I do, I am mindful of something that's very close to my heart personally. I have three beautiful children. I have a 6-year-old baby boy named Ewan, not so much of a baby anymore. I have a 2-year-old baby named Mirabelle, who is still very much a baby, and I love her very much. And I have a little guy named Vivek Gabriel Vance, who was 3 years old yesterday, but turned 4 today. And I'm sorry, Vivek, that I can't be with you for your birthday dinner, but I want you to know that Daddy loves you very much. And I'm going to read this into the record because maybe you can watch it at home. Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. Oh, the places you'll go. Congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose. You're on your own and you know what you know, and you are the guy who will decide where to go. You'll look up and down streets, look them over with care. About some you will say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down any not-so-good street. And you may not find any you'll want to go down. In that case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there in the wide open air. Out there things can happen, and frequently do, to people as brainy and footsy as you. And when things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew. Just go right along, you'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go. You'll be on your way up, you'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers who soar to great heights. You won't lag behind because you'll have the speed. You'll pass the whole gang, and you'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you'll top all the rest. Except when you don't, because sometimes you won't. I'm sorry to say, but sadly it's true, that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you. You can get all hung up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch. You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump, and the chances are then that you'll be in a slump. And when you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself is not easily done. You'll come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lightened, but mostly they are dark. A place you could sprain both your elbow and your chin. Do you dare to stay out? Do you dare to go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win? And if you go in, should you turn left or right? Or right and 3/4, or maybe not quite? Or go around back and sneak in from behind? Simple it's not, I'm afraid you will find. For a mind maker upper to make up his mind, you can get so confused that you'll start into race. down long wiggled rocks at a breaknecking pace, and grind on for miles across weirdish wild space, headed, I fear, toward a most useless place, the waiting place. For people just waiting, waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow, or waiting around for a yes or no, or waiting for their hair to grow, or waiting for a vote. Everyone is just waiting. Waiting for the fish to bite, or waiting for the wind to fly a kite, or waiting around for Friday night, or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake, or a pot to boil, or a better break, or a string of pearls, or a pair of pants, or a wig with curls, or another chance. Everyone is just waiting. No, that's not for you. Somehow you'll escape. All that waiting and staying, you'll find the bright places where the boom bands are playing. With banner flip-flapping, once more you'll ride high, ready for anything under the sky. Ready because you're that kind of a guy. Oh, the places you'll go, there is fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There are games to be won. And the magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Fame, you'll be famous as famous can be, with the whole wide world watching you win on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes they won't. I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too. Games you can't win, because you'll play against you. All alone, whether you like it or not, alone will be something you'll be quite a lot. And when you're alone, there's a very good chance you'll meet things that scare you right out of your pants. There are some down the road between hither and yon that can scare you so much you won't want to go on. But on you will go, though the weather be foul. On you will go, though your enemies prowl. On you will go, though the hack and cracks howl. Onward up many a frightening creek, though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike far, and face up to your problems, whatever they are. You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go. So be sure when you step with care and great tact, and remember that life's a great balancing act. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left. And you will succeed, yes, you will indeed. 98.75% guaranteed. Kid, you'll move mountains. So be your name Buxbaum or Bixby or Bray, or Mordecai, Alley, Van Allen, O'Shea, or Vivek. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way. I love you. Returning to the matter at hand, Madam President, or Mr. President, excuse me, how much time remains?
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to read this piece, which articulates my argument for peace very well, written in Responsible Statecraft, published on July 5th of 2023. We're now, think about it, nearly a year since this piece was published, and its arguments are, if anything, more pressing today than they were last summer. Quote, last year, referring to the possibility of escalation that the Russo-Ukrainian war entails, President Joe Biden announced that America and the world are closer to a destructive nuclear war than ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Perhaps no other statement from the highest level of government could so directly affirm the failure of American grand strategy and foreign policy in the post-Cold War world. What seemed to be a Hollywood sci-fi scenario that the average American in the 21st century did not even think about is now a possibility that experts, policymakers, and world leaders like President Biden discuss regularly. As America and the world grapple with the tectonic shifts that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has unleashed, war budgets around the world keep increasing. In 2022, global spending on defense reached an all-time high of $2.24 trillion. The U.S. defense budget accounted for almost 40% of the total, surpassing the next 10 countries combined, including China, Russia, India, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. Yes, America's ever-increasing military expenditures have hardly translated into success stories in the 21st century. The trillions of dollars pumped into questionable military adventurism abroad, such as the invasion of Iraq in 2003, have yielded equally questionable results not only for U.S. interests and national security, but also for global security. America's over-reliance on the military to achieve policy objectives and the unilateral actions pursued without an international mandate have backfired in the form of a growing coalition of dissatisfied states that refuse to accept a world order that they see as unjust and hierarchical. In April of 1953, President Dwight D. Eisenhower delivered the famous Chance for Peace speech, in which he compared the enthusiasm for a just and peaceful world after World War II to the unstable, hostile, and unpredictable environment of the Cold War. The 8 years that have passed have seen that hope waver, grow dim, and almost die. And the shadow of fear again has darkly lengthened across the world, he said, before laying out his vision of a just and peaceful order and warning against the unbalanced political influence of military interests. Today, 70 years later, the world faces the same shadow of fear as the unpredictable war unleashed by a revisionist Russia shakes the international system. Biden's promised end of America's forever wars that was supposed to bring stability and predictability back to the realm of international affairs, while also allowing the United States to reorient its resources towards a much-needed domestic revival, did not materialize. While the war in Ukraine poses a significant threat to U.S. national security interests and necessitates an appropriate policy response, including security assistance to Ukraine for self-defense, look, this guy even believed in security assistance to Ukraine up to a certain point. U.S. military spending was growing even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This pattern should raise questions about whether the United States should have increased spending on the military in response to the crisis in Ukraine. The war has also turned into a talking point for those whose direct interests tied to military spending overshadow the actual interests of the American people. Many are now pushing for the concept of a long standoff with foreign rivals, without accounting for the real costs and implications that will be borne by ordinary citizens both in America and abroad. In foreign affairs, discourse and reality are sometimes interwoven in complicated and nuanced ways. Conflict can arise as much from actual strategic disagreements, security considerations, and national interests as from discourse and perceptions. In this context, embracing conflict and promoting discourse that emphasizes a long-term confrontation is a dangerous path for America to follow. The very cause of World War I has been attributed to the perceptions of threats and the interpretation of actions by states as hostile, leading some scholars to argue that European leaders sleepwalked into a conflict they neither desired nor expected to win easily. The question for Americans today, especially the new generation that will be inheriting a more unstable and dangerous world, is whether they will allow America to sleepwalk into a conflict that the United States neither needs nor can afford to win. Traditionally, American voters do not attach much importance to foreign and defense policy issues. Yet the citizens of a country that will be spending a record $842 billion on the military cannot afford to close their eyes on such critical policy issues that in fact profoundly affect their livelihoods. The question is not whether America should abandon its legitimate security needs and interests, nor neglect the foreign threats that necessitate spending on the military. We must understand how much of the current spending is actually justified. We also need to assess the efficiency of the military to protect the American people and interests abroad without overextending resources wastefully and prompting a dangerous arms race that will paralyze growth, development, and more importantly, the long-term prospect for peace and a new, more just world order. This is why young Americans should be especially concerned with the unchecked influence of special interests that seek to inflate threats, install the inevitability of long-term confrontation in the world, and justify ever-increasing spending on the military. The new generation will be the primary bearer of such burdens, costs, and consequences that decisions taken in Washington today will have. Ultimately, it boils down to a simple question of the kind of vision young Americans have for their country and the world. The question is especially critical given America's own undeniable internal strife. Those seeking to downplay the legitimate critique of the over-reliance on military forget or deliberately neglect that foreign policy is ultimately dependent on domestic policy. Both experts and the general public now agree that the once-hailed American democracy is threatened. The inflection point for America is serious. The country is facing a crisis of identity. social cohesion, a growing discontent with the economic model that has marginalized an ever-growing segment of the population, and what is more concerning, a waning belief and trust in the country's most foundational institutions. Those championing a new age of unnecessarily militaristic and confrontational foreign policy that relies on growing and unbalanced defense budgets should rethink the use of those resources. A stroll in the streets of Portland or in the infamous Skid Row in Los Angeles could be beneficial to reevaluate priorities and distributions of limited resources to deal with the most pressing issues America faces. Ultimately, the strength and attractiveness of the United States on the global stage and America's competitiveness vis-a-vis its rivals depends on the domestic revival of a country that has been decaying silently for decades in virtually all key aspects. This is why a new generation of Americans must step in to seize the new chance for peace before it is too late. As the world order continues to fracture, only a wave of democratization of the most undemocratic sphere of policymaking in Washington can trigger the kind of reassessment and accountability the American people should expect from their elected leaders. Unless we take steps now to usher in an overdue reckoning in Washington, we may miss, as President Eisenhower said, a precious chance to turn back the tide of events. That was by Martin McRyan, and that again is from Responsible Statecraft, an important argument and an important piece. Let me address just a couple of points brought to mind by that piece and by that argument. You'll hear, especially in the last couple of days, after former President Donald Trump criticized NATO, you will hear a strong argument about what NATO means to the United States of America. And I think it's important for us and for our citizens to be honest, not just about the problems inherent with NATO and the lack of burden sharing, but also the problems that exist in NATO's own countries, countries that most of us love, that most of us see as important allies, but have deep, deep pathologies and problems that must be addressed. Something that is often said is that in this particular conflict, Ukraine versus Russia, NATO is actually carrying its fair share of the burden. You will see charts that make an argument that NATO, which has the economy approximately the size of the United States of America, is spending actually more resources on Ukraine than the United States of America. Now, that argument has a few critical flaws. Let's walk through them. First of all, NATO is providing a large amount of humanitarian assistance, and of course they're absorbing a large amount of refugees. They're doing it because Ukraine is in their backyard. But the critical weapons and munitions that are being provided are overwhelmingly the responsibility of the United States of America. NATO is not carrying its fair share of the burden when it comes to weapons, and that's the most important things the Ukrainians need to win. Second, even if we assumed, and it's wrong, but even if we assumed that NATO was carrying its fair share of the burden over the last 18 months, NATO has failed to carry its fair share of the burden for literally decades, ladies and gentlemen. Look just at how much money the United States has spent on defense since 1992 and compare that to our NATO allies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been subsidizing European security to the tune of trillions of dollars. And it might feel nice when we go to Munich and the Europeans thank us, and it might be great to get a pat on the back from a European head of state, but the American people demand that NATO carry its fair share of the burden. Germany is the largest economy in Europe. They have promised for decades, and especially over the last years, that they would meet the NATO threshold of 2% of GDP spent on defense. They are still not there. Italy, a massive economy, still underspends on defense. In fact, most of the economies of Europe, outside of the UK and France and some economies in Eastern Europe, most of the economies of Europe massively underspend on defense, and that has invited aggression, not just from Vladimir Putin, but from other places as well. And at the same time that world leaders play armchair general with the Ukraine conflict, their own societies are decaying. Not a single country, even the United States within the NATO alliance, has birth rates at replacement level. We don't have enough families and children to continue as a nation, and yet we're talking about problems 6,000 miles away. We are being invaded by up to 10 million illegal migrants over the course of Joe Biden's term in office, and we have apparently no president with willpower to stop that problem. We have a fentanyl crisis that has led to the deaths of over 100,000 people per year in the last few years of our youngest and brightest people. Mental health crises are skyrocketing. Youth suicides are skyrocketing. And every single place, not just the United States, but every single one of the countries in the NATO alliance see similar, or in some cases, even more troubling dynamics on most of those metrics, from migration to economic malaise. What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? China and Russia, if we want them to fear us, we need to rebuild our own countries. We need to rebuild a strong Europe and a strong America. We need to rebuild a civilization that can support conflicts instead of just run away from them. Because right now, we don't have that. We do not have a country and we do not have a NATO alliance that is strong enough to do the things that need to be done. So our message to the Europeans need to be simple. Fix your own country, share your own burden, spend more on defense, fix your own problems, and that will deal with the problem in Russia far more than a $61 billion check to Ukraine will. In fact, we are subsidizing them. We are enabling their refusal to spend enough resources on defense. And I see that my time is up, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that we have Tennesseans that are watching, and many people are saying, why is it that you all are here? Because this was to be a week where we were working in our states. And of course, many of us have set meetings in our state, but here we find ourselves as we are looking at this piece of legislation that all of a sudden has become a must pass. Now, the schedule for when we were going to be in and out of session came out in December, back around the 1st of December. So that is when we decide how we're going to organize our year and our work periods and meet those obligations to our constituents. But what we find out is there is all of a sudden this deadline that has to be met because it is the Munich conference. And we have a delegation that is going, and they don't want to go empty-handed. They want to take this bill that is going to be more money for Ukraine. Now, there are some of us who have said, hey, wait a minute. We've got these problems at our southern border, and we really can't help others until we deal with the crisis at our southern border. There are some of us who remember what happened on 9/11, and we remember the impact that that had on our nation, and we'll never forget that. And we realize how important it was to get our country back on track. And we did that. We moved forward aggressively, not only militarily, but getting our economy back on track, stabilizing our country, changing how we looked for terrorism, and taking steps that were necessary to protect the citizens of this country, to protect individuals in their communities, in their places of work, and to make certain that they knew we were going to be there to put them first and the protection of this country first. Well, but of course, deadlines and work periods have a way of forcing issues, of saying, well, this has got to be done and we have to meet this deadline. And I would suggest to all of my colleagues that after we return from this work period, guess what? There's all of a sudden going to be this deadline and this push that, oh, we've got the CR coming up, we've got to take action right now, so everybody's got to get in the same boat and vote for things that you really don't want, because we just cannot have a government shutdown. That is going to be the message that is there. Bear in mind, I think it's been now 103 days since the Democratic leader has allowed an appropriations bill to come to this floor for consideration. And because of the good work of Senators Collins and Murray, the Senate's appropriations bills came out of the Appropriations Committee in July. But no, they're not coming to this floor, because then the Democratic leader would have to give up the ability to jam it and to get what he wants right at the very end. Just like there's this jam to get this bill passed before the Munich conference so that it can be smiles, handshakes, and backslaps when they get there. But I think our allies would like for us to take care of ourselves and secure our border so that indeed we are going to be able to continue to help them, because this is a dangerous place. This world's a dangerous place. And there is an axis of evil, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, that are working overtime, trying to destroy the United States. They don't hide that that is their goal. They're really pretty open about that being their goal. China, they want global domination. Russia, they want to be able to sell China oil. Iran wants to sell China oil. Indeed, Iran is making billions of dollars every single month selling oil to China, because this administration withdrew the sanctions on Iran, the sanctions that President Trump and his administration had put in place that prohibited them from selling oil. But instead of the president putting those sanctions back on Iran and prohibiting that, and that's what is giving them the money they need to go out here and fund their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS Syria, ISIS Iraq, the IRG. Where do they get their equipment, their training, their missiles, their rockets? Courtesy of Iran. That is where they get it. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about, we've got to pass this bill. We've got to do it right now, because the happy handshakes are going to depend on it when they all get over to Munich. But what we need to be doing is paying attention to what is happening here on our own shores. Are we concerned about Israel? You better believe we are. We know that they are in a fight for survival. We also know that Iran is who is funding Hamas. Taiwan, are we concerned about them? Absolutely. And we want to make certain that Taiwan has what they need. I've even introduced legislation that would authorize a defense lend-lease program for Taiwan. It's important for them to have that. It's important for people to be able to pay back what we give them. Now, another thing that we need to do is look at the expectations of our enemies. We've got enemies that expect us at this point in time, because of this president and his administration, to be weak and to give them running room. They like that. They think that's a good thing. And they think that because this president is weak when it comes to our southern border, that they can push people into our country. From October to the end of the year, 24,000 Chinese, I think it was, Mr. President, that came in through our borders. You're talking about people from, according to the Border Patrol, 170 different countries that were coming across our border. And we know that these 8.8 million illegal immigrants that have entered this country under President Joe Biden's watch are not all individuals that are coming here for a better life. We know some of them are coming here to do us harm. Indeed, the FBI director in December, when he was before our committee, Mr. President, he responded to Senator Graham's question about what he saw with the terrorist threat. And indeed, in paraphrasing his comments, he talked about how he had never seen such broad-based threats, and that everywhere he looked, he saw red lights flashing. The world's a dangerous place. And Mr. President, it's coming to our border. Now, there are some things that we had wanted to get done in this bill that are not going to be done. And I will note for my colleagues that H.R. 2, which I know my Democratic colleagues do not like that bill. I know that. I understand that. We have a difference of opinion on that. But H.R. 2 is the House border security bill. Border security. What people are demanding that we do, secure our southern border. Now, that landed on our desk at Senate Judiciary Committee, and of course, Homeland Security has part of that, and HHS has part of that, the Senate Help Committee, but it landed on May 15th. Now, Mr. President, we've had over 80 meetings of the Senate Judiciary Committee since that bill landed. Not once have we even looked at taking it up, amending it, letting regular order take place, letting people amend that bill and make it a work product of the committee. That is not what has happened, but it is what should have happened, allowing regular order to take place and people to be able to weigh in and speak on this bill. But there was a decision not to move forward with that. Instead, it was pushed to the side and a special committee put in place, and they were tasked with solving what was going to be a border and national security bill. Interestingly enough, and I know that they all worked hard, and I know Senator Langford put his best efforts into that. But you know, Mr. President, I think there's a lot to be said for going by regular order, letting the committees take up a piece of legislation, letting the committees do their work on that piece of legislation. But that did not happen. But when I talk to Tennesseans, they are terribly concerned about what is happening with the open border because they see the impacts in their communities every single day, and the impacts are undeniable. When you look at the tens of thousands of U.S. citizens that lose their lives every year to fentanyl poisoning, and right now, Mr. President, the #1 killer of U.S. citizens in the 18 to 45-year-old age bracket is fentanyl. We know the Chinese are working hand in glove with the Mexican cartels, especially the Sinaloa cartel, that is right there on the Mexico side across from that Arizona border. They are working overtime. They're pressing those pills, and then they're pushing them across the border. That is what they think is going to help them attack us and harm our citizens. The drug trafficking, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking that is taking place every single day. Local law enforcement, I visit with each of our 95 Tennessee counties every single year. And to a county, law enforcement tells me they can't deal with the drugs and the human trafficking and the gangs and the crime until we secure the southern border. They're trying, but it continues to grow every single day. Now, another thing that concerns everyone, and this ties us back to the FBI's comments about seeing flashing red lights, and that is the number of people who are special interest aliens that are coming from countries like Iran and Afghanistan and Syria, and they're flooding into our country. As I said, people from 170 countries is what the Border Patrol tells us came across our border last year. Think about that. These are people who are making a choice to come across our southern border, paying a cartel to come across that border instead of legally coming into this country. That is a choice that they are making. Now, also, the terrorist watch list, in addition to those hundreds that are coming from special interest countries, you've got 49 terrorist watch list individuals that have been apprehended at the border since the start of fiscal year 2024. So we know that this danger is there. We know these individuals are coming into our country, and we know that our law enforcement professionals are telling us, it's not a question of if we have another terrorist attack on U.S. soil. It is a question of when. So, when you look at what has transpired with this security supplemental and the $113 billion that has already gone to Ukraine, and by the way, some of us keep asking for a full accounting of where that money is. Some of us continue to ask for what we consider a win with Ukraine. We continue to ask what is the strategy that is being implemented there. But what we get back at us is crickets. So some of us have had amendments that we think would make the legislation before us, the security supplemental, a stronger piece of legislation. Now, I had several amendments that I had proposed. Number 1540 would limit the number of aliens who can be paroled into the U.S. every year. Because if you look at the numbers from previous administrations, Democrat and Republican, you see that many multiples of those numbers are what the Biden administration is waving right on into the country. I also had an amendment, number 1534, that would prohibit any of our taxpayer dollars going into Gaza until all the hostages have been released. There again, our citizens do not want their tax dollars going into Gaza being scooped up by Hamas through UNRWA, and that being pushed forward. Now, my amendment 1535 would accelerate deportations for illegal aliens who physically assault first responders. Indeed, We have seen more of that than we would like to see in this country. So they should be immediately deporting. I also have 1547, which would prohibit the president and his administration from selling or removing any of the existing border wall or the components that are out there for the border wall. Mr. President, it was distressing to us to hear that the president was choosing to sell off the border wall when Border Patrol tells us they need a physical barrier, they need better technology where they cannot have a physical barrier, and then they need more officers and agents. Giving them that physical barrier should be something that we agree to do. Number 1548 would put back in place the President Trump era migrant protection protocol. Stay in that safe third country. Execute your claim for asylum there. That is something that would be an assistance to our Border Patrol. Now, my amendment number 1539 should be something that we would all agree on. And Madam President, this would allow the border states to place temporary barriers on federal land to protect their communities. Now, for those of us that have been to the border many times, we have walked along this border and we've met with ranchers and we've met with farmers and we've met with property owners who say, you know, we're losing the right to private property. They can show you pictures of dead bodies they have found on their ranches. They can show you pictures of fields of melons and tomatoes and produce that have been literally trampled by people that are coming across. So allowing them the right to protect that property. Everybody should agree someone has the right to protect their property. A homeowner backing up to the border there in Arizona need not worry that they're going to walk out their back door and find illegal aliens napping in the backyard or taking a dip in a swimming pool or leaving clothes and water bottles strewn right around their back porch. Now, one that I have worked on for quite a while, number 1536, is the End Child Exploitation Act. What this would do is end that horrible practice of child recycling. Now, Madam President, you and I are moms. I'm a grandmom. And this legislation would require a DNA test for adults and children to determine the familial relationship between an alien and an accompanying minor. This is important to do. During the Trump era, we did DNA testing at the southern border. Not a difficult task. It's a 45-minute test. And this will save a child's life because we found that fully a third of those children were being trafficked. We also have learned from Border Patrol that many times a child will present with an adult, they get across the border, and then the child is cut loose. And on the child's arm or on their back is written name and phone number, who to call to send the child back across the border. Border Patrol tells us some of these children have been, they have been recycled 8 or 9 times. There is a way we could end that. The Prince Act would also help us to end this recycling by fingerprinting non-citizens under the age of 14. Now, there is another issue that I have been working on for about a year, and it is to find out what has happened with the unaccompanied alien children that have been released to sponsors who have not been properly vetted. Right now, we have 85,000 children that we do not know where they are, if they're dead or alive, if they're trafficked or not. My amendment 1537 would have addressed this issue and required HHS to report back to us. We should all agree that these unaccompanied alien children should be protected. They ought not to be being sex trafficked. They ought not to be in labor gangs and crews. They ought not to be unprotected. And Madam President, we found out about this through a reporter that was working in a meat processing facility, and there were children there that were illegally in the country, brought across. They had been turned over to a sponsor by our Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is a part of Health and Human Services, and they were in a labor gang. We can't get an answer from HHS about this. So that amendment plus 1538, which would require in-person home visits so we can find out where these children are, those should be things that we agree with, and that ought not to be a partisan issue. That should be something that is a part of a Homeland Security bill. Now, 1533 would require any funding to the UN to be contingent on the organization placing Hamas, Hezbollah, and other foreign and Iranian proxies and groups designated as foreign terrorist organizations on the UN Security Council consolidated list. Terrorist organizations ought not to get the money that is coming from U.S. taxpayers. So it is, there are so many concerns about this process, about this legislation, and the fact that we would rush to pass this so we can go have a good shaken howdy in Munich, I think is so disrespectful of the American taxpayer. It's disrespectful of Tennesseans. We should have taken up H.R. 2. We should have amended and debated that. And we're here when we have a week where we would be working in our states, and we know that this legislation that is in such a rush to be passed for the celebratory moments is dead on arrival in the House. Madam President, I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to bring attention to the process which this body is considering not just this massive spending bill, but the way in which we've handled all the very limited business that's come before this chamber this entire year. Before I do that, I would like to say we've got some folks in the gallery and we've got people tuning in, and I'm sure everyone watched the Super Bowl last night where the Kansas City Chiefs won in overtime. I think it was only the second overtime win. Patrick Mahomes, anytime he's got the ball, the last guy to have the ball usually wins, and in big games this is becoming a thing. And the Chiefs essentially now are in a dynasty. So Patrick Mahomes has been in the league for 6 years. He's won 3 Super Bowls, 3 out of 4 trips, 3 in the last 5 years. So it was a great game, and certainly glad our Kansas City Chiefs won, with my not sincerest apologies to the California Senators. I would be probably disingenuous if I said that, but it was a good game, and congratulations to the Chiefs. on a well-deserved another championship. Right before that game yesterday, and finished just in the nick of time, essentially for the kickoff, I rose on this floor to talk about what has happened at our southern border. Now, in this bill that we're considering now, there's nothing in there for our southern border. It's gone. To the extent there was ever anything, this is now an exclusively foreign aid package. And I can't probably make the case strong enough of what a disconnect that really is from what the American people care about. And I know there'll be some people in this chamber that say, well, they just don't, as much as we tell them, they just don't understand. No, I think they do understand. I think they do understand. They see a federal government that is $34 trillion in debt, with a president that wants to spend trillions and trillions more this year than we take in, no real sanity in sight, and no real process for senators to actually weigh in on these important matters. I went through the laundry list of how we got here. The punchline is, not to recap that, and maybe I will tomorrow, but the punchline is Joe Biden has every authority he needs right now under existing law to secure our southern border. He just doesn't do it. He doesn't want to. Because on day one, the executive orders that were in place that were effective under President Trump, he got rid of. Whether it was Remain in Mexico, Title 42, a number of them we rolled through last night. Even right now, as we stand here, talk here, Joe Biden could do all those things, and he actually could stop abusing the parole process, where those are supposed to be individualized adjudications, but instead, millions of people, millions, are being released en masse because they're from a particular country or category. That's illegal. So if you wonder how we got here, that's how we got here. And you don't need another bill to fix that. You need a president who wants to fix it. Now, we could have a real debate on the Senate floor with all of us about how we go about improving existing law. But we don't do that either. We have secret negotiations with a couple senators. Some people liked the product, some people didn't. But the process, there's no doubt about it, is totally broken. And that played out last week. So that's what I want to talk about. It turns out there were a few other senators. I know Senator Lee, Senator Blackburn, I think Senator Vance probably touched on this, and there's a lot of other people, and not just Republicans, by the way, that feel that this process that is in place now is broken and people don't have an opportunity to weigh in. Before I leave the border, though, I do want to mention one thing. If there's one thing that could crystallize the lunacy of this administration's policy, there was something under President Trump called Operation Talon. You didn't hear much about it because it was canceled very early on. What is Operation Talon? Operation Talon was an effort to deport previously convicted sex offenders from other countries. There's a lot that divides us, but I don't know. I would think that's something we could come together on. Maybe we want to deport people who've been previously convicted of sex offenses. Evidently not. That was too difficult for the Biden administration to accept, probably because Trump did it. That reflexive desire to undo success, to appease the group clamoring for more compassion at the border, has completely backfired. Women and children are being raped on their way to the southern border. The cartels are in control. Fentanyl is streaming across. Human trafficking. that when I went down to the border when I was Attorney General of Missouri was valued then at the time, when we probably saw 2/3 of the level of illegal immigration that we see right now, was valued at $100 million a week. $100 million a week for the human trafficking alone. Some of that's the worst stuff that you could possibly imagine, but some of it also was people being trafficked across, being placed in employment in cities across this country, being taken advantage of, and if they ever expressed any concern, their family might get killed back home. There's nothing compassionate about what's happening at our border. The media won't cover it. My suspicion is if this was happening under the previous administration, NBC Nightly News would be camped out for about a year at the southern border. But that's not what we see. So what do we see here? We see 98 senators, 96 senators locked out. And I mean this as a call to any colleagues who are listening, and I've had many of these conversations already. There is a better way. We can strike some real reform on the way that we handle things. Regular orders talked about, an open amendment process is talked about. There are a couple people who don't want to see that happen. Senator Schumer certainly doesn't want to see that happen. Think about the power he gets to wield. Come to me. I am the one that gets to come down from the mountain and unveil the tablets. You'll be cast aside if you dare try to change what's been, carved into stone. That is not what our republic is supposed to be like. Each one of us from different states, and Madam President, our states share a border along the Mississippi River. Well, there's a lot of things we have in common as Missourians and Illinoisans. My wife is from Illinois, has family there, we get to visit. There's a lot of things that we agree on, but there are also things that are different. We have a system of federalism. And the founders had a really unique opportunity at the time, 240 some odd years ago, to create a government from whole cloth. They got the unique opportunity to create structural safeguards to protect individual liberty. They were students of human history. They understood the dangers of consolidation of power, of what it meant to have a single person in charge of too many things. They had seen it play out, and it plays out in the world today. So a system of government was created to spread out that power, vertically and horizontally. The states came together and unanimously agreed on the very limited powers they wanted the federal government to have, and the states retained the rest. The states were sovereign. They made this compact. The first one didn't work with the Articles of Confederation, but the Constitution has stuck, thank God. And in that Constitution, the Article 1 branch is the first one mentioned, of course, because what we do here has enormous impact on people, and we're supposed to be connected to the people, not cloaked away, telling everyone we know better than them. The idea that as a United States Senator, you cannot come to this floor and say, I have an idea. I have a way that I think would improve this bill, and offer it and have people vote on it, is totally insane to me. Maybe I had not been here long enough to have that idealism beaten out of me, but I will never lose that. I will never lose that desire, sincere desire, no matter your political party, to have the ability to come out here and try to persuade, or your willingness to be persuaded. Unique coalitions can be formed from that. All of that's taken out. So for me, some diagnosis of why this place is so dysfunctional, There are 0 vehicles. Well, there are very limited vehicles. So for the folks in the gallery who are coming here today, or the people listening, what you think happens here doesn't happen here. I mean, I think back a little over a year ago when I was sworn in, or before I got sworn in, there was an orientation that we go through, and you meet the people that are going to have this shared experience with you as a freshman member of the United States Senate. I mean, it is humbling, and I speak for myself, and I think for all the freshman members, Republicans or Democrats, I mean, understand what a unique privilege this is to serve in this chamber. And when I signed my name in that book, I was number 2,000, which is kind of cool. And you learn a lot, and you actually are given some reading materials. Now, I've always kind of had an interest in particularly this chamber, in the unique role that it plays in our republic. It's supposed to be, there's a reason why, it takes 60 votes to get to move. It's not supposed to be a place where a simple majority rules. That's for the House of Representatives, which of course every 2 years has elections. It's supposed to be more rooted in the kind of changes that can happen every couple of years. The Senate, it's staggered terms every 6 years. It's supposed to be more deliberative. This body is not deliberative. It's deliberately exclusionary. What have we seen? So anyway, you read about, how the Senate used to operate. I'm not talking about ancient history. I'm talking about a couple decades ago. I mean, in the course of a republic, it's certainly not that big of a breach in time, where a senator would have an amendment and get voted on. And there's something that happens in that process. If a senator's got 80 amendments, the colleagues are going to come up and say, Senator from Nebraska or whoever it would be, we get it. Are you sure all of them are necessary? Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. There's sort of a social pressure that comes into play. And you start, figuring out what are the most important things. You start to see where the body might be if you have similar issues that have come up on amendments. There's a flow to it. Right now, there's no flow. We come in here a couple times a week in a 45-minute window to say yes or no to some judicial nominations. Because Chuck Schumer, you better go to his office. You want anything to happen. If you want some glorious omnibus monstrosity, that's where you head. And it's worth pointing out that we've already done a couple of these CRs. We're headed to another. And guess how much time we've dedicated to appropriations bills? In almost 14 months since I've been here, we have spent a grand total of 8 hours on one piece of legislation that combined 3 appropriation bills. That's it. So for a government that is bankrupt, borrowing money to spend, that's the kind of respect that the majority leader has given to the American people on perhaps the most important thing we're supposed to do every day or every year, which is to kind of sift through our priorities. That's been robbed from this place. It is my sincere hope that in this place, a group of us can come together, a bipartisan group together, and demand real reforms. This idea of filling a tree it's totally antithetical. So I mentioned sort of the founders created a system they were weary of and concerned of aggregations of power. I can't think of a greater aggregation of power in what's supposed to be a place where power is diffused among the 100 of us than one person getting to decide that amendments don't get to come on. Now look, by the way, this is a point made for my Republican colleagues and Democrat colleagues about, objecting and withholding consent. I think there's a lot of muscle memory that needs to get back into this place where, we're allowed to vote. But you see the frustration. I mean, you don't need to be like a social scientist to figure out where the frustration comes from. There's not that many vehicles. Something gets bounced of yours. People, human nature, they maybe want to bounce something from somebody else. I guess my plea here is that we use this, regardless of how you feel about this particular bill, this slow-moving train wreck of how we do business here, that everybody privately kind of looks at this and says, this is not the way. This can't be the way. And then you have a bubbling up among members, rank and file members, to demand something different. But we can't get there if we just go along with this stuff every time because somebody says this is how you're supposed to vote. You'll get out of here, in 3 hours. Every time that happens, individual senators cede really important autonomy to help shape legislation that will affect people's lives, or refuse, in this instance, to get serious about potentially demanding our southern border is secured before we send another $61 billion to another country. The appropriations process, I know that there's been some progress made in that committee, and I commend Senator Collins and Senator Murray for the work that they put in. It doesn't necessarily mean I agree with all of the work product necessarily, but that process that they went through is very important. And then what's supposed to happen is, it's like the old how a bill becomes a law. Those bills, each one of them, are supposed to come out on their own. Senators would have an idea or amend it or not. We send it over to the House, or more appropriately for those bills, comes over from the House, and then we have vehicles to do that on the Senate. But something happens in that process too. There's going to be disagreements, and I don't care who's in charge, or different parties are in charge between the two chambers. There's going to be different priorities. There's going to be different ideas. That's healthy. And then you work it out in a conference committee. And then it goes back to each chamber, up or down vote. That's how it's supposed to work. That's not how it works. Not even close. And we're already sort of creeping towards, again, talk about an embarrassment of riches for Chuck Schumer. He's got another couple CRs coming his way. And then what you get to is a couple days before, or a day before, or 5 hours before, here it is. You need to support this, Senator Schmidt or Senator Scott or whoever, or you're in favor of shutting down the government. And let me read off the parade of terribles of the things that will happen that you will be responsible for if you don't vote for this thing that I came up with in my basement 4 hours ago. It's crazy. And I know that many of my senator friends agree with me. I've had these conversations. If you're in your office and you agree with me, blink twice. We're all being held hostage here. So I guess in the limited time that I have here, and if we have more time later, I'll continue to talk about this, but I just think there's real opportunities for reform. I mean that sincerely. I mean that as a gesture of goodwill, and it doesn't need to be the stuff, it doesn't even need to be my amendment. I'm prepared to win. I'm prepared to lose. I just think it's healthy for this place to have vehicles where people can offer these sorts of amendments, where they can have regular order. But I want to talk specifically about sort of where we're at with this one. We had a negotiation among a few people that produced a product that a lot of people didn't support. And that's not a personal attack on anyone, quite the contrary. I appreciate the effort as Senator Langford worked very hard. There were a lot of things that were very problematic from my perspective, not to relitigate that, but only to say that I think part of that, the lesson from it is, there's got to be more buy-in, there's got to be more input. And that all shouldn't happen, you know, where nobody can see it, or there's broad strokes, because, you know, I'm a little biased here as a lawyer, the language actually does matter. And I think from the get-go, by the way, my position on this has been, I think, consistent. Could roll the tape from when I was on this floor talking about it. I think that these issues should be spread out separately. I don't think Ukraine money should be tied to Israel money, should be tied to Taiwan money. I think it's a mistake. And again, I think it robs the ability of individual senators to say, you know, that situation's different. Take the difference between Ukraine money and Israel money. There's different levels of support in this place. There's different likelihoods of success. There's different needs. There's different coalitions of allies around the world that can step up or haven't stepped up. But to continually come back to the American people without an articulated plan here or what victory looks like as it relates to Ukraine, you're denying a reality of the justified skepticism. And I'll just speak for my state. Missouri is the show-me state. Missouri has always been skeptical, and I don't care if it was Harry Truman or Kit Bond or whoever, who, by the way, stood at this desk, who were skeptical of a government 1,000 miles away telling them how to live their lives. Or in this instance, a federal government saying to Missourians and the American people, securing the southern border isn't a priority, but sending $60+ billion to Ukraine is today. And it's so important. We're here all weekend. I don't care about that. But all business aside, here we are, and we're going to the mat, and you don't get amendments. The American people are smart. They see right through that. And you can try to explain it away, but that is the reality. And the truth is, Joe Biden could secure the border with the existing law, same law that existed under President Trump, refuses to do so. Part of what the negotiation was supposed to be about, I guess, was, if you wanted to tie this stuff together, was you weren't going to have that unless the southern border was secured. Well, we didn't get that, but here we go immediately confirming the worst fears of the American people, that this whole debate, all of it, the center of gravity all along has been about the Ukraine money. The rest of it, window dressing. Maybe to get a couple more votes, to make it look like it had a broader bipartisan coalition or not. And I think if people are being honest in this place, that's what it was about. And so here we are now with the center of gravity at center stage. But instead of senators having an opportunity to maybe affect that in a particular way, maybe the $8 billion to pay for the government of Ukraine might be amended out. I know Senator Cotton from Arkansas has an amendment about that. We're not going to have a chance to vote on that, I don't think. I had an amendment to separate out aid for Israel. We're not going to get to vote on that. And by the way, I don't think it necessarily changes the result too much on the floor if you separated out Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. I don't think that it does, but it does certainly harm again, people's trust and their faith in the process. And so the two main points I suppose I wanted to bring up in this 30 minutes before I yield back and reserve the remainder of my time is that I think if we have to be honest about the disconnect between what we're doing here and what's happening in real America and what people really feel about all this, and we can keep bulldozing right through that, but I think it's insulting and disrespectful to the American people. And secondly, and more broadly, we have to come together as senators and decide that no matter who's in charge, that people are going to have a say. They get to vote. They get to offer ideas. And all these little tricks and procedural roadblocks that have been set up by both parties over the last 40 years, 20 years, probably more specifically, it's not healthy for our republic. And it certainly diminishes our power as individual senators to fight for the people of our states. Madam President, I reserve the remainder of my time, but yield back. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, earlier this week I came to the floor to discuss the horrific terror attacks committed by Hamas against Israel on October 7th, the brutal murder of about 1,200 people, and the seizure of 240 hostages. I underscored the fact that Israel not only has the right, but it has the duty to defend itself against those heinous acts and prevent any future October 7th. Never again. I also repeated my calls to prioritize the release of hostages, including American citizens. Madam President, I also pointed out that while Israel is conducting a just war, it must be waged justly, including taking all necessary measures to protect innocent civilians. Last week, Secretary of State Blinken made his 5th trip to Israel, where this time he urged Prime Minister Netanyahu not to launch a major military operation against Rafah, a city in southern Gaza whose population has increased 5-fold since the beginning of the war, because Palestinian refugees fleeing from northern Gaza and other parts of Gaza were told by the Netanyahu government that Rafah was a safe place for them to go. Within hours of meeting with Secretary Blinken, Prime Minister Netanyahu rebuffed that request and announced publicly that he had decided to launch just such an operation against Rafah. And yesterday, as if to rub it in, Prime Minister Netanyahu appeared on ABC Sunday television here in the United States to say that despite the requests from the United States, he had decided that Israel will launch a military operation against the city of Rafah. Madam President, this is part of a pattern where Prime Minister Netanyahu thanks President Biden in the United States for our substantial military assistance, but then mostly rejects our requests to take measures to protect civilians and to facilitate desperately needed humanitarian assistance to people in need. President Biden has called the bombings in Gaza, quote, indiscriminate. And the United States has repeatedly called upon the Netanyahu government to take steps to end the huge number of civilian deaths from bombing, artillery, and other weaponry. The death toll now stands at over 28,000 people, over 2/3 of them women and children. And what does Prime Minister Netanyahu say? He says Israel is already doing all it can. President Biden recently called Israel's actions in Gaza, quote, over the top, unquote. Prime Minister Netanyahu said he didn't know what President Biden was talking about. Every major international aid organization that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to virtually everyone, says that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is the worst they've seen in the world ever in their decades of experience, as over 400,000 people are on the verge of starvation, and the entire population of over 200 million is at crisis levels of food insecurity. Meanwhile, Israeli authorities in Gaza, Kogat, say there's, quote, there's no humanitarian crisis in Gaza, unquote. The Biden administration has repeatedly urged the Netanyahu government to allow for more humanitarian assistance into Gaza, only to be mostly ignored. The overriding message to the United States from the Netanyahu coalition is this: thanks for giving us all the weapons, thanks for your taxpayer support, but don't lecture us about civilian casualties or the need to better facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. For example, on his trip to Israel last week, Secretary Blinken pointed out that, quote, Israelis were dehumanized in the most horrific way on October 7th, and that the hostages have been dehumanized every day since. I agree. Secretary Blinken then went on to say, but that cannot be a license to dehumanize others, unquote. A former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren, responded by essentially saying, thank you, Secretary Blinken, for the ammunition, but don't accuse Israel of dehumanization, because that delegitimizes Israel and makes it harder for us to use that ammunition or to defend ourselves and exercise our right to self-defense. In other words, former Ambassador Oren was saying, keep sending us the weapons, but don't suggest that we are dehumanizing innocent Palestinians. Madam President, I would suggest that rather than criticizing Secretary Blinken for his comments, Michael Oren and others should condemn the dehumanizing statements about Palestinians that have been made by members of the Netanyahu coalition and other Israeli government officials during the war in Gaza. Here are just some of them. One said, and I quote, there's no such thing as innocence in Gaza, unquote. Another minister described the campaign in Gaza as, quote, rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Gaza Nakba 2023. Nakba being a reference to the mass displacement of Palestinians back in 1948. And that statement was echoed by other members of Netanyahu's Likud party. Another member of Likud said, and I quote, there is no place for any humanitarian gestures. We must erase the memory of Amalek, referring to members of a biblical tribe that was an enemy of Israel. In fact, such an enemy that Scripture said the Israelites should put to death every man, woman, and child. Indeed, Prime Minister Netanyahu himself said, and I quote, you must remember what Amalek has done to you, unquote. A reference scholars say that has long been used on the Israeli far right to justify the inhumane treatment of Palestinians. Even President Herzog, considered by many to be a more moderate voice, painted all Palestinians with a broad brush, saying, and I quote, it's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. President Herzog. Madam President, these are just a sampling of the many statements made by government officials and Netanyahu coalition members. So what should the United States do? What should we do when bombs and artillery that we have provided and paid for are being used to kill large numbers of innocent Palestinian civilians? And we are told to go mind our own business. What should the United States do when over 2 million Palestinian civilians who have nothing to do with Hamas are facing a humanitarian catastrophe, but the Netanyahu government refuses to open the Eretz crossing or take the other measures that 25 senators wrote to President Biden about last week, asking him to push the Netanyahu government to do them? What should the United States do when the Netanyahu government refuses to prioritize the release of all the remaining hostages, including American citizens? What should we do when extremist settlers in the West Bank, in many cases with the IDF standing by, and in some cases with their active participation, attacks Palestinians with impunity and pushes them off their land? What should we do? What should we do when we have made clear that the United States opposes the launch of a new military operation in the city of Gaza because it will turn into an even bigger humanitarian disaster, but Prime Minister Netanyahu goes on American national TV to say he's going to do it anyway? Rafah is a city in southern Gaza. Before the war started, it was a city with a population of about 300,000 people. Its population has now multiplied in size by 5 times. About 1.3 million people are there now, over 1 million of them having fled death and destruction in other parts of Gaza because they were told by Prime Minister Netanyahu and others that they would be safe there. I visited the Egyptian side of the Rafah Gate about 5 weeks ago, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley, to better understand the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We talked to people, we listened to people, we got fully briefed. Madam President, the humanitarian situation was a catastrophe then. And by all accounts, the situation in Gaza has gone from nightmare to pure hell, even more so in the north than in the south. When asked on national television on Sunday where all of these civilians now seeking refuge would go, Prime Minister Netanyahu breezily stated, "You know, the areas that we've cleared north of Rafah, plenty of areas there." That's what the Prime Minister said on American TV. Now, Madam President, unless he's talking about areas that were cleared through bombing and have been reduced to rubble, it's simply not true. Don't believe those who claim that there's an easy path to caring for the 1.3 million people in Rafah. It wasn't that long ago that Prime Minister Netanyahu claimed that there was no humanitarian crisis in Gaza. No humanitarian crisis there. In fact, he boasted that he was allowing into Gaza the, quote, minimum amount of humanitarian aid to avoid a humanitarian disaster. Well, the claim that there's no humanitarian disaster doesn't pass any credible test, and we know that. For weeks, the United Nations and international aid organizations have warned that Palestinian civilians are on the verge of starvation. Those warnings have been ignored and dismissed by Prime Minister Netanyahu and his extremist government. Just recently, the World Food Program, together with UNICEF, which is the UN organization to look after the well-being of children around the world. Both these organizations, by the way, currently headed by Americans. The WFP and UNICEF issued an analysis recently on the deterioration of the nutrition situation in Gaza during the first 120 days of the war. Here are some of the things that they concluded. In northern Gaza, more than 90% of children aged 6 to 23 months and pregnant and breastfeeding women and girls face severe food poverty. The food they do have is of the lowest nutritional value. More than 90% of children aged 6 to 23 months and more than 95% of pregnant and breastfeeding women and girls are eating 2 or fewer food groups. 95% of households are limiting meals and portion sizes. 64% are only eating 1 meal a day. They indicated that health screenings show a rapid deterioration of the nutrition situation for children aged 6 to 23 months in northern Gaza, with global acute malnutrition at over 15%. WHO, the World Health Organization, classifies global acute malnutrition over 15% as a critical emergency. Madam President, yesterday I began to hear reports of people who have actually starved to death in Gaza. So earlier today, I asked the head of the World Food Program, former American Ambassador Cindy McCain, about these reports. I sent her a note, text message, asking about reports that some children have now crossed the awful threshold from being on the verge of starvation to dying of starvation. She wrote back, and I quote, "This is true. We are unable to get in enough food to keep people from the brink. Famine is imminent. I wish I had better news," end quote. Madam President, I want that to sink in. Kids in Gaza are now dying from the deliberate withholding of food. In addition to the horror of that news, one other thing is true. That is a war crime. It is a textbook war crime. And that makes those who orchestrate it war criminals. So now the question is, what will the United States do? What will we do? What will President Biden do? President Biden must take action in response to what is happening. First and foremost, the president must demand that the Netanyahu government immediately allow more food and water and other life-saving supplies into Gaza and make sure it reaches the children and other people who are starving, including in the north. A few weeks ago, 25 senators wrote the president a letter outlining some of those steps. To my knowledge, none of those 5 steps have been implemented by the Netanyahu government. Second, unless and until the Netanyahu government allows more relief into Gaza, the President Biden needs to invoke Section 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act. Madam President, here's the exact language of that section of the Foreign Assistance Act. Quote, "No assistance shall be furnished under this chapter of the Arms Export Control Act to any country when it is made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts, directly or indirectly, the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance." Now, about 3 weeks ago, I asked senior State Department officials to tell me why this law, Section 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act, has not been applied. Tell me how it's not the case that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not restricting directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance when we have the humanitarian horror show that I just mentioned. Well, I haven't gotten an answer. to the question I posed about 3 weeks ago. And the answer, Madam President, is there is no good answer to that question. Now, I applaud the President of the United States for issuing National Security Memorandum number 20 a few days ago. National Security Memorandum number 20, which now has full legal force, is based on an amendment that I and 18 my fellow senators filed on this national security bill that we're considering right now. And I want to thank the President and his team for putting the terms of that amendment into action, into law through the National Security Memorandum, which gives the President of the United States additional tools to require that countries, all countries, that receive and use our military assistance do so in accordance with international humanitarian law. In fact, here's the wording of the National Security Memorandum, which is now the law of the land. Quote, the Secretary of State shall obtain credible and reliable written assurances from a representative of the recipient country, as the Secretary of State deems appropriate, that in any area of armed conflict where such recipient country uses such defense articles consistent with applicable law, the recipient country will facilitate and not arbitrarily deny, restrict, or otherwise impede, directly or indirectly, the transport or delivery of the United States humanitarian assistance and United States government-supported international efforts to provide humanitarian assistance. That is now the law of the land. Madam President, the bill before us does a number of things. It provides military assistance to Ukraine, to Israel, to our partners in the Indo-Pacific. It also contains life-saving humanitarian aid that, if it can actually be delivered to those who need it, would save lives in Gaza, the West Bank, Sudan, and other places around the world facing desperate humanitarian situations. As I've said before on this floor, I am supporting this bill because of the vital military assistance it provides to the people of Ukraine. And I will vote for it because without that assistance, they will not be able to sustain their courageous effort to fight off the onslaught against their democracy and their sovereignty from Vladimir Putin. And I support the vital humanitarian assistance in this bill. And I fully support the funds to supply Israel with the Iron Dome system and other defensive systems that have been essential to protect the people of Israel from Hamas rocket attacks and are there to protect them from other incoming missiles. With respect to the lethal offensive portion of that assistance, I'm asking President Biden to make sure that it is provided in strict adherence to National Security Memorandum 20 that he just issued, and be used only in accordance with international humanitarian law. That memorandum provides the President with substantial new leverage to make that happen if he chooses to use it. I hope he will. Because the United States government has an obligation on behalf of the American people to make sure that our military support aligns with our values and interests. There should be no blank checks for any country. We cannot continue the pattern where Prime Minister Netanyahu says, "Thank you, Mr. President, for America's generous military assistance," and then thumbs his nose at America's legitimate requests. Madam President, this is a hinge moment in history with what's going on right now in Ukraine. But it's also a critical question for our country with respect to what's going on in Gaza. And I hope and I pray that the President of the United States will make sure that the United States conducts itself in a manner that is consistent with our values and with our interests. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Florida.
Madam President, some of my Democrat colleagues will want you to believe that any opposition to their agenda is evil and unjustified. They have claimed for weeks that mere questions about the $95 billion bill the Senate is now considering are rooted in some radical right-wing, anti-democracy conspiracy. And the liberal press prints these lies as gospel. I think this process has destroyed the Senate, ignores the history of our great nation. One of the first decisions facing our new republic was whether to engage in the conflict raging between French revolutionaries and an alliance of European nations led by Great Britain. As we all know, President George Washington ultimately decided to remain neutral in that conflict, knowing that our new nation was not prepared to assume the grand responsibilities of supporting a cause, no matter how noble, while properly attending to the pressing matters facing his new government here at home. America was cash-strapped and war-weary. In the centuries that have passed that moment, our great nation has evolved. The United States has grown into the leader of the free world, the true global superpower, representing the ideals of liberty, freedom, and democracy, and standing staunchly against oppression and tyranny wherever it is found. We no longer must wrestle with these decisions the ways our founders did, but we still face tremendous domestic challenges that I'm sure Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson could have never imagined in April of 1793. Today, we are once again cash-strapped and war-weary. Like never before, Americans are questioning whether their federal government has lost its way, now fails to represent the people they elected. Less than 25% of the country believes we're on the right track. Decades of politicians in Washington being addicted to earmarks and pushing reckless fiscal policy have decimated the financial health of our great nation. The United States has more than $34 trillion in debt, soon to exceed $35 trillion, and a budget deficit projected this year of nearly $1.8 trillion. Since 2019, the U.S. population has increased just 1.8%, but our federal budget is set to increase by 55%. Surprise to many, federal revenues were down over 9% last year. The last 3 months, we have lost nearly 1.6 million full-time jobs. Part-time jobs are up more than 850,000 Americans or more, as more Americans can't find full-time work and have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. Biden's bad economy and reckless policies have created massive inflation. It is up 17% since he took office. It's causing immense pain for families every day, especially our poor families like mine growing up. Unfortunately, the world's evil regimes and tyrants do not wait for the United States to be in our top fighting and fiscal shape to launch their attacks. And the weakness and appeasement of the Biden administration has emboldened them to sow chaos in nearly every corner of the world. Iran and its proxies like Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah are waging war against Israel and fighting to destroy the Jewish state and its people. Russia continues its war in Ukraine, creating instability not seen in Europe since World War II. And Communist China continues to threaten the United States and prepare for an invasion of Taiwan that will upend world trade and destabilize the Indo-Pacific even further. While chaos continues abroad, Americans' national security is also being threatened every day by invasion of single adult males at our own borders, one that President Biden's lawless actions have created, encouraged, and maintained. This is the sad reality for a nation under the weak leadership of Joe Biden. It's forced this body to deal with world events in a way that I'm sure many of us completely dislike. I say all this to put the moment we find ourselves in today into the honest context it deserves, but is so often ignored or purposely manipulated by Democrats and their allies in the mainstream media. The United States cannot ignore the massive threats we face to our national security and prosperity that I have just outlined. I hope that we all can agree. But as this body so often does, especially under the control of our Democrat colleagues, the Senate is about to again fail to meet this moment with responsible and appropriate legislation. Rather than negotiating a bill for border security in the public, we were kept in the dark for months and ultimately failed to negotiate a border security deal with Democrats that could actually get Republican support, and passed because it did not require Biden to secure the border. This bill completely fails to deliver what most of our conference supported in tying the disbursement of Ukraine aid to real reductions of illegal immigration at the southern border. It was the only way we knew to make Biden do his job. Voters in Florida want a secure border today, inflation to cease, and better paying full-time jobs. Our conference demanded a secure border before we helped Ukraine secure that border, only because we thought it was the only way we could get Joe Biden to do his job and secure the southern border. Our conference supported tying the disbursement of Ukraine aid to real reductions of illegal immigration at our southern border. I remain interested in negotiating and voting for a bill that secures our border now, stops the flow of drugs across our border, and stops more criminals, terrorists, and human traffickers from coming into our communities now in a fiscally responsible manner. When I was in business, I negotiated and closed a lot of deals. And I knew if I couldn't walk away from the table, I would never get a good deal. I also knew that I would never get a good deal if the people sitting across the table from me didn't want the same outcome that I did. We have to walk away from the table until we are negotiating with people who share the same goal as our conference, a secure border today. The result is what we have before us today, a wildly unaccountable foreign aid package that does absolutely nothing to secure the U.S. southern border and could funnel billions in borrowed money to Hamas terrorists and into the salaries of Ukrainian politicians. This bill claims to address the invasion of Ukraine while ignoring the invasion we face right here in the United States. This bill could send billions in borrowed money into Gaza, which is still dominated by the Iran-backed Hamas terrorists who killed 1,200 Israelis and murdered 30 Americans and are still holding American hostages. I am unapologetically pro-Israel. I've had the honor of visiting Israel 5 times as both Florida governor and as a U.S. senator. What happened on October 7th horrified the world and struck me personally. In 2019, my wife and I visited Kfar Aza, one of the kibbutz that was a site to a complete massacre. As the early reports were coming out, I was really worried about the kibbutz because of its proximity to Gaza. It's about half a mile away. When I heard the news that it was the site of some of the most horrific and barbaric activities, my heart just sank. I wanted to vomit. We spent an afternoon there in Kfar Aza, and it was the most peaceful place. I kept thinking about the moms and kids who were playing outside, enjoying the warm summer weather. It is gut-wrenching to think of the fate of the families we met that day. I spoke with Chen, the lady who led our tour of the kibbutz, who fortunately was traveling outside of Israel that day and survived. I was able to talk with her, and she had not yet been able to go home. She said it was unclear if she will ever be allowed to go back to her home. I can't imagine. So many of us in this chamber are so deeply connected to Israel, and I bet many of you have a story like mine. We know people in the IDF who have been called to serve. We have friends all over Israel who have spent days in bomb shelters as rockets have been launched by terrorists intent on wiping Israel and Jews off the face of the earth. I've met with survivors and hostage families. I placed a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down until they're home. I've been clear that we cannot see a ceasefire until every Hamas terrorist is dead. I want every single one of them dead. These monsters beheaded. They beheaded children and babies. They raped girls and burned innocent civilians alive. They dragged innocent people through the streets and are now holding them as hostages in Gaza, which these terrorists absolutely control. It is unimaginable that the United States would ever consider sending money to a place where we know it would be used to help terrorists who are holding American hostages. That's exactly what this bill does. I've heard a lot of my Democrat colleagues talk about what's happening in Gaza, and your heart goes out to anybody impacted by war. I wish everybody would start talking more about the hostages. We still have American hostages. Madam President, I want to make sure everyone understands exactly what I'm saying here, which is a fact. Every dollar that goes to Gaza directly benefits Hamas. I've spent every day since October 7th telling the stories of those being held hostage in Gaza by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists. I've got a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas, and I'm not going to take it down. Unfortunately, President Biden has not done the same. I can't imagine why the President of the United States isn't speaking every single day about Americans being held hostages by Hamas terrorists and what he is doing to get them out. The IDF just rescued 2 American hostages in a mission that the Biden administration urged them not to do. What has Biden done to rescue any hostages? Many of my colleagues will recall the name of 9-year-old Emily Hand. Emily and her father, Thomas, lived in the small kibbutz of Be'eri, which was ruthlessly targeted and destroyed by Hamas during the attacks. In the days immediately following the attacks, Emily's dad was initially told that his daughter, who had spent the night at a friend's house just a few doors down, was killed. Madam President, I'm a father of 2 daughters and the father of 7 grandchildren. Watching this father speak about the murder of his daughter is heart-wrenching. He said to CNN at the time, quote, "They just said we found Emily and she's dead." And I went, yes. And I smiled because that is the best news of the possibilities that I knew. She was either dead or in Gaza. And if you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death. Those are the words of Emily's father. Soon to his relief and horror, Thomas learned that Emily was in fact alive and being held hostage by Hamas. His beautiful, innocent little girl spent 50 days as a hostage in Gaza. Well, I'm sure that Thomas thanks God every day to have his little girl back in his arms again. He knows that the child he had on October 6th is long gone. Emily will never be the same as she was before she was taken. It's been more than 120 days since the attacks. Some parents are still waiting for their children to come home. Little baby Kafir Bibas' first birthday was spent as a hostage in Gaza. His 4-year-old brother, Ariel, is also still being held hostage. I've got a picture of Ariel in a milk carton, 4 or 5 milk carton in my office. He's a beautiful little boy. Kafir and Ariel parents have been waiting for more than 4 months to hold their babies again. Can you imagine? Now we've heard horrible reports that these innocent children may no longer be alive. Why has Biden given money to Gazans who are holding American hostages? Why would we allow Biden to give more money to Gazans who are holding Americans hostages? They're holding Americans hostage. When will this stop? Why the heck are we allowing Biden to send more money to Gaza in this bill when we know that every dollar that goes to Gaza funds the terrorism of Hamas? What are we doing to get American hostages released? I'm not going to stop talking about this fact. Every dollar that goes into Gaza directly benefits Hamas. That is the undeniable truth. And it's why I've been fighting for years to pass my Stop Taxpayer Funding the Hamas Act, which prevents U.S. tax dollars from going to Gaza unless the Biden administration can certify that not a single cent will go to Hamas. Any of my colleagues that are interested in having money going to take care of the children in Gaza should want this bill to pass. They shouldn't want any money to go to Hamas. They should want to go to these children. This isn't a solution in search of a problem. It addresses a very real threat of taxpayer money funding Iran-backed terrorism that seeks to destroy Israel. We cannot allow an American family with a family member being held hostage in Gaza to see their tax dollars go to the same people who are holding their family member hostage. We have seen reports that the Palestinian Authority has been paying over $300 million each and every year in monthly salaries to terrorist prisoners and in monthly allowances to families of dead terrorists. The Palestinian Authority pays terrorists and their families should not receive U.S. tax dollars. And this bill will allow more of that. That's insane. In 2021, President Biden's State Department said, quote, "We're going to be working in partnership with the United Nations and the Palestinian Authority to, quote, kind of channel aid there in a manner that does its best to go to the people of Gaza," end quote. The official went on to say, quote, as we've seen in life, as we all know in life, there are no guarantees. But we're going to do everything we can to ensure that this assistance reaches the people who need it the most, end quote. The Biden administration thinks that the risk of resources going to Hamas terrorists is okay because, quote, in life there are no guarantees, unquote. I completely reject that. I will not leave anything to chance when it comes to preventing U.S. taxpayer money from being sent to the brutal terrorists that have slaughtered so many Israelis and Americans. That's why I wasn't surprised in August 2021 when the Senate voted 99-0 for my amendment to a budget bill that would have made the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act the law of the land. But as we would learn soon after this vote, the Democrats only voted for it because they knew that in the final text of the bill, written by Democrats, my language would be mysteriously missing. I've tried twice more since then to pass this legislation in the Senate, and the Democrats have blocked it twice. I know that the left has a big problem on its hands, as so many Democrats rally for Hamas and against Israel in the streets of liberal cities and on the campuses of American universities. You would think my Democrat colleagues would be eager to show that Democrats don't support Hamas. Instead, they blocked my bill, proving that there's no interest in the Democrat Party to stand up to these people who hate Israel. That's why I will be asking today to make my amendment to add my Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act to this bill. I hope Democrats don't again oppose simply going on the record to vote on common sense measures. I hope we get a vote and it passes. We've also tried twice to pass a standalone Israel aid bill that would not send money to Gaza, but Democrats blocked that too. Each and every Democrat voted against aid to Israel. So don't tell me or my colleagues who oppose this bill that we don't stand with Israel when Democrats twice blocked our bill and then all voted against it, which has already passed in the House to immediately send money to Israel. Madam President, let me be clear about one more thing. Since the day that Vladimir Putin launched Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine, I've stood strongly on the side of the Ukrainian people. But there are clearly numerous unanswered questions. What has happened to the more than $100 billion of aid that has gone to Ukraine? What is our plan to win? Why are we paying the salaries of Ukraine politicians? Will Biden give Ukraine the weapons they need? Why can't Congress pay for this with savings in other areas? Why is the Ukraine border more important than the U.S. border? Ukraine must win and Russia must lose. There's no question that is what is in the best interest of America's national security. And that's why I've said that we should continue to provide lethal aid to Ukraine, paid for with seized Russian assets, so it can win its war and have a clear plan for how Ukraine will win. We need to answer these questions and be strategic about how we protect our interests, especially as we add to America's $34 trillion in debt. The American people will not tolerate borrowing billions of dollars to pay the government expenses and salaries of Ukrainian politicians. Nor will they tolerate this government having no plan for how Ukraine will win, how American resources will help it win, and how we're making sure that every dollar is spent with one mission in mind, defeating Russia. And concern grows when we see that Ukraine has fired another top military official and seems to be struggling to show a clear path to victory. Without more information, we're left to assume the worst, that this entire bill has no clear mission but to accomplish the appearance of unity so that American politicians can fly over with a giant check and deliver hollow speeches about moral righteousness. It doesn't soothe our concerns when we hear the majority whip say on this floor that we must pass this bill now so he can go to Munich this week and pontificate about a bill that the Speaker of the House has repeatedly stated will never become law. That accomplishes nothing. And if my colleagues were serious about aiding Ukraine in its war against Russia's invasion, they would work with us in good faith to produce a bill that can pass here and in the House. As I said, I want Ukraine to win, and I want Russia to lose. But this does not mean I am or should be willing to simply accept any offer thrown down by the Democrats that they claim but cannot prove will advance that cause. or while America is being invaded as a result of our open border. And I will not accept anything that ignores the most urgent threat to U.S. national security, Joe Biden's wide open border. This should not need to be said here on the floor of the United States Senate, but securing Americans' border is more important than securing the border of any other country. We should be able to do both. And frankly, the fact that we aren't using Russian revenue generated from seized Russian assets to pay for Ukraine aid is ridiculous. That's how things work here. Your federal government cannot continue to stroke massive checks to borrow more money while providing zero accountability to the American people. I know the people of Florida are sick of it. We're all sick of it. And I think just about every American's sick of it. The deal has always been Ukraine aid for border security, not immigration policy, but real border security now. Florida families are feeling the impact of this administration's lawless border policies every single day, as deadly fentanyl, criminals, and terrorists pour across Biden's open borders. There are 1,145 children between 14 and 18 years old who died from fentanyl in 2021. What is the plan to stop that? That's a classroom of students dying every week. In 2022, I heard from a mom in Kissimmee, Florida, whose son had a future in the Air Force. He was in the Air Force, came home to visit her on Mother's Day weekend, and surprised her. He unfortunately visited an old friend who he didn't know had begun dealing drugs. The friend convinced the young man to take a Xanax, which was unknowingly laced with fentanyl, and the mom found her wonderful son dead. It's heartbreaking, and there are more stories like this. 100,000 Americans died from drug overdoses in 2021, and 72% of those from opioids like fentanyl. Families in Florida and every state across the nation are being torn apart by these deadly drugs coming across the border. What is Joe Biden's plan to stop these drugs from coming across the border? My Democrat colleagues seem to be finally acknowledging this crisis on TV. But unfortunately, they're unwilling to stand up to their president and force him to do what's right. We all know what's right: secure the border. I can't imagine why. It's obvious to everyone that the invasion of our southern border is what Biden unfortunately wants. Just take a look at the numbers. On January 20th, 2021, Joe Biden took office and inherited the most secure U.S. southern border in modern history. In some of his first acts as president, he used his executive power to dismantle the policies that President Trump used to secure the border and send a clear message to the cartels. The border is now wide open for smuggling, and I won't do anything to stop you. The surge of illegal immigration started almost immediately. In February 2021, right after Biden was inaugurated, there were more than 101,000 encounters. 101,000 encounters of illegal aliens attempting to cross our southern border between ports of entry. If you go to the southern border, what you'll see is on the Mexico side IDs everywhere. They want to come. They don't want anybody to know who they are. If you had a stellar background, would you be doing that? No. That February was a massive increase from what we saw just the prior month. From there, the numbers continued to skyrocket. March 2021 saw 173,000 encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entry. By July 2021, encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entry skyrocketed to more than 213,000. That's more than 213,000 people attempting to illegally enter the United States in just 1 month. I put this out to make something very clear. The border was secure, and then Joe Biden took office. And the cartels got his message loud and clear. The invasion hasn't stopped since. In fiscal year 2022, the first full fiscal year under the Biden administration, there were more than 2.3 million encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entries. These aren't families searching for the better life. They're mostly single adults. Of those 2.3 million encounters with illegal aliens at our southern border, more than 1.6 million were single adults, most of whom are military-aged men. That's 70% of all people who are trying to illegally enter the United States. Even more terrifying, 98 of the people caught trying to illegally sneak into our country in fiscal year 2022 were on the terror watch list. Here's another terrible stat for you from that period. CBP seized more than 14,000 pounds of fentanyl along the southern border. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be a lethal dose, and they seized more than 14,000. That's enough fentanyl to kill 3 billion people. This is how much fentanyl has crossed the border without, think about how much fentanyl has crossed the border without being seized. Fiscal year 2023, things got worse. More than 2.4 million encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entry. Again, these aren't mostly families searching for a better life. They are mostly single adults. Of these 2.4 million encounters with illegal aliens at our southern border, 60% or more than 1.5 million were single adults. Again, most of whom are military-aged men. And 169 people on the terrorist watch list tried to illegally sneak into our country during fiscal year 2023, and we don't know where they are. And the drugs continue to flow into our country. Last year, CBP seized nearly 27,000 pounds of fentanyl along the southern border. That's enough fentanyl to kill 6 billion people. Last December, more than 300,000 illegal aliens were encountered trying to unlawfully enter the United States. This is an invasion and a clear and present danger to the safety of every American. Even Al Sharpton called it an invasion on his MSNBC show last week. But Senate Democrats and Joe Biden still won't do what is needed to fix it. Let me say that again. Biden's open border is a clear and present danger to every single American. In a hearing of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee last October, I questioned FBI Director Christopher Wray about the threats that we are facing because of Joe Biden's open border. In his response to me, Director Wray said, "We went through a period where the traditional structured foreign terrorist organization threatened the U.S. subsided. Some in favor of this inspired, ISIS-inspired, let's say, attack. To be clear, that threat has not gone away. What has now increased, as Director Wray, is the greater possibility of one of these foreign terrorist organizations directing an attack in the United States. He went on to say, quote, "It is time to be concerned. We are in a dangerous period," unquote. That since Joe Biden took office, quote, this is Director Wray, "the terror threats have elevated," unquote. I refuse to ignore this threat or pretend that it's okay to take care of the border in Ukraine while doing absolutely nothing to stop the invasion we have right here in the United States. Madam President, I want to get something done, and I always believe in the ability of our great nation to answer the call and defend freedom and democracy wherever it is threatened by tyranny. I care deeply about protecting the national security of the United States. At 18 years old, I enlisted in the Navy to defend my country. My adopted father was one of the 3,000 American soldiers who did all 4 combat jumps with the 82nd Airborne and then fought in the Battle of the Bulge. I know there's evil in the world, and America must be the leader of the free world. There is no one else to rely on, but we have to take care of the families we represent first. We have to secure our border today. This bill does not secure our border and has too many failures to say it will do what's needed to protect America and our interests. This bill allows Biden to send billions to Gaza, which could go straight to Hamas terrorists, and billions to pay the salaries of Ukrainian politicians. That is wrong. We all know that no bill is perfect. It is nearly impossible to write something that all 100 of us love and have no concerns about. But this isn't a situation where we can ignore some parts we don't like. Because the truth is that the things I've just outlined not only fund threats to U.S. national security, like giving billions to Gaza that could go to Hamas, but also recklessly force American taxpayers to borrow billions to pay for the salaries of foreign politicians while U.S. debt skyrockets to more than $34 trillion while doing nothing to secure our border. Nothing to secure our border. Nothing to secure the border of the United States where we have drugs, terrorists, criminals, human traffickers flowing across that could impact every one of our families. That is unacceptable. We can and must do better. So today I am once again going to ask that the Senate be given the opportunity to vote on my amendment to add the Stop Taxpayer Funding Hamas Act to this bill. And I'm asking for a vote on my amendment. Now, we've heard from colleagues that they were rightly concerned about the citizens of Gaza. If they were concerned about the citizens of Gaza, they should want this bill. They shouldn't want a dime to go to Hamas. They should want a penny to go to Hamas. They should want every dime to go to the children that don't have the food they need. But in the meantime, shouldn't we spend more time thinking about the American hostages? Where's the conversation about the hostages? Where's the conversation about what are we doing to get the hostages home? What have we heard from Biden? What have we heard from my Democratic colleagues? Nothing. I've said before in this chamber, in August 2021, the Senate voted 99-0 for my amendment to a budget bill to ensure that United States tax dollars do not benefit terrorist organizations such as Hamas. It's a no-brainer. The vote was 99-0. Everyone in this body seems to agree American taxpayers should never fund Hamas terrorists, but they don't want to do anything about it. They want to say it, but do nothing about it. The final text of the bill written by Democrats does not include my language. We all know that Hamas controls Gaza. Every dollar that goes to Gaza comes under the control of Hamas, who decides what to do with it. We must make sure American tax dollars aren't funding terrorists. So what my Stop Taxpayer Funding Hamas Act does is make it so that no funds will be authorized for the territory of Gaza until the President certifies to Congress that these funds can be spent without benefiting terrorist organizations. We'll also ensure U.S. funds are not authorized for expenditure in the territory of Gaza through any United Nations entity or office unless the President can certify that the President will have to certify that it is not encouraging or teaching anti-Israel, anti-Semitic ideas and propaganda. And finally, this bill mandates that the President certify that there are no hostages held in Gaza by any terrorist organization. Senate Democrats have both overwhelmingly supported this common sense measure and blocked its passage in the past. Can anybody explain that? What will it be today? I sincerely hope that Democrats will stand against taxpayer money flowing to terrorists that want to destroy Israel and still holding Gaza hostage. Let me just read the language that some people say prevents the money going to Gaza, and tell me if you come to the conclusion that this doesn't. The Secretary of State shall certify and report to the appropriate congressional committee not later than March 1, 2024. It's just a report. It doesn't mean they have to stop. It's just an after-the-fact report. Oversight policies, processes, and procedures have been established by the Department of State and the United States Agency for International Development as appropriate and are in use to prevent the diversion, misuse, or destruction of assistance, including international organizations, to Hamas and other terrorist and extremist entities in Gaza. It doesn't stop it, but they'll just say we'll have policies and we'll report on the policies. Such policies, processes, and procedures have been developed in coordination with other bilateral and multilateral donors and the government of Israel as appropriate. The easiest thing is none. The only policy you should have is no money. Don't really give a report that you had a policy and it wasn't enforced. Tell me that it never happened. Then it goes on to say the Secretary of State and the USAID administrator shall submit to the appropriate congressional committees, concurrent with the submission of the certification required in subsection A a written description of the oversight policies, processes, and procedures. We don't sign off on them. They're just going to give us a written description of them. We don't get to sign off on them. We don't get to question them. We don't get to change them. We don't get to vote on them. All of this is a written description of procedures for funds appropriated by this title that are made available for assistance for Gaza, including specific action to be taken should such assistance be diverted, misused, or destroyed, and the role of Israel in the oversight of such assistance. Israel doesn't have to sign off on it. You have to be, so it just says, what role did Israel play? The answer could be Israel played no role. So there's nothing in this, there will be nothing in this bill that is going to stop money from going to Hamas. There will be absolutely nothing. So anybody that says they are worried about the children of Gaza, there will be nothing to prevent money from going to Hamas instead. And I'll always say, the first thing we ought to be talking about is how do we get our hostages home? Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside all pending amendments and motions that make my amendment 1542 pending to the text of Murray 1388. I further ask that there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided between the proponents and opponents, and following the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on adoption of the amendment with a 90 or a 60 affirmative vote threshold required for adoption.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Reserving the right to object, Madam President. We all share the grief and horror that we saw unfold when Hamas committed atrocities against the people of Israel. We all continue to work, as the President and his team have been doing, to find a way to get the hostages released while also addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But to cut off all humanitarian aid at this point in time would mean that innocent civilian and children in Gaza would be irrevocably harmed. So we need to continue, as the administration is doing, to develop this framework to get the hostages out and to get a pause in fighting while we do, but we also need to address the humanitarian crisis. I would also note that if my colleague from Florida is interested in securing the border, there was a bipartisan agreement to secure the border that Republicans turned and walked away from last week because they would rather keep this as a problem and a political issue than actually work to pass solution. And they could have, of course, after we had gone to the bill that included a border security package that was supported by the National Border Patrol Council, representing 18,000 Border Patrol agents, because they knew it would make our border secure. They walked away from it. Last thing I will just say is that if we are interested in standing up to authoritarians and standing for freedom, as my father did in the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, as I just heard my colleague speak of, his father did the same, then we need to make sure that we make clear to Iran and to China and to North Korea and to Vladimir Putin that the United States of America stands for freedom. And if my colleagues are serious about that, they will be supporting this bill. And with that, Madam President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Florida.
What we just witnessed on the Senate floor, I think, is disgusting. By blocking, all I ask for is a vote. By blocking the Senate from even voting on my amendment to add the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act to this bill, Democrats have done the work of Hamas here in the United States Senate. Senate Democrats just made clear that they are so terrified of losing the votes of radical Hamas-loving leftists, they cannot even bring themselves to vote on an amendment. Vote. All I want is vote. If I can't win it, it's my problem. To vote on an amendment that simply states that we are not going to send money to thugs that brutally murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 30 Americans, and they're still holding American hostages. We're giving money to Gazans. The money goes that can help Hamas, and they're holding American hostages, and we're going to get money. I can't imagine this where we are, and this bill is going to do nothing to address this while approving $1 billion of aid. We've got an open southern border, we got hostages in Gaza, and we're going to give Gazans aid that we know is going to go straight to Hamas. So if you look at the text that I read, there's nothing that's going to prevent this money from going there. And all my bill says is all the president has to do is certify the money's not going to go to Hamas and the money can go to Gaza. So, Madam President, I'm disappointed, but I want to wish to retain the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, thank you very much. I come to the floor today as we debate really difficult, challenging, and serious issues. I'm reminded that I didn't seek to be a United States Senator to do what we have been doing month after month, mostly spending each day dealing with confirmations and nominations. These issues that we are debating and will ultimately vote on this week have consequences well beyond the things we have been normally dealing with in the United States Senate. Secretary Gates, a fellow Kansan, warned of government's dysfunction at a moment in history in which he argues our nation, quote, confronts graver threats to its security than it has in decades, perhaps ever. I agree with this assessment. We live in a dangerous time and a very dangerous world. I underscore to my colleagues the importance of doing the work we are elected to do. Americans will be directly impacted by our decisions, but so will our adversaries and our allies. The United States must be a steadfast and reliable partner in the midst of so many dangers that threaten our nation's peace and prosperity. The dangers are certainly to the other people within the world and other nations, but what we are dealing with are threats to our own national peace and prosperity. The national security crises abroad are challenging and they're ever increasing. China is rapidly modernizing its military with the goal of being ready to invade Taiwan by 2027. Putin continues Russia's aggression in Ukraine, putting strain on European allies and on food supplies around the world. Iran is providing support for terrorism that is attacking our ships and bases and killed 3 service members last month. Hamas has stated its intent to wipe Israel off the map, even saying the terrorist attack on October 7th was just the beginning. North Korea's expansion of its nuclear arsenal places risk to us here in our homeland. In a joint Fox News op-ed that I penned with former Secretary Mike Pompeo, we stated this: the preservation of freedom requires enormous efforts. Indeed, liberty demands the marshaling of every resource necessary in its defense against those who would see it destroyed. Putin has chosen to pursue the reconstitution of the Russian Empire according to his own warped vision of Russian history. And he's made it clear that he has aspirations beyond Ukraine and that he views NATO as Russia's enemy. And under Putin's leadership, Russia has increasingly collaborated with other nations who oppose us: Iran, Syria, our most powerful adversary, Communist China. Allowing the war in Ukraine to fester will only prolong and deepen the instability already wrought, and it puts at greater risk 100,000 U.S. service members defending NATO's borders, including those from Fort Riley, Kansas. It is in America's national interest to assist Ukraine in repelling Russia's invasion. I thought about wearing a tie the color of Ukraine's flag. We see those every once in a while. And I thought to myself, that's a mistake. While this has something to do with Ukraine, this is really about America, about the United States of America. We are doing what is necessary for our own well-being and our own preservation. Ending the war on terms favorable to Ukraine will leave Ukraine and NATO's front in a stronger and better position to deter further Russian aggression. By treaty, by NATO agreement, we have no choice that should Putin take the next step and invade a NATO member country, we will not just be supplying aid, but we will be supplying military young men and women. Allowing the war to continue is damaging. Allowing Ukraine to not be successful is damaging our own security and well-being. We must project strength. Failure to do so undermines our credibility, and that resonates around the globe. A large majority of the funding provided in this legislation to Ukraine, this legislation that says it's to Ukraine, has really been directly injected back into the United States economy. This bill provides $35 billion to replenish American stockpiles and develop and produce and purchase American-made weapons. This is not a blank check for Ukraine. It's not a blank check for Israel. It's not a blank check for Taiwan. There's nothing free about this. We're spending a lot of money. It is hugely expensive. However, in the absence of spending this money, we're going to be spending more later as the world continues to crumble. There is no path forward for Ukraine. There is no path forward for other countries that are looking for a brighter future if the United States is disengaged from the world. I wish it wasn't true. I remember the first graduation speech I gave as a new member of Congress was to a small town in west central Kansas. And I said, growing up, all we paid attention to was the price of grain at the grain elevator. What we had to know and what affected us in our lives in rural Kansas was something very local. I wish it was still that way, but we have no alternative. We must engage in the world to protect our own selves. It isn't free, and it's spending a lot of money, but it is less expensive than the alternative. The price tag is overwhelming. The debt is damning to the future of our nation. But in the absence of taking a stand now, we have to take a stand tomorrow. And that stand will be even more costly. The disastrous, chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the saddest days or few days of my life, certainly in my life as an elected official, was watching the way things unfolded there. Certainly was damaging to people who were there, but it's also been damaging to our country in huge and significant ways. The whole world watched as a void in leadership resulted in the death of American service members and stranded thousands of our Afghan allies. Those who helped our servicemen and women stranded them behind enemy lines, perhaps to their certain death. I was critical and remain critical of the Biden administration for the manner in which we came out of Afghanistan, and many of my colleagues, especially Republican colleagues, joined me in that criticism. But our failure to support our allies and partners around the world is a replication of what happened and what we did, what we didn't do when we departed from We have an opportunity to partially remedy the situation by passing legislation to protect those Afghan citizens who helped save the lives and promote the success of American service members. As we debate how to proceed in this national security supplemental, I'd take this moment to remind my colleagues of the importance of a bill, the Afghan Adjustment Act, as we seek to attain a vote on an amendment to this bill to assure that those Afghan allies are not forgotten. As Kabul fell to the Taliban, and while I can certainly see the importance of this to those Afghans, this issue comes to me as a member of this body who spends and devotes time to our veterans, to our military men and women, and our veterans extended the creed, "Leave no man behind," as they help their Afghan partners flee to the United States for safety. I don't have the ability to undo what the Biden administration didn't do or what it did. I don't have the ability to change the outcome of their inept ability to lead on a global stage and defend the country. But we as members of Congress, we can rein them in or push them in a certain direction. The reality is the decisions made by the administration in Afghanistan have come back to haunt us. We sent a message to the world. In my view, it's the same message we would send if we fail to pass the emergency supplemental, hopefully as amended. The administration continued its inaction at the border, and it's terribly frustrating. This administration has many tools it needs to improve the situation at our borders, and particularly our southern border. I'm disappointed we couldn't move forward on border policies as part of this package and to mandate the president to enforce the law. But it turned out there was no path forward on the border deal that would get the necessary votes in the Senate. And we wanted to succeed in having a border provision that not only worked, addressed seriously the problems on our border, but we also wanted to send a message to the House of Representatives that it's a piece of legislation that they could support. And unfortunately, we never got there. Senator Lankford demonstrated leadership. He did what he was asked to do. I'm in those meetings in which we talked about having a border provision of serious and significant magnitude before we move forward with help to any other country. I continue to believe that that is the right course of action, but now it doesn't seem to be a course that we are able to succeed and put into effect. It will take a different Congress and a different administration. Kansans are right to be upset when their government does not enforce the laws, and they're right to be upset when we spend too much money. I'm reluctant, as many of my constituents are, to spend more or to engage further in the world. But while I and many Kansans are angry and frustrated, our enemies abroad are on the march. There's not a day goes by but what I don't worry about what is happening elsewhere, and not so much about what's happening elsewhere to people who are there, but what happens in our own country if we don't deal with those circumstances today. It's always easier, I suppose, to look the other way. But often when we do that, the end result suggests that we should have looked right in the face of the problem and taken it on. Our enemies are on the march. I try never to use my membership of the Senate Committee on Intelligence to say I know something that nobody else knows. Certainly want to never suggest to Kansans that I know something that they don't know. I trust their judgment and believe in them. But China, Russia, Iran and its proxies, North Korea, are collaborating to weaken, to harm, and to attempt to make the United States abandon its leadership role. There's some morality to the decisions we make here, and I suppose there's an argument that can be made about the morality both ways, regardless of what we do. Morality, there actually is a right and wrong. I think we forget that in our country. Some things are right and some things are wrong, and we try to finesse so that we never have to make the decision about which ones are which. I suppose right and wrong comes from really your soul, who you are as a person, how you grew up, what your parents taught you, what you learned in church or synagogue. I care about how my constituents feel. I indicated to my colleagues recently that we spend so much time doing next to nothing here. Why do you take me away from my family? And why do you take me away from Kansans, where I love to be? I'd always prefer to be in Kansas. But ever so often, there are issues that come before us that seem to be ones that explain why we are here. This is one of those moments in which we're finally escaping the drudgery and dissatisfaction of doing little. Not Reagan. President Reagan concluded, "Together, with God's help, we can and will resolve the problems which now confront us. And after all, why shouldn't we believe that? We're Americans." Mr. President, I reserve my time.
President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my friend and colleague from Kansas for the speech that he just gave. I would like to associate myself with every single word. Madam President, last Thursday I came to the floor to explain to the pages who were on duty then, I think they're different now, and to a few people in the gallery what was about to happen. And what I told them, what was about to happen, was that a lot of people were going to file a lot of amendments. There were going to be some people who wouldn't do time agreements. And then we would come to the floor and we would hem and haw about how either Leader Schumer, the majority leader, or Mitch McConnell, the minority leader, somehow blocked them. Well, that is fiction. I'm not a fortune teller. I've seen this play before, and what played out over this weekend is exactly what happened in the past, where people are making objections without any good faith offer to negotiate time, etc. So what happens? Great amendments, like those that are being offered by Senator Lee, likely not going to get a vote. Great amendments by Tom Cotton, Rick Scott, other members, likely not going to get a vote. I hope maybe that changes, but unless we decide to negotiate in good faith, I don't know why anybody thinks that they will. So it's disappointing, but it's not surprising, and it's exactly what I was thinking on Thursday. And now here we are on Monday. Without question, I have one other thing. I had some of my colleagues come to the floor. They referred to the fact that I made a statement that says, I feel like it's on me to vote the way I think I need to vote, and then go back home and explain it. Why? Well, because a lot of people, when they hear senators speak, they believe that it's the truth. They've heard somebody say that if we pass this bill, that we're all going to go ride to Kyiv with buckets full of money and let oligarchs buy yachts. I wonder how the soldier in a trench right now in Russia or in Ukraine, defending Russians feels about that. I wonder how the spouses of the estimated 25,000 soldiers in Ukraine who have died feel about that. I mean, really, guys, sending billions of dollars to Ukraine so Ukrainian oligarchs can buy yachts, is that the best you've got? What we are talking about is funding for the next 10 months, and then we have other people say a forever war. A forever war. Well, the last time I checked, this appropriation runs out at the end of this calendar year. And then next year, we'll have to fight again, either under a Biden administration or a Trump administration, to continue to do the right thing. A lot of people say we're sending $70, $80 billion to Ukraine. Really? Well, last time I checked, about half of it's going to the military-industrial base here to replace the inventories that we've sent to them, to replace and to aid our modernization of our arsenal. We have billions of dollars in this bill to actually build up our defense industrial base that we now know, thank goodness, this is not against the NATO ally, because we would be desperate trying to actually support an all-out war now. But thank you, Vladimir Putin. If anything good came from this, we know how weak your military is. A 10-to-1 ratio of Ukrainians to Russian soldiers dead. And I feel bad for every one of those Russian families who lost somebody in this war that they didn't want to be a part of. 87% of their ready forces when Putin started this war. Putin is losing this war process. To support Ukraine, stick together. He will not survive if NATO becomes stronger. NATO's already got one and about to have a second ally that is only here because of Vladimir Putin. He's made NATO stronger. He's demonstrated that he is weak. He's demonstrated that he is losing. We all heard the classified reports that are now public that we thought that Russia was going to have air superiority within a couple of days and control all of the Ukraine that they wanted to control within a couple of weeks. Well, folks, that was 2 years ago. Ukraine is winning. And Ukraine is winning because the Western world, the NATO allies, and 2 dozen other countries have come together and made it very clear that Putin's desire to reestablish the Russian Empire is inconsistent with a democratic world order. Putin is losing. This is not a stalemate. A 10-to-1 kill differential between Ukrainians and Russians is indisputable. The platforms that he's leaving on the battlefield are indisputable. The fact that we need to modernize and build up our industrial base is indisputable. Thank you, Vladimir Putin, for bringing that to our attention. And guess what else? China is watching. I'm less concerned about Vladimir Putin than I am about China and our retreat from leading the Western world. Guess what? We're an exceptional nation, and we are the beacon of hope for democracy. When we step away, who fills the void? You'd be hard-pressed to find any nation that has the scale and the ability to do it but the United States, with all due respect to my friends in NATO. China is watching. Why am I so focused on this vote? Because I don't want to be on the pages of history that we will regret if we walk away. You will see the alliance that is supporting Ukraine crumble. You will ultimately see China become emboldened. And I am not going to be on that page of history. I believe that we have to vote today and we have to respect some of the priorities, maybe the concerns of the House as they move this through. But let's let this chamber be the chamber that stands with the free world. That's what we can do today. That's what we must do today. And what I must do is go to my great state of North Carolina, and if I have friends who think otherwise, I owe it to them to share every bit of knowledge that I have to have them understand that I don't love where we are today, but I hate where we'll be if we don't move forward with this vote. Thank you, Madam President. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to discuss the supplemental bill that's before us. What should be appropriately called the Ukraine funding bill. You know, it's only in America where we try to fund other nations' problems, to fight other people's wars for them, before we fix our own budget. You know, we're just weeks away from our own government funding ending. We had a president's budget who was due several weeks ago. We don't have that budget. We've not done the funding for this year yet. And yet we're moving on to a supplemental bill, of course, all in the background of $34 trillion of debt. A couple things to point out about this supplemental bill. Stating the obvious, there's no border security in this bill. Nothing to secure our border. We're about to send almost $100 billion overseas without addressing our most imminent national security threat that our nation faces, our open southern border. I want to start also by saying this, that I'm unapologetic about being a patriot. A patriot is a person who puts America first. Look, I'm always going to root for my home team, Great Bend Panthers. I'm going to always root for the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't wish the other teams we play any ill will, but I'm always going to be an American first. When the American hockey team is playing the Russian hockey team, I'm going to root for the American hockey team. If the American soccer team is playing the German soccer team, I'm going to root for the American team. I don't have any ill will toward those others, but I'm always going to be an American first and set American priorities first. I think the next thing we need to point out about this bill is that 2/3 of Republican senators voted against it. 2/3 of Republican senators have voted against proceeding with this legislation. In a Republican-controlled House, I don't see how you're going to find more than 50% or all those Republicans to pass this bill. It just isn't going to happen. As I take a look at these last 4 months up here, I realize that the White House's negotiating on securing the border was actually a charade. They were never serious about it. And of course, it never made sense to the folks back home. Why would we have to beg the President of the United States to secure our own border? Why would we have to negotiate over that? Why would we have to give them Ukraine funding in return for a secure border? It made sense to nobody. I want to take a second and talk about why this is important, why this issue is important. Why are so many of us standing up and fighting against this $95 billion to never-ending wars? I think as you just consider the 300 people that die from fentanyl every day in this country, this is important. The fact that we don't secure our border is going to allow more of that fentanyl into this country. We're seeing just upshots and upshots of human trafficking, sex trafficking going on across our nation. You know, as FBI Director Wray said, he sees warning, blinking lights everywhere he looks for the first time in his career. And why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we when we have over 10 million people that have crossed our borders illegally in the last 3 years? So I think it's important from a national security standpoint. This is important to secure our nation and to make our families safe again. Then we'll talk a moment about who we're fighting for. You know, this is no longer just our own border issue, but I'm fighting for families back home. Every state is now a border state. Fentanyl poisoning kills a person most every day in the state of Kansas. So I'm fighting for all those people that died. You know, I just read this week a young lady in Kansas who has lost 4 members of her family from fentanyl poisoning, and most recently, over the past several weeks, lost a child to fentanyl poisoning. So I'm fighting for all those who have lost a loved one to fentanyl poisoning, and for all those people that are being human trafficked as we speak, are being sex trafficked as we speak as well. So I'm fighting for all those people. I think it's important to take a second and talk about how we got here. You know, how we got to these open borders. You know, this president likes to create a crisis and then he tries to solve it. In this situation, the President of the United States created this open border crisis. This president penned over 90 executive orders that opened that southern border to go from less to 1,000 crossing a day, now many days having over 10,000 days. These were executive orders. It was policies that changed. The president created this crisis. And even today, the president could end that crisis. The president could shut down the border. He has the legal authority today to shut down the border, to secure the border. How do we get to the Ukraine war? Another crisis created by our current president. You know, I would go back to Afghanistan. When America ran with her tail between her legs out of Afghanistan, we lost our reputation. This president lost his reputation. And as I've been taught by so many physicians in my own practice, that once a professional loses their reputation, you can never get it back. And then you fast forward and you see that this president will not respond to Iran's attack on Americans through their puppets without any type of significant response. I think it just basically allows our enemies to push us around and to shove us. How do we get to the Israel situation where Hamas came to be, where Hamas had the courage to cross the borders, to brutally attack and murder thousands of Israelis? I think, again, it's this lack of respect. It was a lack of respect. It was this president's policies that allowed Iran to increase their sales of oil, to allow their economy to grow, to allow them to fund, and to ship weapons to these puppets of theirs, these terrorists. I think an even bigger picture of how we got here is just the lawlessness in America today. The lawlessness, you know, it started with an open southern border, cashless bail, turning our heads away from riots, the smash and grabs, turning our eyes away from these, to see the lawlessness grow. And then to see the fentanyl explode, and as my dad, the police officer, taught me, wherever there's illegal drugs, that crime is going to certainly follow it as well. So I think in this backdrop of a lawless America where our constitutional rights are being attacked, and on the world stage, a president that lost his reputation, it allowed Russia to have the courage to attack Ukraine. It allowed Hamas the courage to attack the people of Israel. As I look at the big picture of this legislation, $60 billion for Ukraine, I think what else we could do with that. Do you realize that the entire annual budget of the Marines is only $53 billion? How much more national security could we have if we invested the money in our Marines as opposed to sending this money abroad? We could have built 3 walls on the southern border easily with this amount of money, maybe much more. As leaders, we need to focus on priorities, and I think that's what America is seeing right now. I think they're seeing these 2/3 of Republicans that have voted against proceeding with this supplemental bill. We were folks who put our own national security first, put securing the border first. But up here in D.C., my friends across the aisle, the White House, they continue to put Ukraine funding as their priority. And of course, add to that the complexity of the situation. Each one of these issues, even by themselves, have merits. There's reasons to push them, and there's reasons that you wouldn't do it certain ways. But when you throw them all together, it's next to impossible to solve this Rubik's Cube, if you will. Just seemingly next to impossible. You know, one of the things that the national media especially likes to do up here is declare within hours of a vote who was right and who was wrong. And I think it's important to realize that oftentimes we don't know who's right or wrong for years, for decades after. And even sometimes they write the history books and they don't get it right. And I certainly have empathy for those who support Ukraine funding right now. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong that this is not the proper time to do it. But what I'm not wrong on is securing the border.
that should be the top priority. And once we secure our own border, then let's look abroad and then see what we can do to help with Ukraine as well. As I think about the border and the significance of the problem, I think about the number of people that have died from fentanyl poisoning. And I know I keep bringing up this fentanyl poisoning, but it's so significant. 300 people, 300 young adults, young Americans dying every day from fentanyl poisoning. And you try to put that into historical perspective. Pearl Harbor, a day that lives in infamy, 2,400 American soldiers died, 2,400. So that would be 8 days in February, the same number of people died from fentanyl. Every 8 days, we lose the same number of Americans that we lost in Pearl Harbor, a horrible tragedy. Of course, 9/11, some 3,000 people died there. In 10 days, just this month of February alone, we've lost more Americans to fentanyl poisoning than we lost at 9/11. D-Day, 2,500 Americans died. Again, in just the month of February, we've lost more Americans to fentanyl poisoning than we did to D-Day. So I think for that, if nothing else, is what we should be focused on. We should be securing our border to stop the flow of fentanyl into this country, to stop the human trafficking, to stop the sex trafficking, for all those reasons. I want to talk a little bit more what border security looks like. Many of us have been to the border multiple times, and the Border Patrol officer, I think, would be one group of credible people. And in my last visit, what they focused on is they needed policy changes. And I think it's important that Americans realize that we would have proceeded with this bill if there was meaningful border security in the original legislation. Again, all the border security has been stripped out of this bill, but it's important for Americans to know what was missing. The Border Patrol officers themselves said that this bill, to make America truly secure, we needed more work on asylum, more work on the parole issue, and then this magic number of 5,000 when the border shuts down. Not that it really ever did under this legislation, of course, the border never really shut down. That 5,000 was way too high, and to codify that into law would almost make that the norm. Again, the Border Patrol would say, we really can't deal with more than 1,000 people crossing the border a day. And even 1,000 is a huge stress, and they recommended whenever we hit 1,000 that we would literally shut the border down. So again, if this bill would have been negotiated in broad daylight, if it would have went through the Judiciary Committee, went through some type of a process where we could have addressed that particular number. On the parole situation, I think this is so important that Americans understand that under President Obama, he was paroling 5,000 people per year. President Obama was paroling 5,000 people per year. President Trump, 5,000 people per year. Joe Biden, 700,000 people per year. So this president is illegally paroling over 700,000 people per year. Now, what's the magic number that should be? Is it 5,000? Is it 10,000? I think that we in the Republican caucus were willing to negotiate that number. And if there was some extenuating circumstances, then the president could come to this body and say, hey, we need more than that number. But just to say that as long as they're flown in, and by the way, the vast, vast majority of those parolees are flown in on, of course, American taxpayer dollars. So think about that. 2 million people have been paroled under President Biden. 2 million people flown into this country for the most part on American taxpayer dollars. Given a work visa, I wonder how that makes my union workers feel. Like 2 million people entering the work pool here willing to work for minimum wage or less. So this bill did not correct the parole situation, that they could continue to come into this country as long as they were flown in. And then the asylum issue. What this legislation did, again, was basically codify catch and release. Yes, some of the people were being caught and retained, but a significant number were still being caught and released for who knows how long. So that is the bare minimum that needed to occur on this bill to make it palatable because we wanted meaningful border security. We wanted to address asylum, address parole, and then this magic number of 5,000 when people cross the border, and those number of encounters that we would change it, that would shut down the border. So I hope that dispels any questions or concerns about what we would like to do with border security. I want to talk about Ukraine for a second, a little bit more as well. As I assess Ukraine, I certainly feel for the folks there. This has been battles for thousands of years over the borders of Ukraine. But where we're at today, I think it's very disingenuous to say that this war is anything but a stalemate. Look, the war front has not moved in over a year's time. It's a quagmire. But meanwhile, 200,000 Ukrainians have died. Maybe twice that number of Russians have died. Probably 1 million casualties with no end in sight. This is a never-ending war. Just like the Afghan war, I'm not sure how long Russia was there, but for years and years, and then America was there for years and years. But just due to the terrain, due to all the circumstances there appears to me to be no end in sight. And anyone who says otherwise, I think, is just not being intellectually honest with themselves or with Americans. I think the focus should be on some type of peace talks right now. Not on fueling this fire, not on throwing more gasoline on this fire, not sending them more and more weapons. I think that if there's a will, there's a way. And that if America was leading on some type of a peace talks, I think we could have already been there by now. But one of the challenges we have that with a president who's lost his reputation is trying to slow Putin down. So he's in this for the long haul. He's not going to step down. He's not going to step back when he sees a weak president that we have who is even afraid of Iran. So for all those reasons, I cannot support funding to Ukraine at this point in time. I think we have to secure our border first, and then I'm willing to talk about funding for Ukraine. But I need to know what's the path to victory? What's our goal here? What does some type of a realistic schedule look like for that war coming to a conclusion? But this legislation before us even promises money for future years. Again, misinformation being passed around by some of my colleagues. So this bill commits future presidents to funding this Ukraine war. And by the way, there's a lot of Americans back home that don't think that this is a good idea at all. Look, I grew up in the Vietnam era. I remember what it was like on my way to my grandparents to drive by the cemetery and see coffins draped with the American flag and the bugler playing taps on a regular basis, too often. A person that I saw playing high school football last season and hear their life had ended. I don't want more wars. I want less wars. But right now we're projecting weakness. Joe Biden has given us war through weakness instead of peace through strength. Let's turn our attention to Israel and Iran, Hamas as well, just for a moment. First of all, I want to remind everybody, 4 times we came to this floor and asked for unanimous consent for a standalone funding for Israel. And I would do that again tonight if I thought it would be of any benefit, if I thought that it had a chance. I support funding Israel. Israel has been one of America's, if not their best allies, certainly one of their top allies of all time. Faithful to us, a great source of intelligence. They have stopped so many foreign attacks on this land that many Americans owe their life to the work that the people of Israel have done. And then just in general, that they're being attacked by a terrorist group that not only wants to destroy Israel, but destroy America. Why wouldn't we support Israel? But of course, the issue of Israel now tears the Democrat Party apart. It divides them. You know, it looks like to me many of them are very concerned about supporting Israel, that they become this pro-Palestine caucus rather than a pro-Israel caucus. They support Iran, but not Israel. Look, in the world of the Middle East, you can't do both. I don't see how you could possibly support Israel and Iran. I don't see how you could support Israel and support Hamas. I don't think it's possible. I think sometimes you have to choose and support who your friends and allies are. And for me, I believe we should be standing firmly beside Israel and eliminating Hamas. Again, Hamas wants to destroy Americans. That is their goal. That is their stated purpose. So we would have, almost to a person, would have supported some type of standalone funding for Israel if given that chance. We talk about Israel, we talk about Hamas, we have to talk about Iran. There's so much more that this president could be doing right now besides just funding Israel. Look, Hamas is the head of the snake. They're the ones that fund, train, support, plan these attacks by these puppets of theirs, these terrorist organizations in so many ways. So what could the president do besides, funding more wars and more battles? I think that there's a military approach, there's an economic approach, and there's a diplomatic approach. Let's talk a minute about the diplomatic approach. The Abraham Accords are making great progress in the Middle East. And perhaps one of the most precipitating factor of Hamas attacking Israel was the progress of these Abraham Accords, that Israel was close to working out an agreement with our friends from Saudi Arabia. And if they would have done that, it would have put so much pressure on Iran. Well, basically Hamas attacked October 7th, and now those talks have been cut off. But if somehow, some way, those negotiations, those talks could be rekindled, that would indirectly put a huge amount of pressure on Iran. So there's huge opportunities for a diplomatic approach. Economically, let's talk what we could be doing. Recall, when Joe Biden was sworn in, Iran had about $6 billion of currency left, $6 billion in their treasury. Well, today they've got over $60 billion. Why? Because the sanctions that we had on under the Trump administration were lifted. And now Iran is easily selling all this oil. And among other things, they have a fleet of 500 ghost ships. So they take these ships that are owned by foreign countries, they use that foreign flag then to smuggle either Russian oil or Iran oil to people, ignoring the sanctions. We should be punishing not just Iran, but we should also be punishing those countries that lend them their flag, so to speak. What else could we do economically? I think that we could be putting double down on all the previous economic sanctions that we'd placed on them, including bank sanctions. And again, anybody that's doing business with Iran, we could be shutting them down as well. Militarily, what could we do? I think back to what President Reagan did in 1988 when an American warship was attacked. I believe it hit a mine, if I recall properly. And what President Reagan did is he ordered an attack on Iranian oil platforms. And I think we also sunk 3 of their battleships as well. So without going inside of Iran proper, we sent a loud and clear message to Iran. And guess what? It worked. But instead, what the Biden administration has chosen to do are these fairly innocuous attacks on empty sheds, and maybe sometimes there's some old ammunition there. But something more than that needs to be beefed up. We need to shut down Iran ships as they're crossing through the seas as well. Iran launched 3 military satellites recently. We could take out those passivity, this idea that if we just watch what Iran is doing and thinking that they're going to stop doing it, doesn't work. Anyone that's faced a bully in 3rd grade out at recess knows being passive never works, that eventually you have to stand up and smack the bully in the nose. Otherwise, he's going to keep pestering you. It's that clear. That's what we should be doing in the Middle East right now. is a military action on Iran, economic and diplomacy as well. You can't look at that in just a little silo. We should be supporting Israel, but all those other things would help Israel significantly as well. There's funding in this legislation for Taiwan. And again, I think if that was standalone, I could support it. I think back to pre-invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We begged the White House to make Ukraine some type of a porcupine, so to speak. That would have been our goal, that we should have been getting all the military aid in there before this all happened, not after. We could have got them A-10s that we were mothballing. Pardon me? I don't know what's going on, Mr. President.
I don't know. I can't. Senate will be in order. Would the person in the gallery please sit?
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't know what type of security situation there was there, so we thought we better just pause as well. So, we were talking about Taiwan. I think we could compare Taiwan to where Ukraine was a couple years ago. We begged this administration to arm Ukraine so that they could protect themselves. If we could have gotten those A-10 warthogs, think how that war would have changed if Ukraine had these A-10 warthogs as all these Russian supply automobiles were stuck there trying to enter from the north. There's so much more that we could have done. It seems like that this White House has just slow-walked the entire response. So yes, I think many of us agree that we should help arm Taiwan to make them a porcupine. And by the way, they've been a great ally too, a great business partner, seem to be a good player, a country that we greatly respect and want to help protect. But at the end of the day, when you bundle this funding without giving us our own border security, it doesn't make much sense to us. And of course, there's funding in here for humanitarian aid as well. I think to the tune of, goodness, I think it's close to $10 billion for humanitarian aid. This is in addition to what we typically are doing. Would remind everybody that USAID has a budget of over $60 billion a year, that we're all doing much of this humanitarian work already. And of course, our fear, and I don't know how to answer Kansan's thoughts on this when they ask me, how are we going to make sure that that humanitarian aid gets to women and children, the people that really need it, as opposed to, will Hamas intercept it? You know, again, I've made several trips to the Middle East, and what I've seen is corruption. I've seen the terrorist groups grab the humanitarian aid, and it doesn't get to the people that we want it to get there. So I'm not convinced on the humanitarian aid part of this that we would accomplish what our goals truly are. I don't think that this humanitarian aid should be going to support Hamas. I'm all for helping those that need it, but very concerned about where it actually ends up being. I want to go back to the budget process just for a second as well. Never been part of an organization that functions quite like this. Most of us have ran businesses before or been on a church board or a school board. You know, typically the fiscal year is going to be starting 4 or 5 months from that. We want our CFOs giving us a budget outline. We want to be presenting those budgets to the board at least 6 weeks before that new year kicks in. And certainly ready to go before the new year starts. This body seldom does a budget. They seem to just fly by the seat of their pants. They do a cost-plus system. Whatever we spent this year, you know, we're immediately talking about adding 5 or 10% to that budget, regardless, as opposed to, I think we should go back to a zero-based budgeting process. I think we should go back exactly the way the budget of the law of 1974 says we should be doing. And then put some teeth on it that if the president doesn't get his budget here on time, that there's some type of punishment, if you will, for the White House not getting that here on time within the realms of the Constitution. I know there's some certain things we can't do. And I really think the president, a responsible president, could have that budget to us before, months before the fiscal year ends as well. And then I think we should hold the Senate Budget Committee to test and make sure that they get a budget out in time. And then we communicate that with the House and they work on a budget and we go back to this regular order that we've all talked about. And my compliments to the budget or to the Appropriations Committee here in the Senate. I think they've done an incredible job, especially with the time presented to them, to at least giving us something. It's been through subcommittees, it's been through committees. For the most part, large bipartisan support. Would have loved to have had them out here by now. Would have loved to have taken those packages, there's 12 buckets, taken them one at a time and gone through them and shine a light on the bridges to nowhere. Maybe there's places we need to accentuate, things that we could cut back. In a federal budget of, goodness, I guess we're at $7 trillion a year now, you would think that there'd be some waste, there'd be some programs that we could shut down, as opposed to, again, just this cost-plus system that we do up here. Whatever last year's budget, let's just add 5%. Let's just add 10% as well. And it still amazes me that, again, a $900 billion military budget, we're going to have to go back now and spend even more to fund these never-ending wars overseas as well. So I do think that we need to pay attention to what's going on with our budget process. I had some folks back home send me some questions. And I thought I would try to answer them. Some of them I've covered already, but I think it's a good opportunity to talk about some of their questions as well. The first question, were the Democrats ever serious about border security? Listen, I think there are folks in the Democrat Party that want border security. I don't know if it's as much of a priority it is to me. I would like to assume that they do, but on the other hand, it feels like the White House that that's not their priority. I think I've never heard out of the White House that border security is a priority. They talked about an immigration system, wanting to grease an immigration system, but I never really heard that commitment from the White House that they wanted border security. Next question. Why is it so urgent to send Ukraine this largest lump sum of money right now when the war started over 2 years ago? I think that's a great question. Again, I would just point out that it's the situation there is a quagmire. I know that Ukraine is starting to launch offensive weapons into Russia, which concerns me, but concerns me about escalating a war as well. I think we need to realize that in this stalemate situation, I'm not sure why we need to be sending them more and more weapons. Again, the focus, I believe, should be on some type of peace talks. Next question, has Israel been used as a pawn in these negotiations? And what message does this send to our allies like Israel? Well, Israel has been used as a pawn. As I pointed out before, Israel divides my friends across the aisle, that much of their base no longer supports Israel. So when their base sees them thinking about funding Israel, it creates division, creates havoc, that hurts the president's poll numbers. So I think that Israel has felt like a pawn. Again, what some would say is that the president is using the Ukraine funding as an excuse to include the Israel funding. Next question. Again, these are questions from folks back home that wanted to make sure that I answered this. How does funding Ukraine address our number one national security concern, the border crisis, as well as our long-term concern of our national debt crisis? I couldn't agree more. Our number one most immediate threat to our national security is an open southern border. The greatest threat to our long-term national security is our $34 trillion national debt. Look, we're going to spend more money on interest this year than we do on the military. When any business is spending that significant amount of their budget, probably I'm going to guess around 1/7 of our budget this year, 1/7 will be spent on interest. So I think whenever that happens, that threatens our education programs, it threatens our roads and bridges, any type of long-term infrastructure that we could be investing in. If we're going to be spending $900 billion, $1 trillion on interest, we know that's a tough road to hoe. Any business that's ran when they're that far in debt, when you're spending that much on interest, soon ends up in some type of a bankruptcy. So this bill does not address it actually worsens our long-term national security crisis with the national debt. Certainly does not address the border in any way. Next question. When will the president realize that that deterrence doesn't work after the fact? Well, I think, again, that's the difference in philosophies here. I've always believed President Eisenhower actually said it first, believed in peace through strength. And President Eisenhower said he hated war as only a soldier could, as a soldier who's lived it and seen its brutality and futility as well. As a veteran myself, and the brother and son of a veteran, and uncles who were soldiers, and a child who's now in the active duty military, I certainly understand this importance of peace through strength, and hope that we can regain some of that strength. And we hope that the military begins to focus once again on military strength and readiness, as opposed to some of the other diversities issues. Next question: why is putting America's safety and security first so controversial? I can't answer that question. To me, it's not controversy. Of all my tasks up here, again, back to this making priorities, I think my number one priority is always to make Americans safe and secure. I think physically safe with secure borders, and then financially secure would be right behind that as well. Next question: who within the American government is responsible for overseeing how this money is spent in Ukraine? Whose job has it been to this point? Well, look, I think many of us have been concerned that there wasn't an individual person, Inspector General, focused on this $113 billion we've already spent. We know that whenever you send over large amounts of money at one time, the opportunity for fraud and abuse is there. Many European countries, leaders over there, concerned about the fraud in Ukraine as well. So I cannot look Kansans in the eye and say, hey, we know where all this money is going. For heaven's sakes, the Department of Defense doesn't know where most of its assets are either. It's gotten so big they can't keep track of what they have or where they have it. Next question: why don't we bring Russia and Ukraine to the negotiating table to create peace instead of funding the death and destruction indefinitely? Couldn't agree with you more. I think that we have the leverage. I think we have the economic leverage. Even just our trade with these foreign countries alone gives us a leverage that most people don't have to bring them to the negotiating table. Next question: how can we be sure humanitarian aid for the Gaza Strip will be used to help civilians and not fall into the hands of Hamas terrorists? I cannot be sure of that. We know, if history repeats itself, that a significant amounts of past aid have fallen into the hands of these terrorists. Next question: what is the end goal in Ukraine? That's a great question. You know, it wasn't too long ago that the Ukrainian leadership was here saying they wanted to go back to pre-Crimea. They want Crimea back, as well as the other territory that Russia has invaded and controls as well. I don't know that that's feasible or not, to think that they're going to get Crimea back. Crimea is so important to Putin. Folks don't realize the challenges that Russia has on getting their oil, getting their crops, their commodities out to a warm water port. Crimea is vitally important to their economy, and of course even militarily as well. So I think that's another great point and another great question as well. You know, what is the end goal in Ukraine? I don't think that America has been given the answer to that. Again, I just think back to Vietnam and being a young child, listening to Walter Cronkite in the nightly news, and my parents asking that same question: what's the goal? What are we trying to do in Vietnam? Where are we going with this? And as we saw, my goodness, the Agent Orange and all just the atrocities that were coming out of Vietnam. Our soldiers were vilified. Americans didn't welcome them back home. It was a horrible time in America. And I think there was never a clear purpose of what the end game was in Vietnam. Let's don't repeat that same mistake. Next, what are we doing to ensure that Europe is doing their part as well? Listen, it's almost impossible for me to understand exactly how much Europe is committed and then actually followed through with. In my humble opinion, they've made some very bravado claims that they're going to do, and I don't think they have adequately followed up on it yet. I'm still waiting for a report that I can trust to say that and verify that Europe is doing their part. I do think that they should be more motivated than we are to secure the situation. They're willing to help, but let's again, I think it's about priorities to me. Let's secure our own borders first. Next question, is there corruption happening in Ukraine? Look, I think that there is, unfortunately. I think that there is corruption in Ukraine. The largest telecom company in Ukraine is being threatened to be nationalized by Zelensky. Let me say that again. Zelensky is threatening to nationalize the largest telecom company in Ukraine. This particular company is on NASDAQ, American ownership. Many Americans have ownership in this stock as well. But it's sitting on a fair amount of cash. And of course, the plan was when this war is settled that they would go back and reinvest that cash, invest that money into the telecom to help Ukraine's economy recover. But it appears to me that President Zelensky wants that cash. And then just think what he could do from a political standpoint. It would be like if the White House could control 2 or 3 of the largest telecom companies in America. What an unfair advantage that is to other political parties as well. So there's political issues with it, as well as, I think, economic issues. And for Zelensky to threaten Americans, to threaten our leadership, that if we don't give him this $60 billion, he's going to nationalize this American company, I think is hitting below the belt. It's not right. It's not fair. I don't like to be threatened. Americans don't like to be threatened. So those are some of the questions that folks back home in Kansas have asked us. I hope we've adequately addressed them. What time I've got left, Mr. President, I think I would talk about being a patriot, what it means to be a patriot. I mean, just ask the folks in the room, are you a patriot, or when did you become a patriot? And maybe if I could, I'd just like to share my moment, my aha moment when I became a patriot. My wife and I got married about 2 weeks before medical school started. Year and a half later, second year medical student, we had our firstborn. Brought her home to a little studio apartment. Took my desk and made a little spot for a crib for her. My wife was going to give up her job to take care of the baby, which I was, was my goal. So grateful for the sacrifices that moms make. And already we were having a rough time making ends meet. So I knew I needed to do something economically. I said, this is no way to take care of a family. And it was one of those moments when I was considering what I needed to do. I thought about my forefathers. My dad had served in the military. My brother had served. Matter of fact, going back to the Civil War, every generation from my family had somebody that served in the military. 4 grandfathers of my grandparents served the Union Army. 3 gave their lives, made the ultimate sacrifice, preserving the Union. My wife had an uncle who served in World War I, suffered from nerve gas exposure in the Argonne Forest. 2 of my dad's uncles were part of the D-Day invasion. My dad served, my brother served, and now I served, and my son served. Anyway, in that moment, I said, this is what I need to do. I need to join the military. Rather than borrow money, I've always wanted to, check that box as well. So my wife and I signed up, and officer's basic training was in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, just, I would suppose, 30 minutes from where we're standing today. Now, most people don't take their wife and their newborn with them to basic training, but we decided to do that. And even though my wife stayed in a different place than I did, we were so glad that she got to come. Every spare moment that we had, though, we enriched ourselves in the many cultural opportunities that the nation's capital gives us. We spent a day at Monticello. We spent a day at Mount Vernon. We spent a day going through the National History Museum. spending days on end at all the different Smithsonians, on the nation's mall, sucking up the history, the nectar of life from this great country, stopping at each one of the monuments and reading and learning and going on tours about the sacrifices that our forefathers, our founding fathers, had done for all of us. Now, as a pre-med student, biochemistry and nuclear engineering, I didn't get to spend much time in history, so it was truly a great awakening for me. But sometime in that process of that summer, between taking an oath to defend the Constitution and learning all of this information about our nation's history, I became a real patriot, dedicating myself to make sure that I leave this country better for the next generation. And as I look at legislation like this, complicated legislation, my goodness, it's trying to do something in Ukraine, something in Israel, in Taiwan, and humanitarian efforts. And to think that we've left behind this opportunity to secure a border, it's very troubling to me. Horribly troubling to me that we've squandered this once-in-a-generation opportunity to fix this problem. And that's why I was unwilling to go forward. I wanted to go back and let's work on this border security issue until we get it right. And then we could move on to this. But that opportunity was not afforded us, and here we are today. But as a patriot, I stand before you, I stand before the people of America saying the right thing to do would be to secure our border first. There's going to be those who today and tomorrow judge us and say that I'm in the wrong. But it'll take decades. It's going to take decades for history to figure out who was right here and who was wrong here. And as I've said before, I may be wrong on Ukraine, but I'm darn secure, darn confident that securing the border should be our top priority right now. It's our number one most immediate threat to our national security. So as this debate concludes, it's with an ill heart that I'll go home, having lost this battle. And Americans are not going to understand that. But they are going to hold people accountable. Americans are going to hold people accountable that chose to move on from border security and fund foreign nations before we took care of our own homes. Mr. President, I can promise you that I'm going to always be a patriot first. Mr. President, I reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I'm here tonight to talk about the foreign aid supplemental that is the pending business on this floor. But before I do that, I have to take a moment of personal privilege, if my colleagues will allow me in light of recent events, just to say a word about the Kansas City Chiefs, who last night in dramatic fashion won their third Super Bowl in the last 5 years. Now, as a lifelong Kansas City fan, it's an incredible privilege to get to congratulate the Chiefs again on this floor, just as I did last year. For those who missed the game, the Chiefs beat the 49ers in a terrific, terrific game. Final score of 25-22 in an overtime thriller. Only the second time, I think, in Super Bowl history that a Super Bowl has gone into overtime. Yet again, the Chiefs came back from a double-digit deficit. We're down 10 points at one point in the first half, coming back to win the game, again by a score of 25-22. This is the first time in 19 years now that a team has won back-to-back Super Bowls, and already we in the Kansas City area and Chiefs Kingdom are ready for a three-peat as we gear up for next season. I just want to call out a few folks who had particularly outstanding performances, and I have to start by highlighting my good friend Harrison Butker, the Kansas City Chiefs' stellar kicker, best kicker in the league. Harrison last night set a new Super Bowl record with a 57-yard field goal at the end of the first half. He scored more than half of the team's total points, being 4 for 4 in field goal attempts and, of course, 1 for 1 in his point-after attempts. Made a crucial field goal there at the end of the fourth quarter that tied the score and sent the game into overtime. This Super Bowl performance of his underscores a phenomenal season in which he was perfect in the postseason and missed only 2 field goals the entire regular season. And I'll just say, Mr. President, what happened last night was typical of Harrison's performance the entire season in terms of scoring points for this team. He has truly been an outstanding player this season, absolutely key to this team. And of course, what can you say about Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback in the league, the best quarterback of all time, Andy Reid, another phenomenal coaching game, his in-game adjustments, absolutely unbelievable, terrific defensive play from Steve Spagnuolo's unit and everybody involved. Tight end Travis Kelce led the team in receiving last night, 9 receptions, 93 yards. Pacheco rushed 18 times for 59 yards, had 6 receptions for 33 yards. Mahomes, 34 of 46 pass attempts, 333 yards, rushed 9 times for 66 yards, and of course was named the Super Bowl's most valuable player. That makes him only the 3rd player to have won that honor 3 times, joining Tom Brady and the great Joe Montana. This is a terrific, terrific game, and I hope that we'll soon pass a resolution here on the floor to honor the Chiefs' terrific victory and to prepare for what I think will be a terrific season next season. Let me just say just 2 more things on this score, just personally. First, to Clark and Tavia and to their 3 kids. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for putting your faith at the center of all that you do. You've made your faith the center of your family. You've made your faith the center of your organization, and it shows the excellence that you have brought and continued with this program in Kansas City, with the organization that your family has built, that you've carried on, the legacy that you have passed along is truly incredible. So thank you, Clark and Tavia. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for what you've done for this organization. And on a personal note, to Harrison Butker and to Isabel, congratulations. Thank you for your bold witness for your faith. Thank you for the way that you lead your lives. Thank you for being a terrific ambassador, Harrison, and terrific ambassadors as a couple for the Kansas City Chiefs, for Kansas City, for the region, but most of all, for your faith, for the faith that we have in common. It's an honor to get to call you a friend. It's an honor to get to see you play. And this was such a terrific, terrific game last night. So fantastic game. Congratulations to all the Chiefs. Senator Marshall and I and others have offered a resolution honoring the team, which I hope will pass the Senate with unanimous consent. And we look forward to sharing that with all of the team members, Andy Reid, Clark, and Tavia, as well as the entire state of Missouri. And since my good friend Senator Marshall is on the floor, I'll just say that we in Kansas City, Missouri, the Chiefs and Missouri football team, we're so proud to have the Chiefs in Missouri. But hey, we welcome fans from from Kansas and all around the country. So it's a great day for Missouri, but also for Chiefs fans everywhere. And you're sure welcome to cheer for them in the great state of Kansas as well. So thank you for that. And thank you for indulging me, Mr. President, in making those remarks and honoring this terrific football team. And I'll just say, as a guy who grew up as a young guy watching the Chiefs play, I still remember exactly where I was. Maybe Senator Marshall can relate to this. Exactly where I was when Joe Montana took the Chiefs to the AFC Championship game. Montana played for the Chiefs, of course, for 3 years toward the end of his career. And I still remember right where I was watching Montana in that first season at the AFC Championship game. It's by the farthest the Chiefs had ever gotten in my lifetime. We lost that game, unfortunately, but I was sitting in the Maid-Rite in Lexington, Missouri, where I grew up, watching them on a little TV that was kind of up in the corner there. And I thought to myself, man, it doesn't get better than this. But as we found out, it does get better than that. It gets better than just going to the AFC Championship game. It gets better when you win the AFC Championship game and you win the Super Bowl year after year after year. Congratulations to the Chiefs and the dynasty that they now have created in the National Football League. And I think they're just getting started. On a more serious note, Mr. President, and turning now to the topic of conversation that is before us on the floor tonight, we are considering the National Security Supplemental. And it is absolutely true that America faces no shortage of threats to our national security. Our own borders, to begin with, are, as we sit here and speak tonight, wide open. The number of border crossings continues at all-time highs. There are, in fiscal year 2023, 860,000 illegal gotaways, 302,000 encounters with illegal aliens in December of this last year alone. That's an all-time high for a single month. The number of Chinese migrants at the southwest border jumped more than tenfold from 2,176 in fiscal year 2022 to 24,314 in fiscal year 2023. CBS News reports today that migrants in Mexico have made 64 million requests, 64 million requests to enter the United States using the CBP One app. That's an app that the federal government developed with your tax dollars for the phone that illegal immigrants can now use to get concierge service to cross the border. 64 million illegal immigrants have asked to set up appointments to enter the United States using this app. I laugh, but it's not funny. It's not funny at all. It's deadly serious. The threat across our southern border is deadly serious. The threats that we face on all sides across the world are deadly serious. In China, and imperial China is now twice as powerful relative to the United States as the Soviet Union was at its peak. And China explicitly seeks to dominate the world's largest economic area and to displace this country as a global power. They would have monumental, unprecedented implications. That would have monumental, unprecedented implications for America's interests. And we cannot allow that to happen. But right now, we are considering a so-called security supplemental that puts those pressing concerns last, not first. That does not do anything for our border at all. In fact, we were first served up a so-called border bill that would have made the problem worse, not better. A border bill that I think of as the Full Employment Act for illegal aliens. The border bill, so-called, that was before this chamber a week ago. That border bill, its central feature from my point of view, was to give illegal aliens already in the country expedited work permits. Expedited work permits now, such that millions of illegals, almost none of whom will ultimately qualify to remain here permanently in the country, including for asylum claims. Over 80% of asylum claims fail, we know statistically, and yet that bill would have given those illegal aliens here expedited work permits to go enter our labor force right now. We are looking at the flatlining of wages in this country for working people. Blue-collar workers, A, are having trouble finding a job, B, haven't seen a real rise in their wages in years. Over the last 30 years, blue-collar wages have declined, And yet the solution of this body would be to create even more cheap labor in this country? We know why the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Wall Street loved that bill. It's a cheap labor bill. They love cheap labor. Their first preference would be overseas cheap labor. But if they can't get that, then why not subject Americans and those who are here legally to even more illegal cheap labor? It makes absolutely no sense at all, Mr. President, none at all, which is why I voted against it. And yet that's what we were offered as a solution to the border. As to a solution to China, this body has drug its feet and neglected its responsibilities toward China for years. One is tempted to say decades, and the current security supplemental does nothing meaningful in that regard. In fact, the focus is entirely, almost, certainly heavily, on Ukraine. More money for Ukraine. We've spent $115 billion almost in Ukraine so far. This bill would commit tens of billions more, and to what end? Let me just offer a contrast, Mr. President. Not long ago, I was on this floor discussing the need, discussing the cries for justice from Americans in my state, in Arizona, Idaho, New Mexico, Texas, Wyoming, Tennessee, Kentucky, Alaska, Americans who have been exposed to nuclear radiation or radioactive waste by their own government going back decades. In my state, the city of St. Louis was used as a uranium processing facility at the very beginning of the Oppenheimer project, the Manhattan Project. We've all learned about this in greater detail thanks to that movie. But have we yet learned about the brave men and women in this country who gave their health and, in many instances, yes, their lives to see that project come to fruition? Well, we haven't when it comes to the brave men and women of Missouri, I can tell you that. St. Louis was a secret uranium processing site for years. And when the federal government shut down its uranium processing work in St. Louis, what did it do? Did it clean up the uranium? Did it clean up the nuclear waste? No, it didn't. Here's what it did. It put the waste into canisters, metal canisters, unsecured, set them out in open parking lots and other facilities, exposed to the elements, exposed to the wind and the rain and the weather for years on end, and then watched as those metal drums leaked nuclear waste right out of the drum, right down into the soil, and right into the water, right into a creek. Coldwater Creek is its name, that runs through the greater St. Louis area, from the center of the city out into the suburbs. And just as this was happening in the 1950s into the 1960s, what was happening to those suburbs? Well, people were moving out of city centers. They were moving to the suburbs. They were building homes. And where were they building their homes? Along this beautiful, picturesque creek that just so happens, Mr. President, to have been contaminated from the 50s forward with nuclear waste. Where did the waste come from? From the federal government. But that wasn't the only place in St. Louis that was contaminated. Now, the federal government also then decided that, you know what, maybe a way to get rid of this would be we'll just dump all of the waste in a public landfill. So that's what they did. Mr. President, they took the waste, some of it, to a public landfill without any controls, without any appropriate cleanup, and by the way, without informing the public, and they dumped it into the landfill along with everything else that was there, taking no precautions, exercising no appropriate cleanup. They dumped it at another location called Laddie Avenue, and then there was yet another location called Weldon Spring, such that there are now multiple locations, all of these years later, in the city of St. Louis, and we're talking now about just one metropolitan area in this country. Multiple locations where nuclear waste has been dumped into the soil, dumped into the water, exposing people into the air, and for 50-plus years it has been going on. It continues as I stand tonight on this floor. Because how much of it has been cleaned up, Mr. President? None of it. Has the creek been cleaned up? No. Has the landfill been cleaned up? No. Has the second landfill at Weldon Spring, has it been cleaned up? No. Has Laddie Avenue been appropriately cleaned up? No. No, it has not. But what has happened is generations of residents of my state in St. Louis and then in St. Charles have played in that creek. They have gone to those schools. They have been exposed repeatedly to this nuclear radiation and waste, and they have developed cancers of many and various kinds, such that we lead the nation now in St. Louis County in breast cancer, in various childhood cancers. It's not natural, Mr. President. There's nothing normal about it. It's because of what the federal government has done and done for decades. Why do I mention it? Well, because the program that this government set up some years ago to compensate those Americans who have been exposed by their government to nuclear radiation is about to expire. And just a few months ago, I secured the approval of this body to renew it. We passed here on the floor of this body with a strong bipartisan vote a renewal measure to make good on our promise to those Americans who've been exposed to nuclear radiation by their government, who've grown ill because of nuclear radiation by their government, who have died because of nuclear radiation by their government, to make good on our promise to help them. We passed it. We also included in that legislation relief for the people of St. Louis and St. Charles and others in Missouri, relief for the people of New Mexico and Arizona and Utah and others who were downwind of these tests that we saw so vividly portrayed in the Oppenheimer movie and elsewhere. And then what happened, Mr. President? Well, I'll tell you what happened. The National Defense Authorization Act, the defense bill, went to conference. And there, despite the strong bipartisan vote on this floor, there it was removed in a backroom deal. Senator McConnell and others led the charge to remove this provision. And what was the rationale? What were we told? Why was it that nuclear radiation victims from Missouri to Kentucky to Tennessee to Alaska cannot be compensated according to so-called leadership? What was the rationale, Mr. President? No, I remember it vividly. I've heard it. It rings in my ears every day. The rationale is we don't have the money. The rationale is it's too expensive to do right by the American people who have suffered and died because of their government's nuclear radiation program. The rationale was we can't possibly afford it. That was the rationale. And now, lo and behold, I turn, Mr. President, to this bill before us, and I find we seem to have unlimited sums of money when it comes to foreign wars. Good Lord, when it comes to funding the machinery of war, we have money, we have money, we have money that we couldn't possibly dream of. We can run the presses indefinitely if it's going to go overseas. If we're going to be paying foreign governments, why, we've got enough money, apparently, to send $8 billion direct to the treasury of Ukraine. My goodness, we have enough money to make hundreds of millions of dollars of our taxpayer funds available to the private sector in Ukraine. We are now literally funding their businesses, their banks, Lord knows what. We've got money without end. We've got enough money to pay for bureaucrats' salaries. We've got enough money to pay for Ukrainian government officials' pensions. We've got enough money for so-called humanitarian aid that gets funneled away from, siphoned off into any manner of corrupt uses. We won't know because we don't have a special inspector general to oversee this money, but that's a different story. Oh no, we've got plenty of money. And I have listened carefully to colleague after colleague of mine come to this floor and stand where I am now and say, it's so important that we spend this money on these overseas wars. We must spend the money. If we don't spend this money now, why, it may cost us more money in the future. No, it's imperative. It's imperative that we spend this money. Meanwhile, these same people turn to the citizens of Missouri and say, you're not worth a dime. They say you can't have a penny. They turn to the residents of Kentucky and Tennessee and Alaska and New Mexico and Arizona and Utah and Texas, and they say, we don't care that you were poisoned. We don't have a dime for you. We have unlimited money for Ukraine. We're going to rebuild the borders of Ukraine. That's in this bill, but we don't have anything for you. We are probably, for all I know, paying for radiation exposure compensation for Ukrainians in this bill. We very well could be, Mr. President. We'll never know because there'll never be an accounting. But the contrast strikes me as not only stark, it strikes me as absurd. It strikes me as absurd. If worse than that, it strikes me as grossly unjust. Listen, if you want to give money to overseas military operations, I think you're making a mistake when it comes to Ukraine. I think doing it without oversight is a serious mistake. I think doing it in a way that seriously harms our position in the Pacific, which is our most important foreign policy challenge, is a serious mistake. I think doing it before we secure our own border is a serious mistake. But given all of that, if you want to give money to foreign wars in Ukraine, that's one thing. But to turn around and say we have plenty of money for that endeavor, we have unlimited sums of money for that endeavor, but we have nothing for the people in the United States of America, we have nothing for those who are sick and dying of cancer because of their government's action. To say that, Mr. President, is not only a juxtaposition that strikes the mind. To say that is manifestly unjust. To say that is wrong. To say that cannot be sustained, Mr. President. To say that is a scar on the conscience of this body. It cannot be that we have unlimited sums of cash for foreign wars and we have nothing for the needs of our own people who our own government has hurt and poisoned. That cannot be true in this country. It cannot be. Which is why, Mr. President, I will soon demand again that this body vote to make good on this government's commitment to help those whom its government has poisoned. But I hope and expect that when that time soon comes, we will not hear talk about how expensive it is to clean up after the federal government, how expensive it is for all of these Americans, hundreds of thousands of them who've been poisoned by the government, how expensive it is for them after we have been treated to speech after speech, hour upon hour, day upon day of just how important it is to spend this money in Ukraine. If it's good enough for the Ukrainians, surely it's good enough for the American people. Surely, Mr. President, it is good enough for the American people. And what of those in East Palestine? Here we are, a year now, since the train derailment, the explosions, the chemical spill in that state. And it's not just, of course, the residents right there, as devastating as it was for East Palestine, but those chemical agents spilled into the waterways, eventually meeting up with the Mississippi, carrying those toxic agents all the way down, including into my state of Missouri, affecting everybody who lives along the river and in the greater watershed area. And I just note again, Mr. President, what is it that this body has seen fit to do for the residents of East Palestine? Has that crisis been addressed? Has that spill been cleaned up? Has our river been cleaned? No. Have we voted on a railway safety bill? No. No. We haven't lifted a finger, this body hasn't, to do anything to help the residents of East Palestine or anybody else downstream from that crisis. Certainly the people of Missouri haven't gotten an ounce of relief. Nothing. Nothing. But we have unlimited time, unlimited resources, and unlimited rhetoric for our foreign wars. There is a moral incongruity here that cannot be sustained. It cannot be that the American people will constantly be asked to be fodder for our foreign wars and adventures while their needs are overlooked, overshadowed, and put to one side. It is not sustainable, Madam President. It is not right, Madam President. Whether we're talking about St. Louis and St. Charles, Missouri, or East Palestine, or any other state in this nation, It is not right that this body's priority is time and time and time again overseas wars, the machinery of war, foreign adventurism, and of course, let's not forget the priorities of Wall Street. Let's not forget that. Right. Who is it that always gets paid? In the National Defense Bill, we were told over and over there's just no money available for Americans poisoned by their government. But I noticed that we had $1 trillion in funds available for defense contractors. Wall Street always gets paid. The defense contractors always get paid. And this body always hops to do their bidding. I've seen it over and over in my short time in the Senate. It doesn't take long, if you're paying attention, to see who really calls the shots around here. The big corporations, the defense contractors, the Wall Street banks, they call the shots. Both parties, let's be honest. That's why we call it the uniparty. Because at the end of the day, there's one set of interests that play the tune and that call the shots, and they're the ones who get paid. Now, the American people have to take a back seat to that. If the working people of my state and Ohio have to get nothing, then that's just how it is. But Wall Street will certainly get paid. The defense contractors will certainly get paid. They'll certainly have their way. And so here we are again. I'm sure they love this bill. They love this bill, which makes me think, Mr. President, maybe one way to help clear the eyes and focus the mind on this body is maybe we ought to pass a law that says that no member of Congress can hold stock or trade stock in corporations that have contracts with the defense industry. Wouldn't it change things around here if no member of Congress could turn a profit on the machinery of war? My goodness, what a difference that would make. My goodness, how the debates in this chamber would change. My goodness, might it be, heaven forbid, that members might ask themselves, what should we do for the workers of this country as opposed to the defense contractors who are making hand over fist money in Ukraine? I keep hearing all this talk about how this bill is really all about renewing our industrial base. What that really means is it's about sending more money to defense contractors. They've already gotten paid once this year. Now they're going to get paid again. And I'm sure again and again and again. But mark my words, in just a few weeks' time, we'll be hearing about how we have no funds for anybody who's a victim of nuclear radiation, no funds to do anything for East Palestine, no funds to clean up any of the disasters this government has created. No, we have no money. We have no money. It's all gone to Ukraine. I think that the moral contrast is clear, Madam President. And all I can say is, I don't think it's lost on the American people. Who want to see a Congress that actually puts their interests first, to see a Congress that actually invests in them ahead of all others, to see a Congress that says if there's going to be a conflict between what we can afford to do do overseas and at home, we're going to prioritize home. If it's between rebuilding another nation or rebuilding this one, we're going to rebuild this one. If it's between securing another nation's borders or our own, we're going to secure our own. But at the very least, if we're going to invest in all of these foreign wars, we're at least going to take care of our people in this country. At the very least, Mr. President, I think it is not lost on them.
President Biden has taken 94 executive actions that transform the border from a place of fentanyl overdoses before they even learn to drive a car. It might be progressive, but it's not progress to allow terrorists, cartel members, and human traffickers to roam freely in communities around this country. But when it comes to our side's recent history, the Republican House, they acted. They passed H.R. 2. But at the end of the day, it's Democrats who refuse to agree to any provisions that would meaningfully secure our border. And at the same time, the threats we face on the world stage, they demand our attention as well. We've got an opportunity to rebuild the arsenal of democracy, to make significant investments in our national defense, and prepare ourselves for the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. Right now, our defense supply lines, they're brittle, and our manufacturing base, it's not prepared for future conflict, and it's got to be modernized. Our allies and our partners like Israel and Taiwan, they need our help, especially our friends in Israel. They're in a fight for survival, and we need to send them the aid that they need to finish the job and to free the remaining hostages, one of which is a North Carolinian. At the same time, we should share Israel's military objectives: to destroy Hamas, to demilitarize Gaza, and to de-radicalize the Palestinian population. We don't need President Biden's virtue signaling to a Democrat base that's increasingly becoming pro-Hamas. We need to let our allies in Israel and around the world know that we're on their side and that our resolve is indeed strong. If we let our own defense atrophy and we leave our allies high and dry, then forces of evil and instability will be even more emboldened and our world will become even more dangerous. Remember, it is American strength that deters aggression and it's weakness that provokes it. But in order to be a strong nation, we first got to be strong right here at home. We must secure our own border before we can help other countries protect theirs. So I believe that this position is reasonable. And I'm going to mention a quick example for my point here. On one of my recent telephone town halls, I asked a poll question to thousands of people that were on the call. I asked, and I quote, "If you could be assured that the southern border was secure, then would you support sending support to our allies and our partners?" I'll say that again. If you could be assured that the southern border was secure, would you then support sending support to our allies and our partners? Roughly 2/3 of the respondents said yes. I bet it's the same in other states around this country. Most folks, they aren't opposed to helping our friends. They just think we need to take care of our country first. And America first doesn't have to mean America only. But as I watch the process play out here in this chamber, I can't blame folks back home who really feel frustrated. The Senate's initial deal, which at least attempted to address the border crisis, was then replaced with a bill with zero border provisions at all. And to date, there's not been a full amendment process as was promised. For example, I think it would be outrageous to allow a single U.S. taxpayer dollar to flow to Gaza while Hamas terrorists hold American citizens hostages. But this amendment and many others, they're not even going to be considered. The truth is that this entire process, it's not working. The only viable path forward is for Congress to force President Biden to get serious about border security. And then for the American people to see this situation at the border start to get better. And until that happens, we find ourselves locked in a stalemate as the world burns. We can't accept this. Yeah, we want to help our allies and our partners, but to keep our nation strong, we must always put America first. I preserve the balance of my time.
Senator from Kentucky.
What we have here is a Ukraine first bill. This bill was never really about securing our border, but about securing another country's border. What we have here is a failure of the elites of Washington on both sides of the aisle, the leadership in the Democrat Party, the leadership in the Republican Party. What we have here is a failure of these elites to understand that the American people want to put America first. 61% of Americans live from paycheck to paycheck, and they want to put Ukraine first. I want you to talk to your constituents at home, the ones who live paycheck to paycheck, and tell them why you're shipping $60 billion to Ukraine. This will be $170 billion. We have never before in the history of the United States flooded so much money into another country. 61% of our country lives paycheck to paycheck. 8 out of 10 families that make $50,000 or less don't have enough money to pay for their bills in 2 weeks if their check doesn't come. If they have one interruption in their family, one thing that sets them back, one unexpected expense, they don't have enough money to pay their bills, and you want to put Ukraine first. This is why the Democrat Party is losing the working man. This is why the Republicans have become the party of the working class. This is why many, if not most, members of the unions are now looking at Republicans, because we support the working man. We support the working women of America, and we recognize that they do not want to send their hard-earned money and taxes halfway across the world. What does their money go for? Do we know what they're doing with their money in Ukraine? Well, we do know that the money went to fund 6 fashion brands to go to the Paris Fashion Show. We do know that it's funding small businesses to sell ladies' handbags. We do know that it's paying for the salaries of 57,000 first responders. What about the first responders in our country? What about the people who get in an ambulance and have a $35,000 bill in our country? What about tackling the problems of America first? Instead, this bill is a Ukraine first bill. It's a Ukraine first policy. According to the Ukraine First Party, which includes elites of both parties, war is good. War is useful. War profits make us stronger. Sounds a bit Orwellian. They say that war profits will build the defense industrial base. This is the part they used to say quietly. They used to whisper this. They used to never say it out loud, that war profits fund the defense industrial base, and by golly, we're going to be stronger the more war profits there are. According to the Ukraine First Party, war's not so bad. War profits make us stronger. Lost in this reprehensible argument is any sense of grief over the 500,000 dead, for the mothers and fathers weeping graveside. Little sense of grief, little sense of understanding that supporting and lauding grief is supporting and lauding the death of war. Missing from the war profits, our good argument, is any sense of compassion for the thousands of lives that will yet be lost by the prolongation of this war. If military contracts for 100,000 rifles are good, what about 1 million rifles? If military contracts for 1,000 tanks are good, what about 1 million tanks? If military contracts for 500 bombs are good, what about military contracts for 5,000 bombs? Missing from the argument that war profit is good, that the more armaments we sell, the better, is compassion for the deaths that we're talking about, the prolongation of war. You know, war doesn't end typically in victory. Almost all wars end in negotiated settlement. The longer there are unlimited war profits, the longer there are unlimited weapons being sent in Ukraine, the longer the war goes on, the more people who die. This is a grinder. It's a meat grinder over there. There are whole towns without young men. Do I think Russia's in the wrong? Of course they are. Are they the aggressor? Of course they are. Do I have sympathy for Ukraine? Absolutely. But we also are now funneling money to a country that has no elections. They've canceled their presidential elections. They've suppressed speech. They've banned certain opposition parties. They've banned certain opposition press. They've banned officials of opposition religion. Now, this should bother people because it is said that American might and foreign aid is to express our power and our values. Are our values no elections? Are our values suppressing speech? What's become confusing even in our country, as the Democrat Party has become the party of censorship. They are the party that agrees that the Biden administration is okay to meet with the FBI, to meet with Homeland Security, and to meet in the offices of Twitter, meet in the offices of Facebook. They suppressed for over a year anybody who was willing to say that it looks like the virus came from a lab in Wuhan. That was suppressed for over a year. Not just by private business, but by the government, by the Biden administration meeting, the FBI, Homeland Security meeting with the tech companies. So it doesn't surprise me that they don't care too much. Just get the money out the door, even though in Ukraine they're living under a regime where speech has been suppressed. What the American firsters, what the Ukraine firsters are really arguing for is an America Last policy. They're really arguing for a longer, bigger, more deadly war because it expands the profits of the defense industrial base. How despicable. How absolutely disgusting. They're saying the quiet part out loud. They're okay with war. The longer the war, the more profits, the stronger the American defense base. It's this circular argument. We're not sending the money to Ukraine. It's coming right back. It's coming back in the form of profits to the American arms merchants. It's okay. We're really not going to lose $170 billion because it's coming back in profits. We'll make more bombs. Whatever happened to the progressive left? But wasn't it great when there were people on the left who actually were progressive on things such as war? How absolutely disgusting. To argue that war profits are a benefit that somehow overshadows the awful specter of war's death and carnage. The amount of money going to Ukraine in this bill is more than we spend on the entire Marine Corps. Think about it. We're going to send to Ukraine more money than we spend on our own Marine Corps. This is a bill about Ukraine first. This is a bill that makes us weaker. There is no money to give to Ukraine. It's not like we've got a pot of money. There is no surplus. There is no rainy day fund. This money will be printed up or borrowed from China to send to Ukraine. It makes us weaker. Once the border bill failed and they decided that this wasn't really about the border, that this was about Ukraine's border, the American Firsters plowed on, but with a more intellectually honest proposal. Nothing for America, everything for Ukraine. That's what this bill is. Nothing for America, nothing to stop the invasion of nearly 1 million people across our southern border. They offered a border bill that would have said, well, if we have an emergency, the emergency's already happened. Nearly 1 million people came in the last 2 months. That is the emergency. This is a bill that is Ukraine first and America last and ought to be defeated. And I notice my colleague from Alabama is here, and I'll reserve the remainder of time. Can you tell me how much time I have left?
Senator has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Senator from Alabama.
Madam President, reclaiming my time, I come to the floor to sound the alarm, as a lot of my colleagues are, about the crisis at our southern border. You know, I've been there over 3 years, and I've never seen this group try to do more for people out of our country than within our country. It's amazing. But this is the worst border crisis in our history. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been at least 8 million illegal crossings at our southern border that we know of. This is in addition to the 2 million gotaways. These are the illegals that we know of. The real number is probably much, much higher. Border crossings are at a record high. Deportations are at a record low. Why is this happening? You know, it didn't come out of the blue. This is a policy choice by President Biden and his allies here in Congress. We've been talking about this now for 3 years, asking why. And we've not got one good answer yet. Why is our borders open? Joe Biden campaigned on opening up our borders. He campaigned on giving free health care to illegal aliens. So, it's no surprise that he's keeping his promise. Since taking office, President Biden has taken 94 executive actions related to immigration. 94. We've got the same laws on the books as we did when President Trump was in office. But President Trump secured the border. Joe Biden has opened our border more than it ever has been in the history of this country. Let's take a look at just a few of these executive actions. First, President Biden stopped building the wall. In fact, he's been selling off parts of the wall for pennies on the dollar. I know people in Alabama that have bought stacks of steel that the American taxpayers paid in lots, $300,000 for these certain lots. $300,000 of American taxpayer money. These people now can go online at an auction and buy these lots for 10 cents on the dollar. So I know people that have bought $300,000 lots for $30,000, just throwing taxpayer money down the drain. Same thing with the razor wire. Same thing for other parts of the wall that are being sold. They're just basically being given away. So we've been selling parts, but President Biden, nobody told him to do it. He did it on his own. He chose to do it. President Biden got rid of President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. That was the most effective policy we've seen in discouraging the abuse of our asylum system in years. I've been down the border several times, and Border Patrol has told me time and time again, finish the wall. That's the best thing we can do here. It won't stop it, but it will give us an opportunity to police the wall, make them come in through certain sections of the wall, and allow us to have some kind of border security. President Biden is currently suing the state of Texas to get them to stop securing the border. Let's think about that for a second. The President of the United States is suing a border state for stopping illegal immigrants from coming into our country. That doesn't sound quite right. You know, I'm proud that my state of Alabama has sent Texas hundreds of National Guardsmen to help them police Texas's borders. Unfortunately, President Biden is trying to stop them from doing that. And as I mentioned, Joe Biden has essentially stopped all deportations right now, completely stopped it. He's not letting ICE do their job, immigration, police. All these policies have led to this unprecedented crisis. They've also sent a message to the world. If you can get here, you can get in, and you'll never, never have to leave. That message has been heard around the world loud and clear. There's 193 countries around the world, and we know of 190 countries have been accounted for coming across our southern borders. Illegal aliens have literally crossed our border wearing Joe Biden t-shirts. I would imagine the American taxpayers somehow paid for those. TV reporters have asked people coming across our border why they came across. Time and time again, they say because President Biden invited them. That's on television. Fox News recorded one illegal in Tucson saying, "I love you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything." That migrant was not from Mexico. He was from Africa. People are coming here from every corner of the globe. People are flying to Mexico and then walking across our border. The whole world knows that our border is open. These illegal aliens are criminals, drug traffickers. Just last year, nearly 500 people on the terror watch list were caught trying to cross our southern border. 500. Now, you'd think that would open somebody's eyes. You'd think it would go all the way up to Pennsylvania Avenue. But nobody seems to care. Just a few weeks ago, Christopher Wray, the FBI director, says something bad is going to happen. This is Christopher Wray, the guy that runs our FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, said something's going to happen. He seemed like in his voice he was begging somebody to do something, but nobody has. But just imagine how many, if 500 have been caught, how many more terrorists have come across the border unchecked. It doesn't take many, it only takes a few. 9/11 was committed by 19 foreigners here on visas, 19. It only takes a small group to do terrible, terrible damage. But Americans are already dying because of the border crisis. We all know that. We're here to protect American citizens, but we're losing. We're losing that battle. More than 300,000 Americans. 300,000 Americans have died from drug overdoses since Joe Biden took office. 300,000. I met with a police chief at Montgomery, Alabama, not too long ago. He said, "Coach, I'd never heard the word fentanyl until 2 years ago. And now it's 95% of what we have on our streets here in Montgomery, Alabama, killing young people. That's roughly half of the Americans killed in the Civil War, 300,000, and that was the most deadliest war in American history. The governor of Oregon recently declared a state of emergency over fentanyl. The governor of Oregon, and the governor is a Democrat, but she declared a state of emergency. Where does she think the fentanyl is coming from? She should demand that the people that represent the constituents in her state do something about what's happening. Federal law enforcement has said for years that almost all of these drugs are coming over the southern border. You don't have to take my word for it. That's what the DEA has said for years, under Obama, under Trump, and under Biden. They said most of the drugs that come into our country come across the southern border. Every day we fail to secure our border, another 150 Americans die from overdoses. 150 a day, a plane load of people. This is in addition to Americans who are victims of crime committed by illegals. A few weeks ago, we saw the video of illegal aliens attacking New York City police officers. New York City is a sanctuary city. In fact, New York City is giving out free money on debit cards to illegal aliens as we speak. American citizens don't qualify for this money that the New York City government is giving out. If you're a citizen, you don't qualify for it. American citizens just have to pay for it. Yet New Yorkers wonder why there is a magnet pulling illegal aliens from all over the world into their city. I wonder why that is. New York State is also a sanctuary city. That was a policy choice by the current governor. That means they do not cooperate with ICE. That's what a sanctuary city does. When an illegal commits a crime in New York or Philadelphia or Boston, they do not get sent to ICE when their jail time is up. It doesn't matter what crime they commit. My Democratic colleagues want these criminals to stay in our country because they don't want them to have to be sent home, because that's exactly what ICE would do. In the New York case, these illegals who attacked the NYPD officers were jailed and then released without bail. They were let back on the street where they can continue to commit crimes against Americans. This case shows you how much Democrats care about our police officers. Defund the police, that's all I've heard since I've been here. Really? They want police to go out and arrest the same people and over and over and over again. Police are risking their lives every day. Every time they arrest someone, every time they kick in a door, they are risking their lives. Yet liberal judges and left-wing prosecutors will just let criminals go back on the street again, again, and again. Democrats, like President Biden, talk about a lot of compassion in our immigration system. We've got to be compassionate. They don't have any compassion for Americans. They don't have compassion for Americans like Kate Steinle, who was murdered in San Francisco. They don't have compassion for the woman who was raped by an illegal on a train recently in Philadelphia. They don't have compassion for the mother and daughter killed by a drunk driver who had allegedly been deported 4 times. When Americans get attacked or even killed by illegals, Democrats just see that as collateral damage. It's just the price of open borders. It's clearly more important to them to keep the border open than to bring justice to the victims. Protect American citizens, what an idea. Just weeks ago, the House passed legislation to deport illegals who have been caught driving drunk. Deport them. 150 House Democrats voted against deporting anybody that was illegal caught driving drunk. 150. The House also passed legislation to deport illegals who committed Social Security fraud. 150 House Democrats voted against it. Democrats want even the most basic things to secure our border. Won't do anything. Now that is an election year, obviously. Now that we've gotten to this point and people have to have votes, we're supposed to believe that our Democratic colleagues have had a total change of heart, because I've not seen anybody down there in 3 years and 2 months, and I've been going once or twice a year. I've not seen any of my Democratic colleagues down there. I would be shocked if I didn't see somebody down there in the near future, because it is an election year. They're paying lip service to the crisis at the border. They don't listen to their rhetoric. Look at their actions. Democrats are not doing anything of substance that would actually help. President Biden could start by undoing all 94 executive actions on immigration. We didn't need to do that, but he did it because he wants open borders. Earlier today, I spoke at length about why the Schumer-Murphy border bill is not good enough. I won't belabor the point, but as Senator Murphy said, under their bill, the border never closes down. That gets pretty much to the point. Even at 5,000 crossings a day, we would still process 1,400 illegals per day. 1,400. This is like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. Why even worry about it? The acceptable number of illegal crossings is not 5,000. It's not 4,000. It's 0. In a TV interview a few days ago, Chris Murphy said, failed to deliver for the American people we care about most. No, they care more about the undocumented Americans. What is an documented American? Undocumented is just a left-wing code for illegal. They don't like using the word illegal. The term used in federal law is illegal alien. That's who we are talking about. These are not Americans who lost their paperwork and just can't find their documents or lost their passport. These are illegal aliens who have no right to be here. First, we stop them from coming in, and then we deport the ones who are here. For decades, we've been told that there are about 11 or 12 million illegals here right now. I would say that's very, very short on numbers, but this is a huge problem. Alabama's population is 6 million, my home state. So there are 2 states of Alabama's worth of illegals already here before Joe Biden let in the other 8 million. This takes away power from American citizens. They're overrunning our hospitals, our schools. They're even affecting the balance of power in Congress and the Electoral College. Seats in the House of Representatives are divided up based on census. Votes in the Electoral College are based on votes in Congress. Right now, illegals are counted as part of the census. A Democratic member of Congress went on TV recently and said that I need more people in my district just for redistricting purposes. The presence of tens of millions of illegals in this country is tipping power to blue cities like New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. It is watering down the power of the American voter. I joined with Senator Hagerty to introduce legislation to fix this. Only American citizens should have representation in Congress. We ought to count citizens only. Otherwise, our voting system is not equal for all Americans. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This is an American issue. But it looks like partisan. It looks like a partisan issue when Democrats in Congress go on television and say they need more illegals in their state for redistricting. Democrats have shown no willingness to stop this crisis, none. They put out some press releases and a few vague statements in the press, but they have taken no meaningful action in 3 years. Action speaks louder than words. Remember, President Trump had the same laws on the books as President Biden. President Trump secured the border. He went by the law. He went by the Constitution. Joe Biden opened it up. And so, new laws are not absolutely necessary, but certain new laws would be very helpful. And so, right now I would like to propose an amendment to the Ukraine bill that would actually secure the border. My amendment is still a bill I've introduced called the Border Safety and Security Act. The bill would simply suspend all legal entries completely until the Department of Homeland Security has operational control over the border. My amendment also prohibits mass parole programs. The Schumer border bill would have allowed parole programs to continue at an unlimited pace. My amendment prohibits catch and release and requires detention. The Schumer bill would require the release of illegal aliens. The Schumer bill would have allowed up to 4,999 border crossings a day. My amendment would mean 0 crossings as soon as it is signed into law. It also allows states to sue the administration if it doesn't do its job and enforce the laws. We should not pass a Ukraine bill until we first pass a border bill worthy of the name. That was my position in December, and it's my position now. Either we will end this border crisis or this border crisis will end us. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Often the titles of bills before the legislature don't really represent what the bill stands for. The title of this bill should say, Ukraine First, America Last, because that's what this is really about. Now, bills in the legislature, bills that come before the Senate, don't have pictures or covers on them like a book would have or a magazine. But if this bill had an image or a cover on the front of the bill, the image would be the migrant in New York who assaulted a police officer, was freed from jail on no bail, and gave the middle finger of both hands to America. That's what this bill is. It's the middle finger to America. This bill is the middle finger to every working man and woman in America, every struggling American family. This bill gives them the middle finger and says, we don't care about you. We care more about Ukraine than we care about our southern border. We don't seem to care, or these Ukraine firsters don't seem to care about the crime that's happening. They don't seem to care about the assault of a police officer in New York. They're intent on more coming in. Just that one image of that man, that migrant, that illegal immigrant who came across the border and decided to assault with a whole group of other thugs to assault a police officer in New York, just that image alone ought to be enough for us to say enough's enough. Enough's enough. We really have to control our border. Guess what? From now on, the only people who come to America are legal immigrants. But this bill ignores the southern border. Almost 1 million people came over the border in the last 3 months. Almost 1 million people. And the Ukraine firsters are saying, we don't care about the southern border. We care about Ukraine first. And so the picture, the image that every American should have when they see all of these billions of dollars, $60 billion being shoveled out the door, being loaded on the plane, as you see these smiling politicians gleefully dropping off the pallets of cash over there, every American should remember the image of the young man giving America the bird after he assaulted a police officer. That's the image of this bill. That's the image of the Ukraine firsters, and nobody should forget about it. When we look at the problems that we face, we need to be fully aware that there is no pot of money. There is no surplus funds. There is no money to give to Ukraine. We don't have enough money to pay our bills. We do not have enough money to pay for we budget every year. In fact, the entire budget that Congress votes on is borrowed. Let me make that very clear. The entire budget, not a little bit of it, not half of it, the entire budget is borrowed. This would be like someone saying, well, yeah, I don't have any money for rent and I don't have a job. I'm going to borrow the money for my rent. That's essentially where we are. 2/3 of spending up here is entitlements. All of the tax revenue from every source that comes into the federal government is only enough to pay for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and food stamps. Everything else is borrowed. And we don't vote on the entitlements. The entitlements are on autopilot. What do we vote on? We vote on what is military discretionary and non-military discretionary, $1.5 trillion. So people talk about, what is $1 trillion? Well, we're running a $1.5 trillion deficit in 1 year. So in 2 years, $3 trillion is accumulated. How much is $1 trillion? How much is $3 trillion? If you take trillion in $1 bills and you stack them up, $3 trillion would reach to the moon. 240,000 miles high would be the stack of $1 bills. That's what we borrow in a 2-year period. But it's accelerating. Just in the last week, the Federal Reserve Chairman said the debt problem is urgent. Jamie Dimon, head of one of the big banks, Chase Morgan, says the problem is urgent. Some of the economists and authors who wrote about the collapse in 2008 that predicted it coming have said the debt is an urgent problem. So how does the Senate respond to some of the keenest minds in the country saying that we have a debt crisis? They respond by sending $100 billion of your money overseas. And it's not money we've got on hand. It's not cash on hand. We don't have any money. We are flat broke. People say it's for our national defense. We have these cold warriors who still believe in the domino theory. They say we are going to somehow be overrun by communists if we don't do this. But we have no money. There is no money to be sent over there. It all has to be borrowed. The title of this bill should be Ukraine First, America Last, if they were being honest. 61% of Americans work paycheck to paycheck. 8 out of 10 Americans who make $50,000 don't have enough money on hand to pay their bills. If something goes wrong for them, you think they're excited about having their tax dollars shipped off to Ukraine? Ukraine first, America last. That's what this bill is about. It's about giving the middle finger to America. It's about giving the middle finger to every working class man and woman in America. It is an insult. It should be rejected. It should be soundly rejected. And we should get back to the business of this country, which is protecting our borders. We've got a real problem. Democrats didn't even seem to think there was a border problem till a few hundred of them were shipped to New York, and all of a sudden they think there's a problem now. So they put them up in a fancy hotel and they spend millions of dollars coddling them. But mark my words, the American people are smarter than the elitists up here. The title of this bill is, and ought to be, if they were honest, America First, or Ukraine First, and America Last. That's what the authors should have called this bill. I reserve the balance of my time. How much time do I have remaining?
Senator has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, there are a number of things that make the United States Senate unique as an institution. We've got every single state in the union that's represented equally. If you're a big state or a small state, huge population or a tiny one, you've got 2 senators. That makes our work all the more important and all the more unique. We need to represent our states, looking out for the people of our states and our states, sometimes as states. I can make a case that voting to pass this bill under these circumstances, without amendments or any language whatsoever, forcing the issue of border security, forcing the border to be made secure by a reluctant, recalcitrant, willfully disobedient administration hell-bent on not enforcing the border. This is a decision that empowers drug cartels, dissolves our borders, and spends insane amounts of money that we don't have on priorities of foreign countries, all at the same time. Now, look, senators here today, as always, have an obligation to vote no on bills that do bad things. We have an obligation to vote no today on bills, including and especially this bill. But all bills, certainly, that prioritize gangs above governors, cartels above courts, encourage breaking the law over enforcing the law, voting yes on this bill is a capitulation. It's a surrender. It's a vote for flooded classrooms and crowded hospitals. It's a vote for increased homelessness, death by overdose. It's a vote that undermines law enforcement, puts citizenship itself at risk and in doubt, adds burdens to teachers, food banks, undercuts safety in our community parks, and threatens the first jobs that lead to the second jobs that ultimately culminate in the best jobs for our younger people. Those who vote yes undermine what senators are elected to do, first and foremost, which is to represent our states, not sides. Every senator has the chance today, the chance tonight, this very evening, to vote no on this bill, and by so doing, vote in support of governors, schools, hospitals, churches, playgrounds, clean streets, and safe neighborhoods. By voting against more funding for Ukraine tonight in this bill, without any language finally compelling President Biden to enforce the border, senators have a chance to vote against more border chaos, no to sanctioned corruption, and no to shifting our burden of representation onto the shoulders of families, police officers, charitable organizations, school principals, judges, doctors, and parents. Look, at the end of the day, everyone wants peace. World peace, however, isn't always within our grasp. World peace isn't our principal business. All we can do is world funding, and that's all government can ever do. Tax, spend, print, and force. Our economy is our business. Our debt reduction is our business. Our leadership, due to our multilateral strength, is essential. But this, alas, undermines what makes us strong in an attempt to prove our strength. And in trying to do that, we will become less strong. We're not helping any group of people whenever we prolong a war in which they're involved. It doesn't help the Ukrainian people to prolong their suffering in this war. And it doesn't help our people to refuse defiantly, after the Senate Republican conference has come to a conclusion, after Senate Republicans have made a commitment to each other, to our counterparts in the House, to voters in our respective states and across America, we'd use this as an opportunity to force a bargain, a real bargain, a bargain that harnesses appetite, more prevalent on the left, to fund Ukraine, and an appetite, sadly, existing almost exclusively among Republicans, to force the issue of border security. We committed to that some 3 months ago. We got a bill Sunday night, a week ago Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that unfortunately didn't do that. It did other things. It contained some provisions that might prove helpful here or there, but it contained a lot of other provisions that made clear it wouldn't force this administration to do what this administration could already do. That was the essence of the bargain that we struck, the agreement, the commitment that we made to each other and to our voters months ago. Republicans stand for border security and the rule of law, regardless of where they come down on Ukraine aid. They should realize that we're forfeiting that leverage, that bargaining power tonight if we vote for this. I encourage my colleagues emphatically to oppose cloture tonight, and by opposing cloture, to vote for America's communities and for the rule of law. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor and reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
The vote we will soon take to provide military weapons for Ukraine is the most important vote we will ever take as United States senators. We're not being asked to send American troops into war. We are asked to help the Ukrainians defend themselves. If we fail to help Ukraine, Putin will invade a NATO nation. He may delay his next invasion until he rebuilds his decimated military. But we must be clear-eyed. Ukraine is not the end. it is a step. If we fail to help Ukraine, China will eventually absorb Taiwan. If we fail to help Ukraine, we will abandon our word and our commitment, providing to our friends a view that America cannot be trusted. The Chinese Communist Party is already spreading propaganda using our delay as a warning to Taiwan that the United States will not be there to help in the face of China's threat. If we fail to help Ukraine, NATO, the alliance that's prevented great power conflict for over 75 years, will falter and eventually disintegrate. If we fail to help Ukraine, America will cease to be the arsenal of democracy. It will cease to be the leader of the free world. We will be replaced by the authoritarians, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. If we fail to help the Ukraine, we'll be known not as our fathers and mothers were, the greatest generation, but as the worst generation. Now, for months, I've listened to the arguments for denying help to the Ukrainian people. I've observed that the reasons have evolved over time. First, it was claimed that Europe was not paying their fair share. That was proven incorrect. Our allies have already contributed more than $96 billion in aid, and the EU earlier this month agreed to provide $54 billion more over the next 4 years. Next, it was argued that we should instead focus on the Pacific and Taiwan. But Taiwan and Japan and South Korea tell us that the single best thing we can do to dissuade China's aggression is to support Ukraine. Next, we were told that we couldn't afford $60 billion for Ukraine-related funding. But somehow we can afford an $850 billion annual defense budget and annual trillion-dollar deficits, which has happened under both former President Trump and President Biden. Next, it was claimed that we would have insufficient weapons to defend America and Israel if we send more weapons to Ukraine. But the Department of Defense has explained that helping Ukraine will actually strengthen our national security by helping to rebuild our depleted military-industrial base. The latest excuse for denying aid to Ukraine is that this bill is a clever disguise to set up an impeachment of Donald Trump at some point in the future. Under this so-called logic, Trump has to be elected, Democrats have to win the House, and those Democrats have to be unable to find any other indiscretion of Donald Trump's upon which to base an impeachment. Now, I know that the shock jocks and online instigators have effectively riled up many in the far reaches of my party. But if your position is being cheered by Vladimir Putin, it's time to reconsider your position. Now, I can't see into the future, but there are no guarantees that Ukraine will defeat Russia. But that does not mean that we should stand back and let Putin have his way with Europe. What sending weapons to Ukraine does do is help discourage further Russian and Chinese invasions, which could draw us in. It helps preserve NATO. It allows America to remain the leader of the free world. And it shows that we honor our word to our friends and allies. Lech Walesa, the first democratically elected president of Poland since 1926, and someone I've been fortunate enough to meet with, recently wrote to all the United States senators. He said this, quote, "You're obliged to assure a peaceful future for your children. Our grandchildren will never forgive us if we fail to stop Russia now. If the U.S. does not lead, nobody will." End of quote. Couldn't agree more. Helping a free people defend their freedom is simply the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, last week, General Kurilla, the commander of U.S. Central Command, gave me a briefing that was directly relevant to the national security supplemental that we are now considering. During the course of that briefing, the general told me that this is the most dangerous security situation in 50 years. The threats that the United States faces from an aggressive Iran and its proxies, an imperialistic Russia, a hegemonic China, are interconnected, and they require our immediate attention and a strong response. That is why this bill focuses on fortifying our military, rebuilding our own defense industrial base, and strengthening and defending our partners and allies. This legislation would send a strong message to Putin that his goal of capturing free, democratic nations will not be allowed to succeed. It would reassure our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel, that terrorists will not achieve their goal of wiping that nation off the map. And it would counter ever-growing Chinese aggression. Madam President, I urge our colleagues to recognize the perilous times in which we are living and vote for this absolutely essential national security bill. The world is watching to see if the United States is still the leader of the free world. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam President. We all understand we cannot leave our job here unfinished. The clock is ticking right now, and there is so much at stake. We have a strong bipartisan package to support our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific, and provide humanitarian aid to civilians who are caught in conflict. By passing this bill, we will show our allies we stand by our word, and we will help them in the time of need. We will show dictators that their flagrant attacks will not go unchecked, and they cannot steamroll our allies. And we will show the world that American leadership is still alive and well, and that we are still a strong protector of democracy and provider of humanitarian aid. Given all the stakes of this moment, right now is a critical time to send that message, which is why I'm glad we're here on the cusp of passing this bill in the Senate. And to my colleagues who've been holding this up and dragging the process out, we can disagree. You can vote against this. That's how it works. But one way or another, this aid will get to our allies. We spent months going back and forth to try and get a bill to the floor, and now we are here. We are not going to let a few more hours or a few more days wear us down. However, what is an inconvenient delay for the United States Senate is a dangerous one for our allies in Ukraine. Putin's forces are on the march as we speak. Ukrainians are fighting bravely to defend their homeland, but they are running lower and lower on bullets, air defense missiles, and more every day. We measure time in hours. They are measuring it in how many bullets they have left, how many more missiles fall on their cities, and how much closer Putin's tanks are getting. The question for us is, how long is this going to take? The question for them is, how much longer can they hold out? We cannot leave them waiting. So I urge my colleagues to support moving forward on these votes, vote to waive the budget point of order, and let's keep this bill moving. And once we get it through the Senate, we're going to push every way we can to get this to the President's desk and signed into law. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Doesn't she have to? President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to table Amendment 1579.
The question is on the motion to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to, and the amendment is tabled.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I move to table Amendment 1577.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to, and the amendment is tabled.
Madam President,
Senator from Ohio.
pursuant to Section 314E of the Congressional I raise a point of order against all the emergency designation provisions contained in Senate Amendment 1388 to H.R. 815, a list of which I am sending to the desk.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and any other applicable budget points of order for the consideration of H.R. 815, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. You gotta wait. What? Mr. Coons. Nope. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Carper, Casey, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rounds, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Tester, Tillis, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Crapo, Graham, Hoeven, Johnson, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Rubio, Schmidt, and Tuberville. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Okay. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lankford, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Coons, aye. He just walked. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 66, the nays are 33. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to, and the point of order fails. The question is on Amendment 1388. The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Butler, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Manchin, McConnell, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye.
Massachusetts delegation.
Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Warren, aye.
Any other bidders?
Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Cruz, Daines, Graham, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Lee, Marshall, Merkley, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rubio, Sanders, Schmidt, Tuberville, Vance. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Thune. What was he? Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Brown, aye.
The yeas are 66, the nays are 33. The amendment is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on calendar number 30, H.R. 815, an act to amend Title 38, United States Code, and so forth, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Pursuant to Rule 22, the chair now directs the clerk to call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Brown. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Yeah. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton.
Senate will come to order.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Haggerty's here too.
A quorum is present. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on H.R. 815, an act to amend Title 38, United States Code, to make certain improvements relating to the eligibility of veterans to receive reimbursement for emergency treatment furnished through the Veterans Community Care Program and for other purposes shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman.
You were here during that point. Just making sure, because I didn't have you. I just saw you now. I'm just kind of double checking. No worries. It does count.
Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt.
This is just a quorum. This is what counts.
Mr. Brown.
No.
Mr. Budd.
No voting right there. Yeah. Which some people.
Ms. Butler.
That's why we're trying to cover it.
Ms. Cantwell.
No problem. No problem.
Stabenow.
Tony.
Mrs. Capito.
Risk management.
Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Passing.
During that quorum. Oh, you did? Okay. Don't worry about it.
Casey. Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy.
Got Fetterman at the door.
Got you. Yep, got you. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Mastro. Mr. Cotton. Thank you. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand. Sanders. Thank you. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Sure. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Thanks. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono.
No, we just did the quorum. We already missed that.
Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm confirming you were not present.
Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Thank you. Got you. Thank you. Open the door. I gotta see her. Okay.
We're done until 6:30 in the morning.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow. Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Butler, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Menendez, Moran, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Heidsmith, Lankford, Marshall, Merkley, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rubio, Sanders, Schmidt, Tuberville, and Vance. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Thank you very much. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
I did not.
That wasn't John who did that.
Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 66, the nays are 33. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
This filibuster now enters its 5th day. For many people across America, they may not understand the Byzantine rules of the Senate, but they allow for sufficient debate on important questions. Often the rules of the Senate...
Order, please.
Often the rules of the Senate are abbreviated and bills are passed in a quick fashion, sometimes too quickly, sometimes without sufficient discussion, sometimes without sufficient review. But this bill will take a while to pass. We've been here through the weekend. We were here on Super Bowl Sunday. None of it because of a desire to punish or a desire to inflict pain on those from the other party or another persuasion, but with the desire that there be a full and sufficient airing of the pros and cons of this legislation. This is not the naming of a post office. This is a profound question about where our priorities are as a nation. Are our priorities as a nation the borders of Ukraine or the borders of the United States? We had a chance in the beginning to perhaps discuss both, but immediately that chance was lost when the proposal to control the border was inadequate, would have actually been less than the current law, would have actually allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants to continue to flow into the country. The battle to attach border security to this bill was lost, frankly, when the Democrat co-sponsor tweeted out to the public how proud he was that the bill would never close the border. That even under an emergency, as the bill defined it, even with 5,000 people coming across illegally, that the ports of entry would always be open. And the American people reacted, and they called us, as they've called us by the thousands today, to say, continue the debate, don't give up. The debate is worth it. Our phone lines have been jammed all day. People have been texting in messages saying, don't give up the fight. The fight is worth it. The fight is worth it on many levels. Most profoundly, the fight is worth it because we have no money. More than the debate over the border, more than the debate over whether we should fund Ukraine, the fight is over whether or not we are going to stave off calamity by controlling our expenditures. And when we have priorities, will we set those priorities where we spend the money where it is most needed? I'll never forget being in a committee hearing, and a member of the opposite party looked at me and said, we shouldn't have to make choices. Because I said, shouldn't we set priorities? Shouldn't we spend money on what is most important and leave those things not as important for another day when we have more money? Because you see, this is the way government operates at every level other than in Washington. If you go to your city council at any city, anywhere in the country, or you go to your county magistrates, or you go to your state government, they are all constrained by spending that which comes in. We are the only government in America, unfortunately the biggest and most expensive, but we're the only government in America that is not constrained by their budget. In fact, we don't even have a budget most years. We don't operate under a budget currently. They can't even take the time to pass a budget. But even if there were a budget, it's not constrained by the amount of money that comes in. We just spend. There are never any priorities set saying, well, this is more important than this, so we'll have to wait till next year to spend the money on this. So it's always just spend it on everything. But as we come to this crisis in our country, with $34 trillion debt. We're adding between $200 and $300 billion in debt every month. Our interest payment is doubled. We're basically borrowing to pay the rent. This is a disaster unfolding before us. There are some who describe a black swan event. Nassim Taleb wrote a book called The Black Swan. It's an unexpected big event that just sort of consumes, like the 2008 crisis we had. Some predicted it, but it was still a black swan in that it arose out of nowhere and was enormous. But many people are calling this more of the white swan. It's a big event, it's an important event, but it's unfolding in slow motion. It's unfolding with all kinds of warning signs. The Federal Reserve Chairman, Powell, recently said, in the last week or two, he said that the debt is urgent, that somebody must do something about it. But when you tell that to many members of this body, that it's urgent that we deal with the debt, the response to the debt wouldn't be sending $100 billion to another country. The responsibility of dealing with the debt, the urgency of the debt, would be to do something about controlling expenditures. And yet the response of this body, upon hearing from the Federal Reserve Chairman, upon hearing from the chairman of J.P. Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, that he was concerned about the accumulation of debt, upon hearing from economist after economist that this is unfolding, that the interest rates are rising, that interest rates are going to squeeze out other spending, and that there may come a day in which we destroy the dollar, the response is to send $100 billion to Ukraine? So while superficially and initially the debate here has been about whether Ukraine comes first or America comes first. So many bills here are inappropriately titled. Many of them say they're going to do all of these great things, but in the end there's a more accurate title for so many bills. And the more accurate title for this bill would be Ukraine first, America last. Because they're prioritizing the border of Ukraine over the border of the United States. This isn't someone alleging a problem. This isn't us making it up and saying there's a border crisis. This is us seeing it. In person, 785,000 people coming across illegally. And people say, what is it? Do you have a problem with immigrants? And I say, no, I'm for lawful immigration. We bring in about 1 million people a year. That's pretty many. But I'm actually a sponsor with some on the other side of the aisle to bring in more people lawfully. I'm pro-immigration. I'm proud of saying that some of the best Americans just got here. I live in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We have over 100 languages spoken in our schools. We have a large population of people from Bosnia. I remember treating my first patients from Bosnia and trying to learn a little bit of the language. And their language is Serbo-Croatian, and so I speak exactly about 10 words of Serbo-Croatian. But I found the language sort of very logical and easy to pronounce. But I enjoyed knowing a few words to try to communicate. Many of the people from Bosnia in my town own restaurants. One owns a trucking company. They've been very successful in our community, and we welcome them. Our church has invited many of them to begin with. So there is something great about America and accepting immigrants. But accepting immigrants lawfully, who take the time and pledge to work and have a sponsor and come in an orderly fashion, is not the same as the people marching up through Central America. Some of them are coming from China. Some of them are coming from the Middle East. Some of them are on the terror watch list. Now, many of them probably want a better way of life, but apply to get in. We can't let everybody in all at once. There was a Pew or Gallup poll a few years ago, and it asked people, would you want to come to America if you could? If they let you come in, would you come? And they estimated the percentages by country, and they added it up, and it was about 750 million people would come. That might be too many, particularly if they all came in a 2 or 3 year period. We're talking about millions of people coming across the border at a time, undocumented, unprocessed. I think it's a mistake. And I think we've made a huge mistake in this body today. And I know I won't convince any minds in Washington. Nobody in the Senate's going to be of this mind. but I do truly believe the Senate is out of step. I talk to people at home, I go to the grocery store, I go to my church, I see people at home, and I don't meet anybody who's saying, please prioritize Ukraine. Please make sure Ukraine gets their money before you do anything about our southern border. I meet nobody saying that. I meet everybody who says the opposite. And these are people from all different parties, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, you name it. The people I meet say, we can't just leave the door wide open. We have this enormous welfare state. There's got to be a wall either around the country or around the welfare state. We have to do something. But they certainly don't beg me and plead with me to send the money to Ukraine. They would never support a Ukraine first, America last bill. And that's what this is. Now, many in the blue states have sort of refused to see this for so long. They just have completely ignored the problem because it's mostly been Texas's problem. California too, but Texas in particular. The tens of thousands of people coming across the border overwhelm the hospital system, overwhelm the city system, overwhelm you name it. It's being overwhelmed by so many people. So it's intriguing that the only way we've gotten anybody on the other side, particularly in these cities in the Northeast, to at least be aware of the problem is to let them have some of the immigrants. You know, the people who've got love on a yard sign in their yard, they love everybody. They love everybody till they have all these immigrants in their city and saying, oh my goodness, we can't pay for it. They're putting them up in hotels and giving them free credit cards. They're just giving it just, you know, they think, oh, we have 100. We'll give them $10 million. What happens when you have 1,000 or 5,000? But even worse, what happens when they begin to commit crimes? Because, see, lawful immigration selects out for the people who want to work and are willing to obey the law. If you're a scofflaw, if you're a potential criminal, or if you got let out of the prison in Venezuela, guess what? That's part of what's coming across unlawfully. And so when some of these people made their way to New York, New Yorkers are starting to wake up and say, my goodness, maybe we can't afford this. Maybe there ought to be some, criminal justice applied to people breaking the law. But everybody saw the pictures. Everybody saw the pictures of a gang of migrants attacking two police officers, kicking them and beating them, kicking them to the ground. Awful images. But then everybody in America saw the images of a migrant let out without parole a day later after kicking a policeman in the face, kicking and bludgeoning a policeman, let out of jail with no bail. What does he do? He flips the finger to America. Both hands, holds them high and proud, walks on by, and New York let him go. Nobody put him back in jail. Nobody rearrested him. He gave the finger to America. Well, guess what? This bill gives the finger to American taxpayers. This bill gives the finger to all of America. This bill is Ukraine first, America last. Even more than the border issue, which I think is about setting priorities, whether or not the priority should be America's border versus the Ukrainian border. I think that's a big issue, and for me it's an easy one. This ought to be an American first legislature. We ought to be taking care of American problems before we think about trying to solve the world's problems. Now, this doesn't mean that I have no sympathy for Ukraine. I hope Ukraine kicks Russia's butt. I hope Ukraine wins. I hope Ukraine can stave them off. And the battle has been somewhat fought to a standstill. But I know that my first oath of office and my first responsibility is to my country, to America. If we are to send $100 billion overseas, this will be a total of $170 billion. Never, ever in the history of the United States have we ever sent so much money to one country, $170 billion. This is about 1.5, almost 1.75 times the entire economy of Ukraine. Never before have we done that. But the thing is it's not like we have the money sitting around. It's not like we have a rainy day fund or a surplus fund or, hey, here's a bunch of money we're not doing anything with. Our money's all gone. See, we have responsibilities. And the really, I think, disturbing thing that this legislature has done, not just this one, but over decades, they vote for everything for everyone. Everybody's got a need, we'll give you. We're not going to set priorities and spend what comes in. We're going to give everybody everything they want. Everybody who ever comes to Washington with their hands out, we're going to give you what you need, regardless of whether we have the money to pay for it. So this legislature, this Senate, this Congress has made all of these promises to people. They started these things. They started Social Security in the 30s. They started Medicare in the 60s. They've added on to all of these problems, Medicaid, food stamps, they have all of these problems. But in being everything to everyone, in saying that you can have free stuff and it won't cost you anything, it's been a big lie. This big lie to America is that you can have your cake and eat it too. You can have stuff for free. We're going to give you free government stuff, but you won't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay taxes. We still have taxes in this country, but the taxes in this country pay only for about 2/3 of the spending. So we spend about $6 trillion a year and we bring in $4 trillion. In no world will that work. There are repercussions to that. Eventually, if you spend $2 trillion more than your revenue, you will go into this massive debt and potentially a debt spiral. People say, the debt's meaningless, it's just paper, we owe it to ourselves, it doesn't mean anything. Tell that to the person who goes to the grocery store. Anybody bought a steak lately at the grocery store? I saw a steak in Kroger less than a month ago, $20 a steak. I didn't buy it. So the thing is that there's all kinds of problems that people are facing. There are people with ordinary incomes that are not going up with inflation, that are being hit by the price of food, being hit by the price of gas. And think about what has really happened when the money gets printed by government and it goes into these programs. The last people to get into the working class, the people that get advantage to inflation in the early stages are the rich people. These are the people who have stocks and mutual funds and retirement funds. Those people have been kicking butt for the last several years. The stock market's doing this, and they're all getting wealthy. It's the ordinary citizen in our country. It's those on fixed income or working class that just get creamed by inflation. But inflation isn't a mystery. They come to us and they say, oh, well, inflation, it could be transitory and it's probably over and maybe it has something to do with greed. And I say, really? Inflation's caused by greed? Did people just become greedy? They haven't been greedy since the beginning of time. It's greed that causes inflation? No, it's debt that causes inflation. Inflation comes when the Federal Reserve buys the debt. So when we run a deficit each year, we spend $6 trillion and we bring in $4 trillion. The $2 trillion in debt somebody has to finance that. So we print up treasury bills, pieces of paper, and that's basically what they are, and we sell them. Some are bought by foreigners, some are bought by private funds in the United States, but then at least about a third, and sometimes more, is bought by the Federal Reserve. And you say, well, that's fine. They're a big bank. They're the country's bank, the central bank. Well, but they don't have money, they own debt. And it's always been boggling to me. They call this the asset sheet, but it's really just a sheet full of debt. But they buy treasury bills by printing up money, by creating money. And so when they do that, it dilutes the value of the currency. So people who say the debt's just a number and doesn't affect people, no, the debt causes inflation. The Federal Reserve causes inflation when they buy the debt, and it causes the prices to rise. But inflation disproportionately hurts the poor and the working class. Rich people can get by. You know, if the steaks cost more, the food costs more, their gas costs more, rich people get by. They have extra income. But if most of your income is going towards your rent and your food, you get creamed by inflation. Inflation is part of a bait and switch problem. So many of the people got elected here because they promised something for nothing. Government will be Santa Claus and we'll give you free education. We'll give you free electric cars. We'll give you free electric car stations. We'll give free money even to other countries. We'll let people come in for free and take stuff for free. Everything's going to be free, but it's a bait and switch. It isn't really free. Nothing is really free. You can either pay for it through taxes, and we tax the heck out of everybody. Some would tax them even more. But really, a third of it's left over and it's not taxed. It ends up being this deficit that rolls forward and that is financed by the Federal Reserve and causes the prices to rise. So think about this. When you think about the bait and switch that is American politics, politicians offer people something for free. They say to the working class and to the poor, we'll give you free stuff. And many people accept that and they say, I want free stuff. I'm struggling. I need some extra help. But then they don't realize that the free stuff comes with a price. The free stuff comes with a price, and it's an inflation tax. And the inflation tax hurts the very people you tried to help. So it's a catch-22. They're behind the 8 ball. They're poor and they want some help from government. They get the help from government, but that causes their prices to rise, which traps them in the same place that they started with, maybe worse. So when we get a bill like this, it brings things into stark perspective for everyone. Because what we're finding is this isn't just a priority about whether we borrow the money or spend the money. This is about whether we spend it across the ocean or whether we spend it in our country. And it's also with a very visible problem that we have. 785,000 people came in the last 2 months. So we're looking at a couple of million people could come in. We're close to 1 million already in 2 months. So we're looking at a problem that is not something that can easily be pushed away. So this problem arose, and there was a decision to try to match up. The Democrats really, really, really want to send your money to Ukraine. I can't tell you how much they really want to send your money to Ukraine. They want to send your money to Ukraine. They are hot and heavy, so hot and heavy to send your money to Ukraine, almost nothing would stop them. It was sort of the perfect situation for sort of putting up some leverage and saying, okay, we know you want to loot the Treasury. We know you have these economic theories. The debt doesn't matter. We know just that you think you can just send all this money. But what about this? We won't let you do it unless you secure the border. So that's how the debate sort of began. And a lot of people say, why don't Republicans stand up more? See, in the Senate, the unusual and really creative thing that our founding fathers did was in the Senate, they didn't make it a majority rule. It's a supermajority rule. So if you ever have 41 votes in the Senate, you can block anything the majority wants to do. So we have 49 Republicans. That means we have the power of 41. If we had interested leadership that wanted to use the strength of our 41, that wanted to use the strength of the minority to say, we will only let them shovel the money and flush it down the toilet and throw it away and give it to other countries. We will only let that happen if you secure the border. We had the leverage. What ended up happening is we ended up getting what I would call is fake reform. It was reform negotiated, and the mistake was doing it, I think, behind closed doors and with only one individual. Not that it's really all that individual's fault, but the individual really needed to come back to the caucus and say, do you guys think you might, or you men and women, do you think you might support this border bill we're putting together? Instead, it was just sort of all done deal, here it is. And then almost all of us said it's not adequate. Almost all of us said it's actually worse than the existing law. And so we were stuck in a conundrum, and then our leadership abdicated. They basically just punted. Our leadership said, we're not going to use the power of the minority because we want and salivate to send the money to Ukraine also. This is the problem now. And in our country, some people will say there needs to be more compromise. Here's compromise, you've got it. You got 10 or 15 Republicans who side with the Democrats. They believe in Ukraine first and America last. They believe that we should borrow $100 billion, whether it comes from China or whether the Federal Reserve prints it up. We're going to take $100 billion and send it over there, on top of the $113 billion we've already sent. And some might say, well, you know, it's for a good cause. Well, shouldn't we examine what they're going to spend it on? Shouldn't we have like a special inspector general, someone who's trained to look for waste? Shouldn't we have that person appointed to look at the waste? I've advocated it for over a year. I've forced them to vote on it. The Democrats all voted no, and all the big government Republicans who love this money, they voted no too. They don't want scrutiny of how the money's being spent. I even helped them to pick who would be the inspector general. Somebody's been doing it for 10 years. The inspector general that's in charge of Afghanistan is called SIGAR, Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction. And he's done a great job. He's got a team of over 100 people that work for him, accountants and economists and people who look at this war spending. They know how to look at war spending. They know how to look at war contracts. They know how to look for malfeasance. And he's found billions of dollars worth of it. Now, we spent a couple trillion in Afghanistan. That's not the Inspector General's fault. That's Congress's fault. But he's done his best to try to police this. He's written entire books on the waste. And as a consequence, the people who love sending your money overseas, they hate him. They hate the idea. They hate the idea so much that they've voted it down with a vast majority. They don't want an inspector general. But if you ask them, well, if you don't want to oversee the money, they would say, oh, no, the Pentagon or the State Department or somebody already has an inspector general. They'll do it. And I said, oh, you mean the Pentagon that can't be audited? The Pentagon that refuses to be audited? The Pentagon says they're too big to be audited? You trust them to now oversee the money going to Ukraine? When Ukraine has a history of being in the bottom 10% as far as corruption, meaning they have had more corruption than the other 90% of countries, I think that's kind of crazy. Even if you were for the money, you would think that the power of 41 supposedly conservative Republicans could simply look them in the eye and say, we're giving you the money, but we want this, this, and this. They have the power to do it. They completely abdicated their power. They threw in the towel and said, we're not going to do anything on the border, but we're not going to even ask for an inspector general on this. We're just fine. Shovel it out the door. So where's some of the money going? Inevitably, some of it's buying weapons. And to listen to the supporters of this bill, they are proud of the weapons and the profit that will go to the people who sell weapons. This to me just boggles the mind. They actually have a new name. They now call it the Defense Industrial Base. Since the time of Eisenhower, it was known as the Military Industrial Complex. But they've renamed it the Defense Industrial Base, and we're going to rebuild ours with war profits from Ukraine. See, we're really not giving it to Ukraine. We're giving it to Ukraine. They're giving it right back to American arms manufacturers. See, it's this sort of mercantile sort of, oh yeah, it looks like it's good for business, it's good for money. And it's like, are these people not realizing we're talking about war? A war that some estimate 500,000 people have died? And they're thinking, well, gosh, if instead of 100,000 rifles, we send them 1 million, that'll be more profit, and our companies will be bigger and more profitable and able to make more weapons for us then. Not really acknowledging that 1 million rifles might kill more people than 100,000. Or let's say we have 1,000 tanks. Well, what if we give them 10,000 tanks? There'll be more profit for the arms merchants. Wouldn't that be good? That'll be great. We're reinvigorating the defense industrial base. Really? You're going to make the argument that war is good? Or maybe war ain't so bad? Or maybe just a little war here and there if we can get some more profit for these guys, the big companies, you know, the large multinational arms manufacturers, if they could just get a little more profit. A little more profit would be good because that'll reinforce the defense industrial base. This is saying the quiet part out loud. This is saying something they should be embarrassed by. This is saying something so reprehensible and so disgusting. But it's happened from the leadership on our side, the leadership on the other side. It's happened also with the Biden administration. In committee, they come to us and they brag about how this isn't really money to Ukraine, this is money to America. We're giving it to Ukraine, but it's sort of a conduit. It's sort of a laundering scheme to get the money back to America, to our arms manufacturers. So under this logic, the longer the war goes on, the more weapons we sell, the better it is for our defense industrial base. So a one-year war, well, let's say we're close to, I think, 2 years. A 2-year war that's lost 500,000 people, which would be better for the defense industrial base? A 2-year war that loses 500,000 people or a 3-year war that loses 750,000 people? Well, it's a lot better for the defense industrial base to have a 3rd year of war. And we ask ourselves, what will be the ultimate result of the war? And like I say, my sympathies are with Ukraine. Russia's the aggressor, and Russia should be repelled. And if I were Ukrainian, I'd fight for Ukraine against the Russian aggressors. But the thing is that as they fight and as this war goes on, how many wars end in unconditional surrender? Virtually zero. World War II ended that way, but it's one of the few wars that ended that way. It ended in utter defeat through the drop of the atomic bombs on Japan, and there was complete and unconditional surrender. And I believe the same with Germany as well. That's a rare war that ends that way. Most wars are fought to somewhat of a standstill, and there's a negotiated settlement. So recently, the commander-in-chief in Ukraine reported to the public that he felt like the war was at a standstill. Typically, when that is said, it doesn't mean he's willing to, I'm sure he's a very brave soldier, he's well liked by the troops, but when that is said that it's an indication that perhaps negotiation could start, that doesn't make him a coward or weak. It actually makes him strong because he knows that another year of war will grind, will be this meat grinder that will grind and torture and maim another group of thousands of the young men of Ukraine. And if he felt like it would be an imminent victory and that Ukraine could win and Russia would be defeated, then I'm sure he would want to fight on. And he probably still wants to fight on, but I think what the indication is that there has to be some openness to negotiation. I don't think Russia is strong enough to take Ukraine. Likewise, I don't think Ukraine's strong enough to push Russia out. They've fought to a standstill. And the thing is that if our promise is unlimited weapons and unlimited money to Ukraine, I think it makes it less likely that people will look for an exit ramp, will look for a possibility of a peaceful outcome to this. There will be no complete victory in Ukraine. There is an infinite amount of money that can be sent. 170 billion is getting close to infinite. We've never sent that much money to any country ever. If we go another year, they burn through about 10 billion a month, and they already think they're a couple months behind on that. Within 4 to 6 months, they'll be asking for more money again. But shouldn't we at least ask where it's being spent? Sure, some of it's being spent on arms, tanks, guns, this, that. But some of it's going to pay their government salaries. Some of it's going to pay for welfare, disability, health care, first responders. I think we pay the salaries of 57,000 first responders. Do we have enough money to pay for the entire government, another government, plus all of their weapons? In addition to their government, we've been paying their pensions. That embarrassed some of the people, and so they said finally, well, we'll pay for everything else. We'll pay for all of your government, but by golly, we draw the line at pensions. So they excluded pensions from this after paying for the pensions for over a year. But billions upon billions are going to pay for their government. Look, most of us over here want a smaller U.S. government. Now they want to ask us to pay for a bloated Ukraine government. But it's worse than just paying for their government and all of their programs. We're giving small business subsidies to Ukraine. If you watched 60 Minutes not too long ago, what you saw was a ladies' bag, ladies' handbags, a business that's getting subsidies from us. Look, I'm not even for subsidizing U.S. businesses. I'm for profit and loss. You sell something good that somebody wants to buy, you become successful in business. I don't think we should subsidize American businesses. But now they're not asking me just to subsidize American businesses. They want me to subsidize Ukrainian businesses. I think that's obscene. I think that's absurd. I think when I go home and I ask people, can you believe they're sending money to a handbag factory, to a handbag shop in Ukraine? People are aghast. They're livid. They're like, who are these people? We'll vote them out. And that's really what should go on. It's part of what this debate is about. People at home need to know who these people are. Every Democrat save one and about 15 Republicans. People need to pay attention. They need to look how their senator votes on this or how their congressman votes if it gets to the House of Representatives. Because this is about people who are prioritizing Ukraine first and America last. Some of the money that's gone over there, in addition to going to small businesses, actually went to send 6 contestants to Paris Fashion Week, to the famous fashion show of Paris. So in the midst of this war, we're sending money to send some fashion brands or whatever that is from Ukraine to the Paris Fashion Show. In the middle of this war, their president had time to take some fancy pictures with Vogue. I don't know, but I think that kind of looks bad. I think that sort of just, that one doesn't pass the smell test. When we're in the middle of a war, sure, he's wearing his great T-shirt and everything, but he's in Vogue, all right? He's at war. About a month ago, he was in Argentina for the victory party for the new prime minister. No doubt asking for money. But the thing is I'm a big fan of the new prime minister of Argentina, too. I didn't go down there on the taxpayer dime, and I won't take taxpayer dime to go down there. But the thing is, he's in the middle of the war. What in the heck's he doing in Argentina? He's everywhere, all around the world, asking for our money. But my oath of office is to my country. Doesn't mean I don't have sympathy for Ukraine. Doesn't mean I don't want them to win. It's just my oath of office is to my country. This would be a different debate if we had a big pile of money and we ran a surplus. But I can't in good conscience send money to Ukraine that we don't have. That $100 billion that's going out in this bill, in addition to the previous $110 billion, is all borrowed. It makes America weaker. It makes us less strong. You'll often hear the debate, and you'll hear people say, it's in our vital national interest to give money to Ukraine. Well, that's merely an opinion. There's a debate on both sides of it. And I'll give you the debate on the other side of this. They say we must support Ukraine or the dominoes will fall. Well, that was a theory from the Cold War, which didn't turn out to be even true during the Cold War. And the interesting thing is it is useful to understand how the Soviet Union lost. And to my mind, it's very clear how the Soviet Union was defeated. The engine of capitalism defeated the engine of socialism, the engine of communism. There's no comparison. Capitalism, which is freedom, freedom to exchange goods, freedom to trade goods across boundaries, it's so incredibly powerful that it has driven our success. But the Soviet Union couldn't keep up in the arms race because socialism just frankly doesn't work. Doesn't work for developing a strong military. They were always much weaker than we actually thought they were. But it also doesn't work for charity or for anything else. One of the great all the way down to our middle class, which exceeds the middle class of any country on the planet. But also because that great wealth has allowed such amazing amount of charity. Even our national parks, as you look around and see most of our national parks, a huge majority of a huge percentage of the land in our national parks was actually donated by capitalists. A lot of the land being set aside in western states are very wealthy people are buying the land so it won't be developed and will remain pristine. But that's capitalism. That's the result of capitalism. Socialism doesn't work. The stories of socialism abound. There was a story in Poland of how price controls worked and how they always inevitably led to shortages. Guy goes in to buy eggs, and he said, are you the store that doesn't have eggs? And the guy said, no, we're the store that doesn't have toilet paper. The store across the way is the store that doesn't have eggs. That's the story of socialism. It's scarcity. That's the story of price controls. But there's been a debate for a long time in our country about whether or not you can have a free market, capitalist society and have a large military-industrial state. This was some of the division after the war between the libertarians and the conservatives, a little bit between Buckley and Murray Rothbard among the libertarians. And Rothbard and the other libertarians were worried that if you had a big military state, that the amount of money that went into that would cause us to lose our freedoms, that you couldn't have both, that really you need not have this massive military state. That argument still goes on. I'm one of the ones here who says that balancing our budget, spending what comes in is so important that we should look at spending across the board. That spending would include military spending, it would include entitlement spending, but it's part of the problem, and I'll be very ecumenical in my criticism in that the debt is the fault of both parties. Now, the Democrats are just completely oblivious. They don't care at all. But Republicans kind of pretend to care, and many of the big government Republicans who will support this bill, they're fine with sending money to Ukraine, but they also want virtually unlimited increases in military spending as well. And really, it's the reverse of the current compromise that's actually needed to defend our country. The reverse of the compromise would be to say that everything needs a little bit of a haircut. You know, we're not going to balance the budget by cutting Sesame Street, so I don't go out there saying, let's just cut public television and we'll balance the budget. No, what I say is let's cut a little bit of everything. And the thing is people are afraid of that. People say, you know, even people running for office now, that's like, you'll raise the age of Social Security or you'll cut entitlements. Well, you have to look at everything. If you take entitlements off the table and you say, I'm not going to do anything about the entitlements, it's 2/3 of the spending. You can cut the entire budget we vote on, which is 1/3 of spending, and you don't balance the budget, or you barely get there. And we're not going to cut the whole thing. So we have to just trim a little bit across the board. And it's amazing how unreasonable that is up here. I'm an outlier. I'm one of the few people. There's probably 2 or 3 people in the Senate that would cut everything across the board a little bit. Maybe more than that. Might be 10 or 15. But the thing is that I think people would be open to it. Look, Medicare. Medicare is a $1 trillion budget. Could we cut anything out of it and still keep the Medicare benefit? I'm not looking to tell poor people they can't have health care or people who can barely afford it. No, I'm saying, what could we do with $1 trillion to spend it better? Absolutely, we could spend it better and save some money. Could you not say 1%? Could you not say 5%? When we look at this, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of something that just tugs at the heartstrings, Alzheimer's disease. I've had family members with it. It's sad, and to watch it progress among people. We give generously, the government does. They give your money, it's not their money, but the government gives generously to Alzheimer's research. We're a big, rich nation. We ought to be able to study Alzheimer's disease. We ought to be able to do something, sure. So I'm not against it. But let's say they got $100 million for research last year. Is nobody up here brave enough to say, look, we're out of money, we'll give you $95 million next year? So this isn't like eliminating Alzheimer's research. It's saying you'd get 95%. I'd say that to everybody. Everybody gets 95% of what you got last year. When I say that at home, not one person looks askance, not one person criticizes, and they say, well, you're right, why couldn't we do that? That's so reasonable. You're not being draconian, you're not being radical. We just spent 95% of what we spent last year. To a person, businessmen come up to me, businessmen and women, come up to me and say, well, yeah, we've had bad years before where we've had to cut 30% of spending. So they're like 5% would be no big deal. It never happens in government. In fact, as times get worse, as the economy goes in the tank, government spending goes through the roof. But these are the things we have to talk about. These are the things we have to think about. Madam President, can you tell me how much time I have remaining?
16 minutes remaining.
Good. Lots of time. Just getting started. But as we look at these things and try to make these decisions, it really is about having a government that sets priorities. And I can't emphasize enough how different it is from your local government to Washington. Every mayor in the United States, I may not agree with their policies, but virtually every mayor, particularly in small town America is this way, spends what comes in. Now, some of the bigger cities actually have borrowing capacity and have gotten in trouble with loans. But most cities in America spend what comes in. And so what happens when you go to the city council meeting, what do cities do? They do stuff you kind of want. Pave the roads, fix the stoplights, make sure the ditches are dug, make sure the sewage works. We all kind of have agreed to have a certain amount of government, particularly at the local level. So when you go to a city council meeting, there'll be a budget. I know that's extraordinary. We don't do that up here. We spend $6 trillion and we don't have a budget. We don't pass a budget. We haven't had a budget for the last 3 or 4 years. No budget. $6 trillion and no budget. That's insane. Everybody up here who's for that should be fired. I produce a budget every year on my own, one senator, not on the appropriation committees. I don't often win. Actually, I never have won my budget, but my budget is fairly dramatic, according to Washington standards. Mine I call the penny plan budget. Cut 1% across the board. That used to be the penny plan budget, and that used to work in balancing the budget over 5 years. But we spent so much money of COVID, we locked you up and gave you all checks, put masks on you, 4 or 5 masks, earmuffs, goggles, and sent you checks and told you not to work. Crazy. But we spent so much money now to balance your budget, it would actually be a 5% cut over 5 years to balance your budget. But it'd make us stronger, and we could do it. How would we do it? One of the things I proposed is, why don't we give government workers bonuses for finding waste? Wow, that would be something. An incentive for a government worker to save money. So you're in charge of a $12 million budget at the Department of Energy or Education. You're in charge, and you have your mission statement. Here's what you're supposed to do. But you think you could save $1 million just by not buying the wrong stuff and not buying too much of stuff. We should give you a raise. I've been trying to pass that for 12 years. I can't get Democrats to agree to it. You know what their sticking point is? Well, if that person has $12 million budget and they save $1 million, we should spend it somewhere else. Literally. I'm trying to give people an incentive to save money, and I would think that the money, since we're $1.5 trillion in the hole every year, could go back to the Treasury, and their argument is absolutely not. They must spend it somewhere else. Insane. I remember a story of one Republican chairman telling me when we took over a few years ago, they took over a chairmanship, and they went into one of the rooms, which was a big closet, and they went in there, and they're like, I don't know, 5,000 printer cartridges. And they're like, wonder what this is. Maybe they're saving money they got a good deal on printer cartridges, which might have been true except for the fact that they didn't fit any computers or printers anymore. They'd bid out, you know how everything changes. Some person had ordered something nobody in business would have ever done, and they had 5,000 printer cartridges they had to just throw away. This is how government works. You don't have the incentives. Friedman put it this way. He said that nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. And that's a pretty profound statement. I think it's the most profound statement that you can apply to why government doesn't work very well. It also goes in parallel with another statement that government is a necessary evil. And they go hand in hand because government's a necessary evil because you have to give up your liberty. We don't live in a perfectly free society. Perfectly free society, nobody would tell you what to do at all. You'd have no government, you'd keep all your money. And so we don't live there. We give up a certain amount of freedom to have safety and roads and things. But those of us who understand and make this debate over liberty understand that we do have that liberty and we're making a sacrifice to live in society. And so we think our liberty is precious, so we don't want to give up too much. So we see government as a necessary evil. We don't want too much of it because if we gave up 100% of our income to have government, we'd have no freedom to enjoy the fruits of our labor. If we give up 50%, we still think that's too much. And so somewhere the pendulum is, those of us who believe in liberty are wanting more liberty and less government. But we also want it because government's not very good at anything. So, I think it was Friedman who also said that only the government, if you put them in charge of the Sahara Desert, could have a shortage of sand because of just sheer incompetence. And it's really not that people are stupid that work in government, although sometimes it's a debatable question. It's that they don't get the same incentives. In business, people are rewarded for success. And some people worry about this. Some on the left, they hate business, and they hate it because they see it as dog-eat-dog world. But it's a dog-eat-dog world where the only people who succeed in business succeed by pleasing someone else. And it's the interesting thing about transactions in capitalism. People think that transactions in capitalism are equal. They're kind of equal and not equal. So if I want these glasses, and they're very expensive, they cost me, I think, $1.99. If I want these glasses, I will have to want the glasses more than my $1.99. So the person selling them, he wants my money, or she wants my money more than the glasses, and I want the glasses more. So even though it's an equal trade, it's an unequal trade because we're both motivated to trade. There has to be some kind of disparity that we see. But the people who make these glasses only succeed if they sell them at a good cost and sell them cheaply. These are actually from a foreign country. I won't mention which country because everybody hates all the other countries now and wants to shut down trade. But I feel richer that I can get them for $1.99. So I get them like 20 at a time, and I leave them everywhere, and they break half the time. But for $1.99, that's not bad. But capitalism works to distribute goods. Can you imagine what would happen? Think of your life tomorrow if Amazon and Walmart were bought by the government. Or what if they started telling Amazon or Walmart they couldn't buy other companies? Oh, they're already doing that. They're trying to prevent the merger of companies. These are the philosophies that we're talking about that have led us to the situation where we are. Because these are the philosophies of people who don't believe in spending what comes in. They believe in an infinite amount of spending, but they also don't prize liberty enough to keep people out of our economic affairs. Walmart is an amazing store because you can go in, you buy this pen, it's scanned, and somewhere in Benton, within milliseconds, is finding out you bought that pen there and they're sending another one. The pen is going out the door, but that's capitalism. If it were the government, let's say the post office, not quite so efficient. Nothing in government works very well. It doesn't mean we won't have any government. It means we should have as little and as small a government as we could possibly have, because nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. Another way to think about this is to think about the city councilman. And the city council has been commissioned. They have something good. They want to build a theater or build something in a town, and it's $10 million. And they say, well, it's a good cause. Let's do it. And they vote for it. But if you ask that city councilman for $1,000 to invest in a business, which decision does the person spend more time with? Which decision does the person, feel it deep in his gut or her gut to give $1,000? When it's their money. Now, government can't operate with people's money, so I don't know that we can change government. We could try adding some incentives to government, but what we could really try to do is make government small, since we know government's inefficient. Try to keep government out of other enterprises. I do worry on both sides of the aisle that the fear of foreigners and the fear of foreign countries and the anger towards foreign countries is going to be to our detriment. When the average shopper goes to Walmart because of imported goods, they're $1,000 richer because their money goes farther. A lot of the stuff's imported. And on some level, we get it. Like in my state, we have Toyota. I drive a Toyota Camry up here. Several of my staff drive Toyota Prius. We're proud of Toyota. They're owned by a foreign country, by Japan. But 20,000 Kentuckians work for them. And those Kentuckians understand we don't have any anger with the Japanese, and we shouldn't have anger with the Japanese. But recently, the administration everybody's clapping, and many of those that are clapping, they're banning Nippon Steel from buying U.S. steel. Well, what if it makes U.S. Steel stronger to be joined with Nippon Steel? We like Toyota. Why can't we like Nippon Steel? Nippon Steel buys a lot of metallurgical coal in my state already employs people. They're already good for America. if we forbid them from buying another company, what if that company goes bankrupt and now Chinese steel is more important or bigger and more powerful? We broke up U.S. Steel in the 1920s. We never should have. They'd be so big and so strong now, had we not broken them up, that they'd be more likely to compete. People are now saying, big tech, we hate big tech, let's break up big tech. Well, what is that going to do? It's going to make their Chinese competitors better and stronger. We need to just stay the heck out of it. If people voluntarily want to watch TikTok, if people want to buy a radio from China or Japan or Vietnam, let them. If you like it and the price is good, buy it. But the more and more we have the anger and the isolationism that comes with breaking up trade, the more likely we come to war. With regard to this bill, I think this bill really is Ukraine first and America last. I think the American people agree with me. We've spent 5 days filibustering this, and I know we will lose. Sometime tonight, we can each speak for an hour. I think we'll get to 2 or 3 in the morning. So we can hold them off. We can draw attention to this. But this is about winning America. It isn't about winning this vote. It's about showing America that we care about your sovereignty, we care about your tax dollars, and we think that the priority should be here. The priority should be our border. That we should be concerned enough to stay up, to protest, to filibuster, to protect Americans from a bill like this, to say that America is important, that our voters are important. One of the supporters of this bill said today, and I won't mention by name, but said that people at home can't understand a bill like this, that the elite foreign policy minds of Washington somehow can understand this more than the people. I couldn't disagree more. I think every one of my acquaintances and friends and people I run into in Kentucky have every much as ability, if not more ability, than the people in this room to make a decision on this. And I've yet to meet one who came up to me and said, I want Ukraine first. They say, I want to defend America's border, I want to defend America, and I want to defend a country that leaves us alone, that leaves us free, that allows voluntarism to create the great and vast wealth that our country has become. Madam President, how many glorious minutes do I have left?
Senator has 4 minutes remaining.
All right. A lot of votes up here, win or lose, don't change things. I do predict that this vote is transforming things. People have asked whether or not there's dissension on the Republican side. I think there's a great deal of dissension because what has happened on this bill is a minority of Republicans have decided to side with all of the Democrats or virtually all of the Democrats. Despite the fact that the majority of the caucus is against this bill, I think that's led to the length of this filibuster and the support for this filibuster. 5 days in, we're 5 days in, and we'll probably make it 5.5 days on this filibuster. The last 24 hours or so have been talking filibuster. My colleague from Utah, Senator Lee, spoke for 4 hours on Saturday. We do this because we care about our country, we care about the looting of the Treasury, we care about the destruction of the dollar. We care about setting priorities and saying we don't have enough money, we don't have enough things to be everything to everyone. What we need to do is obey our oath of office. Our oath of office is to America. Doesn't mean we can't have sympathy for other countries. Come back to me when you have a surplus. When you're running a surplus, when you're running this country on a profit, when you're running this country and paying for the things you promised to our people, then come to me and ask me about another country. But you don't borrow money for charity. You don't walk down the street and if you're a poor person and you have 4 kids and you provide enough for your rent and food and your gasoline and you're barely getting by and you see a homeless person, you don't say, hey, honey, let's go to the bank and borrow $1,000 to give it to that homeless person. Even if you're sympathetic, you might help them up. You might help them to the side of the street. You do not go to the bank and borrow money. Ukraine can be the greatest cause in the world, but we're borrowing the money. There is no money. There's no rainy day fund. There's no surplus. And there's no reason on God's green earth we should be borrowing money to send it to Ukraine. We're either going to print it up, which causes inflation and hurts the working class, or we're going to borrow it, and go further in debt. So I, for one, think that the American people are opposed to this bill. I think they're opposed to the concept of Ukraine first and America last. And I predict that this issue doesn't go away. I predict that the House of Representatives is not going to take up this bill. I predict that the vast majority of the Republicans in the House of Representatives are more conservative than the Republicans in this body. And I predict that this fight is not over. During this debate, and the fact that we were able to delay and talk about this for 5 days, 5.5 days, the Speaker of the House spoke out. And I don't know that he would have been prompted to speak out, although he has spoken out previously against this. But the Speaker of the House spoke out today and said he's not taking this bill up. See, they've put together border reform that actually would transform things, border reform that acknowledges that it's an emergency. So I will be a no and continue to be a no on this bill because I think it puts Ukraine first and America last. And with that, Madam President, I yield my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Florida.
I want to start by talking about Ukraine. We have a lot of different opinions here on it, and so I wanted to take a moment and discuss this issue of Ukraine, because there's been a lot of talk about it. I've been watching, there's been, as the senator from Kentucky just pointed to a moment ago, there's been a lot of debate and over the last 5 days about the topic of Ukraine. I want to set the stage for why what's happening in Ukraine happened. But let me just first preface it by saying what is happening there is not irrelevant to this country and certainly not unimportant. So to set the stage, we got to go back a little bit. In 2014, Vladimir Putin actually invaded Ukraine. He didn't admit it was his people. He sent in these special forces. They were dressed in costumes. He pretended that wasn't his people, but it was. And the rationale was, I want to go back for a moment with history about Ukraine. Ukraine was supposed to wanted to join Europe. There was this push inside of Ukraine to join the European Union and to become European in its orientation. Putin didn't like it and began threatening and pressuring the then president of Ukraine. The then president of Ukraine, under that pressure from Putin, backed down. Upon backing down, he faced a fierce public resistance to that decision. And as a result of that, the then president of Ukraine ordered security forces into the street to attack protesters and crack down. Those protesters eventually overwhelmed the government, overthrew that government, basically. The president had to flee under the auspices of Vladimir Putin's protection. And then Putin decided to take what they call little green men, because they weren't dressed like regular Russian military, and some of these separatist groups, again supported by Vladimir Putin, to seize portions of Ukrainian national territory. In addition, the Russians did send their troops, dressed in these little green men costumes, to take a portion called Crimea. And there's several reasons why that was important to them. The first is obviously access to the ocean, access to the sea, and for the Navy and so forth. And the other is because Crimea is actually has been historically a pretty vibrant and profitable tourism site. So they believed it would add to their economy as well. They even went as far as to conduct a fake referendum, a fake election, in which the people of Crimea allegedly voted to join the Russian Federation. And that was the status quo beginning around this time of 2014 up until the invasion that began almost 2 years now. And there was this line of demarcation there was between the separatist forces backed by Putin and the Ukrainian military, and they faced off and there were skirmishes and the like. And then Putin decided to invade. Why did Putin decide to invade? Well, Putin, I am confident, was told by his people two things. The first thing he was told is that in the Russian-speaking areas of Ukraine, he would be greeted as a liberator. that people will come out into the streets holding up roses and greet the Russians as liberators. They wanted to be a part of Russia. The second thing he was told is that Ukraine would collapse, that Zelensky and the leadership in Kyiv would abandon the country. And they truly believed, the Russians, Putin, honestly and truly believed that within a week, 10 days, they wouldn't conquer all of Ukraine, but they would certainly conquer much of it, and a friendly puppet government would be installed in Kyiv. They would at least cut the country in half, if not more so, and bring it under the Russian orbit. I point to Belarus as an example. Belarus is theoretically its own independent country, but their leaders do nothing without Vladimir Putin. In fact, when Vladimir Putin decided that he was going to station troops and nuclear weapons in Belarus, Belarus didn't have the right to say, no, we don't want you to do that. You can't do that here. They had to do it. And that's sort of how he envisioned this rump state that he was trying to carve out. So that was the thinking that he had. It's, by the way, one of the things that these authoritarian regimes suffer from. In these authoritarian regimes, no one wants to tell the leader that they're wrong. No one wants to tell them they're wrong, so they're always telling you whatever you want to hear. The other reason why they tell you what you want to hear is because that's the stuff that gets paid attention to. The leaders, if you want your memo, if you want your intelligence product, if you want your advice and counsel to be listened to in an authoritarian government, then you're going to generally produce things that that person's going to like. You want to confirm their pre-existing biases. And Putin honestly believed that Ukraine desperately belonged to Russia, wanted to be with Russia, and that the Russian military was so powerful they would be able to sweep in and take them out. Well, it didn't work that way. Zelensky did not abandon Kyiv. The Ukrainian people did not greet them as liberators, and they resisted. And it's important to remember, they resisted before the flood of American aid and European aid went into Ukraine. Ukrainians were resisting, and they were fighting. And the Russians suffered enormous casualties early in the war when Ukraine wasn't even well armed. These are tough people with dignity, and they did not want to be a part of Russia and the Russian Federation. They still do not. That sets the stage for what we face today. We don't have time today, even with the hour that I have to speak and everything else, to go into all the depths of history, the way, for example, Putin went on some tirade for 30 minutes in some interview last week with all these weird historical references about why Ukraine belongs to Russia and so forth. Suffice it to say that the history is complex. In fact, many Soviet leaders came from the Ukraine region, but it does not belong to the Russian Federation. It is a country that wants to be independent of Russia, with a substantial percentage of its population that wants to be Western-oriented. And Putin does not want a Western-oriented country that's not under his control on his border. And so he decided he was going to make Ukraine a rump state, but it didn't work out that way. So people do ask me, and the previous speaker, the junior senator from Kentucky a moment ago, was discussing this. People do wonder, like, okay, that's terrible, what happened? Why is that our business? And I've heard a lot of talk here today, and so I think it's important that we bring a little bit of nuance and balance to this conversation. On the one hand, it is not true that this issue is completely unimportant. It's not true. It is important. Why is it in our national interest? There are a number of issues why we should care about what's happening in Ukraine beyond just feeling sympathy for the people there. And there's a reason why, for example, what we give here can't be zero. Let me begin with one of the reasons why we care. The first is because if the Russian Federation would have been successful, if Putin had been successful in taking Ukraine or dividing Ukraine in half, it would completely unravel what's going on in many other parts of the world. You see, for better, for worse, and I think for better, for the better part of the last 20, 30, 40 years, there's been a general acknowledgement for the most part that you can't just invade another country and take land away from them because you want it. That's what started World War II as an example. You can't do that. And what regulated that was a series of things. NATO in Europe, our alliances in the Indo-Pacific, the ability of countries to defend themselves, the condemnation of the international community, no one would want to be a pariah. The bottom line is that for much of human history, up until the last 80 years, but for much of human history was basically defined by leaders that decided we really like that land, we really want that land, and we're going to go take that land because our army is more powerful than yours. In fact, if you just sit down and read history at all of the great historic figures, Alexander the Great, Napoleon, they were all conquerors. They were all people that basically, their greatness came not necessarily because of something great they did for the world or some extraordinary advances in their society, although some of them did have advances in their society. But largely, their fame, their repute, they're judged by empire building, by a desire to conquer as much land and territory as possible. And it defined virtually all of the famous and great civilizations, for the most part, that we know about in human history. But after the Second World War, the world sort of got together and said, we don't want to live in a world like that anymore. And we created not just rules and laws at the international stage to govern it, but we also created defense alliances to prevent it. But what would happen now if suddenly Russia was able to go in, take Ukraine just because, carve it up into a rump state, maybe there'd be a little sliver of Ukraine left, but the core of the country would have been pulled into imagine they would have been able to do it to Ukraine what they did to a part of Ukraine in Crimea. Other countries would be watching. There are dozens of territorial disputes going on in the world right now as we speak. And they range from disputes between China and India on their border, disputes with China and its claims on Taiwan, ranges from that to in our own hemisphere, where even as we are here gathered now and late at night talking about these things, Venezuela and its Maduro dictatorship has decided that land that belongs to Guyana actually belongs to Venezuela. Now, obviously, there are some rare earth minerals there and some really important materials, and they discovered a lot of oil. And Venezuela's threatening those oil rigs. They're threatening that exploration. But that's a territorial dispute right here, right in our region. So if we live in a world where you can just go in, invade a country, take it, and nothing happens, except maybe a resolution condemning you at the UN, and you get away with it, other countries are going to do the same. And before you know it, we are going to be living in a world in which war is literally breaking out in every corner over territorial disputes. So that in and of itself is of concern. Because the United States is too powerful, too big a country. Our economy, our daily lives are deeply intertwined with things that are happening all over the world. We may not realize it, we may have taken it for granted, but things that are happening halfway around the world have direct impact on our everyday life. Right now, the Houthis, a band of basically rebels, guerrillas, pirates, religious zealots, but unfortunately, Iran has provided for them guided munitions and weapons and long-range rockets that are able to hit tankers. And so today, and people are going to start to feel it soon, you will be paying more for a lot of things, particularly potentially oil and fuel, because the insurance rates on shipping through the Red Sea is skyrocketing, particularly for vessels flagged by America or American allies. So the insurance rate on the shipping goes up, prices go up. For you, what's happening halfway around the world. Just one example. So what happens around the world does matter. And if war starts to break out in different parts of the world, you'll feel it in your pocketbook, you'll feel it in your security, you'll feel it in migration threats, you'll face it in all of this. We should care just because of that. Imagine, for example, if you're sitting in Beijing right now, you're watching Ukraine very closely. What happens when you move on? What happens when the United States and much of the rest of the world says to you, we're warning you, do not do it, and you do it? What happens? Do they sanction you for a few months? Do they maybe provide weaponry for that country, but then after a few years sort of give up and become fatigued and walk away? Because if Russia, with an economy a fraction of the size of China, is able to weather sanctions and military support for Ukraine, China's calculating we can certainly weather whatever the United States and other countries are going to throw at us the day we decide we're going to invade Taiwan. Very dangerous situation. So it matters because of that. The second reason why it matters to us, and I'll talk about more about this in a moment, is our reputation does matter. It does, and it doesn't matter as a matter of pride. It matters with real consequence. So right now, the Chinese in particular, but others, go around the world and are openly saying the following. Openly, I mean, obviously I'm paraphrasing for purposes of understanding this, but Basically, the Chinese message to the world is America is a once great power in decline. Their society is hollowed out. Don't you watch television? Don't you see the videos and the images of everything terrible that's going on in America right now? And their government is dysfunctional, and their society is turned upside down, and their kids are killing themselves, and their people are drug addicted. America's falling apart, and America's unreliable. Completely, America's unreliable. Didn't you see what they did in Afghanistan? And if suddenly we decide we're done with Ukraine, they'll point to Ukraine and say, this is what happens to American allies. They are with you until they lose interest, and they'll walk away. And so it begins to undermine a system of alliances, which really is the one big advantage we have over the Chinese. The Chinese don't really have any global alliances. The Chinese has no alliances anywhere in the world. The United States has an alliance system whose value cannot be quantified. You can't put a dollar figure on it. It's so valuable you can't even quantify it. That alliance system would be deeply threatened if all of a sudden the United States, after about 2 years, decided we're done with Ukraine, we're walking away, we're done with it. The damage would be quite significant. So it does matter. It matters. There's a national interest involved in Ukraine. Now, I want to address, I've also heard some hyperbole, because I think when you make public policy, you have to balance things. You have to determine to yourself, okay, if this matters, how much does it matter? And your investment and commitment must be commensurate to your national interest. I love to believe in ideals. I love to believe in idealism. But frankly, foreign policy is the work of pragmatism. Rarely in foreign policy do we get a choice between the perfect and the terrible. Oftentimes in foreign policy, we get two very bad choices, and we're trying to figure out which one of the two is the least worst for our country. And so it's important to have a little balance here. And I'm very confident in everything I'm about to tell you, based on the amount of time I spend on these things and so forth. The first is, no matter what, if tomorrow we were to walk away, and I'm not arguing that we should, but if tomorrow we were to walk away and give Ukraine not a dollar more, not a penny more, not a weapon more, the Russian Federation would not be able to take all of Ukraine. They couldn't from the very beginning, and they can't now. Would they be able to make gains beyond what they hold now? Maybe, probably, a little bit. But they would never be able to take the entirety of the country. If they couldn't do it back before we were helping Ukraine, if they couldn't do it back when their military still had capabilities they no longer possessed, before they had to start begging the North Koreans for weapons and using Iranian drones and all these other things, they most certainly could not do it now. I think it's also hyperbole to believe that the Ukrainians are going to completely crush the Russian military. Not because they don't have the will to fight, not because they're not brave enough, but because the size advantage is extraordinary. The Russians, at the end of the day, have an existing military industry that can produce weaponry. They're just a bigger country with a lot more people that they can conscript. They have more weight to bring. And they have more leverage on the international stage, primarily because they have a veto at the Security Council and they have nuclear weapons, the largest nuclear stockpile in the world. Another hyperbole is, if we don't stop this now, there isn't a single NATO country that Russia could defeat right now in a war. If they couldn't take Ukraine, they couldn't take Ukraine. It was not a member of NATO, who did not have a military that was well-resourced, whose territory that had already penetrated, whose intelligence services they had already deeply penetrated before this. If they couldn't do that and they can't do it now, how are they going to take any of these other countries? Leaving aside the NATO alliance for a moment, Russia's in no shape to invade or take anybody for a substantial period of time. Threaten? Yes. Maybe acts of sabotage, maybe, destruction with agents or criminals that they hire? Yes. But invade and take a country? The Poles would crush them. The Lithuanians would destroy them. The Germans, any of these countries. It's not, that's hyperbole, that's what's next here. Hyperbole, in some cases I've heard this referred to almost like if we're living back in 1939 and the Nazi war machine is pushing forward into helpless countries. That's just, I get it. There's always a desire to live in a historic time and claim, as some have here on this floor, this is a historic moment. The history of the world is going to be determined. No, this is important. This matters. This is a regional conflict with international repercussions that have a direct impact on our national security and our national interest. But it is nothing like the eve of World War II either. So it's important to have this balance. Now, the greatest geopolitical threat, challenge that we face today is the emerging rise of an axis, a very loose alliance, not even an alliance, a partnership between China, Russia, Iran, and then some other junior partners. And their number one interest of all these countries is to create a world or a world order that at a minimum is an alternative to the Western-led, US-led world order, at a minimum an alternative, but ideally a replacement. And while they have differences, the Iranians and the Russians have some differences. They both want to dominate Syria. They both, they have differences. The Chinese and the Russians have differences, historic and otherwise. The Russians do not like to be seen as the junior partner of the Chinese, but they are. The Chinese have long claimed that Siberia belongs to them. In fact, there's a lot of ethnic Chinese now living in Siberia. So they do have some differences. They have been able to somehow put that aside because they share a common goal that's important to their national interest, and that is they want a world in which the world order is favorable to them and unfavorable to us. One in which they have more influence and we have less influence. They want a world order in which the United States can no longer, and our allies, can no longer sanction Russia by denying them access to the banking system, because they've got their own banking system. They want a world in which the United States cannot threaten them with sanctions because there's alternatives to the dollar as the reserve currency. That's the world that they all want to live in, and so they are partnering on this. And what do they want to see in Ukraine? If you are sitting in Beijing right now, what do their policy leaders want? How do they view Ukraine? Or for that matter, how do they view what's happening in the Middle East? And here's how they view it. They view it as, we want America to be drained. We want America to be drained by the money and the attention they have to pour into Ukraine. We want America to be drained by the conflict that threatens to escalate in the Middle East. The Chinese want America to be drained in these two parts of the world because they know the more money we spend and the more attention we give to those parts of the world, the less money and the less attention we will have for the Indo-Pacific. By the way, it's one of the reasons why the Chinese get so annoyed at the North Koreans. Because every time the North Koreans launch rockets and give speeches about how they're going to blow something up and all these sorts of things, and now partner with the Russians and therefore feel more confident in doing these things, they feel like it's more of an excuse for the U.S. to pay attention to the Indo-Pacific and deploy military assets to the region. So they want us to be drained. On the other hand, if we don't commit to these parts of the world, particularly Ukraine, then they're going to go around and tell everybody, you see, we told you. These Americans can't be counted on. They will abandon you. They will turn on you. So that's their goal, either drain us, and if we pull out, hurt us, undermine our alliances, so that our allies in Europe will decide, listen, the Americans, we're not going to partner with you anymore. You can't be trusted. So the nations of the Middle East will no longer cooperate with us because we can't be trusted. We're unreliable. So the nations in Asia and in the Indo-Pacific will cut the best deal they can with China because America can no longer be trusted. So that's their goal, drain us or undermine us. So what is our goal? What should our goal be? Our goal should be to remain committed to helping Ukraine so that we're not seen as unreliable and undermined in our credibility, but do it in a way that doesn't drain us. Do it in a way that does not distract us from our ability to focus on all these other parts of the world that are equally or more important in many cases. That should be our strategy, to retain our credibility and the strength of our alliances through the commitments we've made in Ukraine, but without being drained. That's the kind of balancing act. By the way, I do want to say something, no matter, again, of the people that will speak this evening, I may be the only one in support of helping Ukraine, and at least at the level that I do it. Let me just remind everybody that no matter what the House decides to do, this spending cannot be zero. And the reason why it cannot be zero is because 20 of the $60 billion is to buy our weapons for ourselves. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Part of the aid we've given Ukraine, it's not pallets of cash. It's, yes, we have rifles, we have guns, we have explosives, we have bombs, we have rockets, we have anti-aircraft capabilities in our stocks that we had for ourselves. And we gave it to them. We gave it to them to use. But now we don't have it. So we have to buy it. We have to restock what we gave them. That's 20 of the 60 billion. So at a minimum, it has to be 20 billion, because otherwise we remain vulnerable. Ultimately, people want a strategy. Our strategic objective here is to be supportive of Ukraine, but not in a way that makes us incapable of being able to concentrate on the other parts and other matters that matter to us. As far as how this turns out, and I've long resisted, though I've long believed this to be the case, I've long resisted talking about it in this way because I didn't want to undermine the position of Ukraine in any negotiated outcome. But ultimately, the conflict in Ukraine will end in a negotiated outcome. As I've already said, the Ukrainians are not going to wipe out the Russian military, and the Russians are not going to be able to conquer half of Ukraine. I think the Russians already fully understand that their objectives the day they invaded are out of reach. What the Russians want now is to negotiate a deal, the best deal they possibly can, holding on to as much Ukrainian land as they can get their hands on, and to force and compel the neutrality of Ukraine. In essence, what the Russians want at this point is to have enough military success so they can gain a little bit more territory, but also force any future Ukrainian government to be neutral, not to be a member of NATO, not to be allied with the West. That is the Russian goal. And so in any negotiation, it's about leverage. Negotiation is about leverage. Who has the most leverage? Who has the most to give, and who is in the most desperate need of a deal? And so part of the reason why we should not abandon Ukraine and give them nothing is because we want them to have the strongest possible negotiating leverage. If we cut all of Ukraine's money and just said, we're done with Ukraine, we're finished, Ukraine would have no leverage. Russia would have all the leverage. The Russians would then be able to negotiate a deal that could very much leave us with a Ukraine that looks like Belarus, with a government, a puppet government, and with Russia holding significant land. And then multiple countries around the world are going to see that as an example of what they could get away with in their regional conflict. And that will matter, as I've already explained. That will have an impact on us as a country. So that needs to be our goal. We can't stop the help. We want to give them enough help so that they have the strongest possible hand in a negotiated settlement at some point. But here's my problem with what we're going to be voting on here in a few hours. As important as all of this is, as important as what's happened in the invasion of Ukraine is, our country is facing an invasion too. If I walked out these doors tomorrow, most of the people here will get on airplanes and fly home in the morning after whatever time the vote is here. You re-enter the normal world outside the bubble of this place. And the overwhelming, I don't have to take a poll. The overwhelming majority of people would say, okay, I don't have anything against Ukraine. I actually hope Ukraine wins. I don't like Putin. I get everything you just said about our national interest. But how can we focus on that? And not at least also focus on what's happening to us in our country, at our southern border? Because it makes no sense to people. And it's not just isolated to this instance. When was the last time the Senate met over a weekend, Super Bowl weekend of all things, for hours and hours and hours, basically said we're going to stay here till we get it done because it's that important, other than funding the government? When is the last time that you saw Congress and the Senate spend that much time working on something that matters directly, a priority of the American people? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. If I were to summarize what most people out there are going to say, they're going to say, well, hold on a second. How could we be so focused on an invasion of another country and do nothing about the invasion of ours? And that's what we face at the southern border. There's no other way to describe it. I'll address some of the points that will be raised in response to what I just said, anticipating what they'll be, because they've already been made. The first is there was a bill, a bipartisan negotiated bill, and you rejected it. Well, first of all, I didn't negotiate it. I didn't even know what was in it until the Sunday that it was released, a week ago yesterday. And there were some things in it that I think are positive, but generally I rejected it because when I took the sum of it and I read its details, and I've already detailed, I won't spend all time here tonight discussing all the problems I had with it, I actually am convinced, beyond any doubt in my mind, that had we passed that legislation, yes, we would have gotten some improvements on asylum language, which is something we should do, but it had other provisions that actually made things worse in the long term. One that I continue to point to is that we were going to have, in this country, thousands of new asylum agents, basically, who would have the power at the border to either A, give someone an immediate work permit. Today, even if you ask for asylum, you got to wait 6 months to get a work permit. This would give them a work permit on the spot. That would be an enormous magnet for more people to come. You mean I can come to the U.S., say the magic words, and I get a work permit right away? You're going to see the numbers spike. But here's the other thing these asylum agents would have the power to do. These asylum agents would now have the power to give them asylum right there and then. And it would be more efficient. It's not like asylum. Yes, two differences between that and the process today. The first is the process today would be an asylum judge. And that's taking a very long time. Those agents would make things more efficient, but it wouldn't make it better. It would actually incentivize more flow. Now people realize, hey, we could get in and we might actually have a pretty substantial chance, say it's 30 or 40%, of being given a work permit or asylum right there on the spot. And once you have asylum, most people don't realize this. Once you have asylum, it is basically the equivalent of a green card. Once you are given asylum, you are 5 years away from being a citizen, which is what many people on the other side of this aisle want. It's what many Democratic activists openly want. They want more citizens who are grateful because they know which party are the ones that gave them asylum and citizenship, because they'll become voters for them. That provision alone would increase the number of people coming to this country. Today they come knowing they'll be released. They'll have to wait 6 months to get a work permit, and at some point they're going to have to show up for an asylum hearing. Now they'll come knowing we have a real chance not just to get released, but to get an immediate work permit and maybe even granted asylum on the spot. That would not make our system better. It would make it worse. So that alone was a reason why I could not support that deal. But I want to be clear, when people go around saying, we gave you exactly what you wanted, and they turned it down, they're not serious about border security. You did not give me what I wanted. I can't speak for anybody else. I don't know what other people told you they wanted. I never even said I wanted a bill. I said I wanted the president to reverse the executive orders that he issued that created the migratory crisis that we now face, that created this invasion. Let me show you something in this graph. Something I really wanted to point to. This, put my pen there. This is the year, this is the land encounters by month, heading into the year, at the end of the fiscal year 20. This is January of 2021. This point right here is the election of Joe Biden. Just look at this graph. From the moment he was elected in January, look at the spike and the spike. What happened? What happened between here and here? And moving forward, I don't have a big enough board to show you what's happened in the last years, but just explain to me this spike right there. What happened there? Because something happened there. Look at the line here was flat. If I went back further, you'd see the line was flat. It's actually a little down this way. What happened here at this moment in time that things shot up? Because if this was an EKG or some medical test, doctors would point to that and say, something happened here, man. Something happened. Look at this jump. I'll tell you what happened here. A lot of things happened there. On his first day in office, Biden gets elected. He issues a 100-day moratorium on deportations. We're not deporting anyone for 100 days. First of all, throughout this time, he campaigned for president. And the whole world heard him say, I'm going to get rid of all the Trump policies. So already, people that want to come into our country are just waiting for the election to go. I said this the other day when I gave a speech. When I talk to you about these issues, this is not something that I picked up on from some briefing or some document I read or some experts that came in. I get this from the people that actually came, because a lot of them live in Miami and their relatives live in Miami. And their decisions about coming to the United States illegally, it is not built on legal interpretations of the law. Most of them don't even know what our immigration laws are. Many of them misunderstand our immigration laws. They come based on what they believe our policies are. And you have traffickers that are telling them things that aren't true, but you also have perception. And the perception was Trump was restrictive. Trump did everything to stop people from coming. Biden is going to do the opposite. He gets elected, that leads to a spike, just his election did. But not just his election, his policies. Something else happened in that period of time. Joe Biden became the first president in the modern history of our country that decided we would not detain virtually anyone who came into this country unlawfully. People love to say immigration law is so complicated, so difficult, so hard to understand. It is. It's complex, certainly to practice. But at its core, it's pretty straightforward. Here's what the law says, and I'm, again, paraphrasing. It says, here are the people who are allowed to come into the United States. And if anyone who comes into the United States is not supposed to be here, you are to detain them until removal. Bottom line, you're either allowed to enter the country or you're not. And if you're not and you enter illegally, they're supposed to detain you until they remove you. Now, there have always been exceptions. And there are some very narrow exceptions that have always been applied on a case-by-case basis by every president. Obama applied it that way. And those exceptions for humanitarian concerns and things of this nature were designed for individual cases. So a well-known, figure in China or in some other part of the world shows up and everybody knows who they are and they're being oppressed, they let them in, humanitarian. Person is dying. If you send them back, they may die on the flight home. You let them in. There's always been that exception. Biden made the exception the rule. He basically decided it is inhumane to detain anyone. And so we're going to release virtually everyone, 85%, sometimes 90% in some months. And so people realize very quickly, forget about the law, forget about the particulars of the law, people realize very quickly, if I can get to the border and I turn myself over to a border agent, my chances of being released into the country are 85% or higher. And they know it because they know people that did it. This is how this works. I have literally had people come up to me and show me, look at what I Zelled. Look at the Cash App payment that I made to some guy. Cost me $5,000 or $10,000 to get my family over here so they could come in. I paid them to bring them in. They showed it to me. And I asked them, well, how did you know about this? I said, because I know other people that did it. Somebody comes illegally, they turn themselves in, they're released, they're turned over to a non-government organization, a charity, and that charity tells you all the benefits you qualify for, depending on the jurisdiction they send you to. They may even give you a plane ticket or a bus ticket. They make it to wherever they're going, and they call home and they tell everybody, here's how I did it, here's how I came, and more people come behind them and follow them. So this spike is easy to understand. Joe Biden changed the way we enforce immigration law through executive orders. He basically announced, we're not going to enforce immigration law. We're going to release everyone. And people figured it out, and they started coming, and the invasion began. That's what created the problem, not a law. The law is the same. The law today is the same as it was that day right there. The law today, immigration law in America, is identical. Our immigration statutes are identical today to what they were on this day, all those other years. The numbers don't lie. Put aside the graph for a moment. In his first full month in office, almost 102,000 people were encountered at the border. Just in his first month in office, that's double the highest number of monthly encounters in the last year of the Trump presidency. Doubled in his first month. None of these other excuses people come up with, the end of COVID, climate change. The climate changed that much in 1 month to the next? What changed was a new president who said, come, We want you to come. We'll release you. The year 21, from here forward, it ended with over 1.7 million total encounters at the southern border. During that 12-month period in 2021, of that fiscal year, the highest month was over 213,000 encounters at the border. And you look at the last year of the Trump presidency, there were 458,000 encounters at the southern border. It went from 458 in the last year of the Trump presidency to 1.7 million in the first year of the Biden presidency. Under the same immigration law. The immigration law did not change. What changed was the president and his policies. And that's what created this crisis. And that's how you fix it. Now, obviously, the president doesn't want to fix it, doesn't want to change it. There's reasons why he doesn't want to change it. The first is it would be admitting Trump was right. To change it back to what those policies were is basically to admit Trump was right about immigration, and the things he did made sense. And he obviously doesn't want to do that. The second reason why he can't change it is because he has an activist base in his party that'll go completely bonkers. He has an activist base in his party that believes that we should have borderless countries, that believe that people should be allowed to live wherever they want. I'm not telling you it's a majority. I'm not telling you it's 30%. But it's a big and powerful activist base who will protest and heckle and threaten to vote against you because they believe that humans have a right to live in any country in the world they want. They should be able to migrate anywhere they want. They admit it openly. I've heard him say it to my face. And so he won't do it because of them either. But that's what will fix it. Reverse the policies that happened right in this period of time. That's what would have fixed it. That's what I asked for. That's what I asked for. They didn't do it. So I can't speak for anybody else. But don't tell me that you gave us what I wanted on the border. You did not. I didn't ask you for a law. The law can be improved. But the law is not the reason why we got that spike. As I told you, the law is the same here as it is here. What changed was those policies, and what will change that back is to go back to some of those policies. For Biden to use executive orders to repeal the executive orders that he put in place that created this crisis. Now, this is where people tell me, well, why can't we do both? America can help Ukraine and can also deal with the border. I agree with that. Not only can we do it, we should do it. My problem with this bill is it doesn't do it. It only does one of the two things. The choice we were given was, here is this fake immigration enforcement. We're going to call it immigration enforcement, but it's not really immigration enforcement. Here's this fake immigration enforcement bill, and here's Ukraine money, which is real money. And if you don't take it, then we're going to say that you voted against border security, and we get what we want. They get what they want. What they want is to be able to not do anything on the border and be able to blame Republicans for it. It's a political ploy. And that's what we're faced here today. The problem I have with this bill, as I said, is we're not doing both. If we were getting from the president real changes in his border policies to bring this under control, we might not even be here tonight. We might have gotten this done already. And I'd have been supportive. But we don't. The other thing you'll hear people say is, now you're holding Ukraine hostage. You're holding up the important Ukraine hostage over our border. Well, I'd say a couple things about that. First is, you're holding Israel hostage over Ukraine. If you put an Israel aid vote bill on the floor right now, if you put a bill on this floor right now that said Taiwan and Israel aid, it would probably pass with 89, 90 votes. But they didn't. They held it hostage until they got Ukraine. So they say we're holding the Ukraine hostage over the border. They're holding Israel hostage over Ukraine. And they've held Israel hostage over Ukraine. And so you're now faced with a bill that says, you want to help Israel, you got to do what we want on Ukraine, and you get nothing on the border. But they're the ones holding hostage. The other argument I've heard is, well, these are just people that are against helping Ukraine, and they're just using this as an excuse to kill the bill. I've already explained to you, that's not me. You might be referring to other people, but not me. What I wanted us to do is what I've said. I wanted us to do something real about our national security, about our invasion, about our border. Is it leverage? Yes. In this process, in this place, this is the only way you sometimes get things done. The only way you get things done is by holding up something that you might support but the other side really wants in exchange for something that you want. And in this case, there is no shame in telling you that, yes, it was used as leverage. Unsuccessfully, unfortunately. I have no shame in saying that because the leverage of what I was asking for is what our people need, what our country needs. It's a priority for our country. It's important for our country. What good are we to Ukraine? What good is America to NATO? What good is America to the Indo-Pacific? What good are we as a nation now and in the years to come to any other nation on earth if we can't even take care of our own problems here at home? And this is a problem. This is not a small matter. This is not a seasonal ebb and flow. This is not a transitory issue. This migration, this invasion of the United States is going to get worse, not better. It's going to get worse in terms of numbers, and it's going to get worse in terms of severity inside of our country. It already is creating a problem. Number one, we're being overrun. Not by a few thousand people, by over 3.5 million people that have been released into this country that we know about, 600,000 of whom either have criminal records or pending criminal matters. You think you're going to, and they'll tell you, oh, we know who a lot of these people are. They don't even interview some of these people. But even if they did, they don't know who these people are. Because I know enough about that part of the world to tell you, you can buy fake documents from over a dozen countries in the Western Hemisphere, where if you have enough money on you, you can go somewhere and get an official government document that says your name is Jose Alvarez or Raul Sanchez or whatever you want your name to be. And then you show up at the border and that's who we think you are. We have no idea who some of these people are. We have no idea if they have criminal records. You think the Venezuelan authorities are producing their criminal records and biometrics to us? You think the Cuban authorities are doing that? You think people coming from Africa, people coming from all over the world, that those places are actually providing that for us? The only thing we can tell you is, are you in our terrorist database? There are a lot of terrorists that are not in the database until they commit terror acts. And assuming they survive it, you get your hands on them. We have no idea who these people are. People say, well, but most of them are probably good people here, hard work. I'm sure. But that's not the point. The point is you let in 3, 4, 5 million people. Some percentage of them are going to be bad. Some percentage of them are going to be criminals. I don't care where they came from. You take 1 million people from anywhere in the world at any time, some percentage of that million are going to turn out to be bad people at some point and do harm. And you're already seeing it. We have a migrant crime wave going on in New York and in other major cities. They're not committing crimes because they're migrants. They're committing crimes because they're criminals. They were criminals in their own country. You think these people just got here the other day and learned how to pickpocket? You think that 15-year-old that fired at a police officer, I don't know if you heard this story, a 15-year-old went in to shoplift, confronted by a security officer, pulls out a gun, tries to kill the police officer, a block away, fires the gun again, they arrest him. Another roving gang attacked a police officer, 2 police officers at a train station. And that's just, those are the ones you've heard about. It's a crime wave. And it's going to get worse. The Venezuelan community in South Florida has been telling me for the better part of a year that what was coming now are gang members. And I didn't know how to judge their claim or what they were saying. Now I see they were right. They were right. Some of them didn't come straight from Venezuela. They left Venezuela, and they were committing crimes in Peru. They were committing crimes in Brazil. They were committing crimes in Colombia. And when they realized they could come to America, where you can steal even more, they saw their opportunity because Biden said, if you come, we'll release you. They came. Now we have a crime wave, and it's only going to get worse. Now we have cities. I saw the mayor of Denver the other day crying, and complaining. He wants more money. It's a sanctuary city. These are places that passed laws that basically said, if you come here and you're here illegally, don't worry, we're going to protect you. We're not going to arrest you. We're not going to ask questions. If you are arrested, we're not going to deport you. We're going to give you stuff and benefits. So, of course, people go there. They go there, and it costs them money. Now you got to close your schools. You got to spend money on migrant shelters. You got to spend money on all these things. And now they're complaining about it. You were very proud to be a sanctuary community. And now in this bill that they tried to get us to pass, we were going to send them hundreds of millions of dollars to bail them out for being sanctuary cities. Meanwhile, they're not spending that money on the homeless Americans that live in their community. They're taking that money out of services from the taxpayers of those communities. So people go to work, they work hard, they pay their taxes, and their money's taken and given to people that came into our country illegally. And what about terrorism? I want to be careful because I don't want to say anything or divulge anything. Let me just say it this way. And I said this earlier before, so just use common sense. Do you think that terrorists around the world, you think ISIS and Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, you think they are completely unaware of this? You think those guys don't know that the most effective trafficking organizations in the history of mankind is operating off our southern border? You don't think they know that? And you don't think they're tapped into that? And you don't think that they would push terrorists into this country that way? Well, I think common sense tells you they would. In the time remaining, I want to briefly talk about Israel because it's part of this bill as well. You know, it's interesting the last couple of days, this freak out over something that Trump said about NATO. Everybody's running around freaking out, oh my God, he's going to get us out of NATO. They forget Trump was already president once, and he didn't pull us out. And in fact, he deployed extra troops to Poland. We increased our troop presence in Poland because Poland was contributing towards NATO. But put that aside for a moment. Because this whole notion of this theoretical Russia is going to invade countries because Trump is going to encourage them, all these people on television with all this silliness. Well, Israel's in a war right now. Israel's in a war right now, an existential war. Israel's enemies right now want to destroy Israel. They don't want to harm Israel. They don't want to defeat Israel military. They want to destroy Israel. They are in a war right now. And we have a president that's undermining Israel. Undermining. You say no. Okay. Here's the stuff we're now reading. I just want to go off this article from NBC, which is NBC, one of the most well-known conservative outlets in America, right? This is from them. President Joe Biden has been venting his frustration in private conversations with campaign donors over his inability to persuade Israel to change its military tactics in Gaza. He's been trying to get Israel to agree to a ceasefire, but Netanyahu is, quote, giving him hell. Netanyahu, quote, is impossible to deal with. He feels like this is enough, one of the people said of his views expressed by Biden. It has to stop. In some of his private conversations, his descriptions of dealing with Netanyahu are peppered with contemptuous references to Netanyahu as this guy. And at least 3 recent instances, Biden called Netanyahu an A something. I can't say it on the Senate floor, according to 3 people directly familiar with his comments. It goes on. He's grown steadily more frustrated with the rising Palestinian civilian death toll in Gaza. He took a sharper tone on Thursday, described Israel's military assault in Gaza as over the top. So I guess this bill is funding Israel's over-the-top effort to defeat a terrorist group that didn't just massacre over 1,000 Israelis, but his organizing principle is the destruction of the Jewish state. Frustrations with Netanyahu have also not led to major policy shift, but his administration has begun to consider such options. 2 weeks ago, officials told NBC News that the administration was discussing delaying or slowing U.S. weapon sales to Israel as leverage to get Netanyahu to dial down Israeli military operations in Gaza. As leverage. So you're going to vote for a bill to give money to Israel so Biden can use it as leverage against our ally, Israel. This is an ally involved in a war right now. Not theoretical, not a campaign speech, right now. You're worried about undermining NATO, worry about undermining our ally, Israel, in a war right now, a real war. And it goes on. I mean, I could go on forever. They're drafting options for formally recognizing an independent Palestinian state, the so-called 2-state solution. How are you going to reach, that's the ideal outcome in a perfect world. In the real world, how are you going to have a 2-state solution with a groups whose goal is a one-state solution. The Palestinian organizations, the PLO and Authority in the West Bank and Hamas and Gaza, they don't have a two-state solution. They want a one-state solution. Their one-state solution is that from the river to the sea, there not be a single Jew. That's their solution. And you want to give them their own territory where they can launch more attacks to achieve this goal. I could go on, but all of this, how does this wind up in the press? This is a strategic leak. They put this out there to message their activist base, because there is an activist base within the Democratic coalition that is threatening to vote against Biden. We've seen these reports. That's why he sent the White House aides to go meet with anti-Semites, pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah activists in Michigan last week, people that claim that our government is controlled by Jewish money. That's who they met with. These are the people that are disrupting his speeches, calling him Genocide Joe. That's who he met with. And this is designed to try to appease them because they're threatening to vote against him. That's undermining an ally. That's happening real time right now. And all this talk about ceasefire. We can't have a ceasefire. Let me tell you how we can have a ceasefire. Hamas can surrender its weapons and it can release its hostages. But they won't. Hamas doesn't care how many Palestinian civilians die. In fact, they deliberately position military targets next to civilians so that civilians get killed. They want civilians to be killed. They steal the aid money. Has anyone wondered how much does it cost to build the tunnels that they have built under the ground in Gaza? Millions of dollars spent building tunnels, not building hospitals, not building schools, not building industries, not creating jobs for the people of Gaza, tunnels for their terrorists so they could hide hostages, so they could hide weapons, so they can infiltrate and kill Jews in Israel. That's what they spend their money on. We're going to send them more of that money when this bill passes. That's what you're voting for. It's in there. Look, this is part of a broader problem here. People have to be watching this and saying, these people are completely out of touch with our priorities. They've abandoned all common sense. The list of things that prove this are extraordinary. One of the things I see a lot in South Florida are people that have been in this country that maybe came from Cuba 45 years ago. They've worked here their entire lives. They retire. They get $800, $900, $1,000 a month from Social Security. And then they run into somebody who just got here from Cuba 3 months ago, is 29 years old, doesn't work, and is given $1,500 a month in benefits by our government because they're refugees. That refugee, a year later, is traveling back to Cuba 15 times. So you're a refugee fleeing oppression from a place that you now go back and visit 15 times the following year. And in the meantime, we're giving you Medicaid, food stamps, health care for your children, cash payments from the refugee fund. So imagine if you've been working here for 40 years and your Social Security check is smaller than the benefits going to a 28-year-old able-bodied person who just got here. That's real. That happens. That's happening every day. That makes no sense. How about this one? Biden has issued a visa ban and sanctions against Israeli settlers. Where's the visa ban and sanctions on Hamas supporters who are here on student visas? We would never have given them the visa if they were Hamas supporters, but now that they're here, they can go up and down the street calling for intifada, saying anti-Semitic stuff, tearing down posters. We haven't taken away a single student visa or any other visitor visa. Go after the Israeli settlers, but not after the Hamas terrorists and Hamas terrorism supporters in our own country? That's happening. When the horrible events of January 6th happened, within hours, we had fences, the tallest fences you've ever seen, barbed wire, National Guard from multiple states. We had more National Guards people here than we had members of Congress, 5 to 1. Great people, sleeping in the kitchen, sleeping in the dining room. This place was protected. When a state decides we're going to build a fence and deploy the National Guard to protect our state and our sovereignty, let's go to the Supreme Court and force them to tear it down. So you'll build a fence and flood this place with National Guard to protect yourself in this Capitol, but you won't do it to protect our country. That makes no sense to people. That makes no sense. How about this? You know the leverage that Russia, you know why Russia, one of the reasons why they invaded Ukraine? Because they believed that Europe was so dependent on them for natural gas, they wouldn't do anything about it. And so Europe is doing something about it. And the U.S. says, and we will export our natural gas surpluses to you, so you don't have to depend on the Russians. And what does this administration do? They suspend LNG exports a couple weeks ago because a handful of TikTok influencers demanded it because of the climate. That makes no sense. But they did it. On issue after issue, we either have lost all common sense or we are consistently ignoring the needs of everyday hardworking Americans and putting something or someone above them over and over and over again. And that's why people lose faith in institutions. That's why they lose faith in leaders. That's why they lose faith in our process. That's what leads to populism. In the history of the world, you look at it over and over again. When people believe that their needs, their legitimate needs, are being ignored by the people who run the government, in the modern history, they have gone in one of two directions, and they are both toxic. One is socialism, the promise of the victim against the oppressor, and government's going to fix it all by controlling the economy and your lives. And the other direction they go is ethnic nationalism. The argument that all of this is happening because somebody of another race, another color, another religion, they're to blame. One of your fellow countrymen are to blame. That's the danger in all of this. And that's why it's always so important that in a republic is capable of understanding and responding to the needs of people. And in our country, it's a people that for the better part of 25 or 30 years we're told, it doesn't matter that we're going to send our factories and our jobs halfway around the world to another country. Don't worry, you're going to learn how to code, and you're going to find a new job making a lot more money. Well, they never got to learn how to code, and they never found the better job, and they gutted our cities and communities and took them apart. They're tired of being put in second place, and it's happened too often. And it's happening here again now. And that's why I'm not going to support this bill, because it violates our most important responsibility, and that is to give voice to the people of this country and stop putting them in second place behind everything and everyone else. I yield the floor.
Senator from Florida.
Madam President, some of my Democrat colleagues want you to believe that any opposition to their agenda is evil and unjustified. They've claimed for weeks that mere questions about the $95 billion bill the Senate is now considering are rooted in some radical right-wing anti-democracy conspiracy. And the liberal press prints these lies as gospel. It has destroyed the Senate and ignores the history of our great nation. One of the first decisions facing our new republic is whether to engage in the conflict raging between French revolutionaries and an alliance of European nations led by Great Britain. As we know, President George Washington ultimately decided to remain neutral in that conflict, knowing that our new nation was not prepared to assume the grand responsibilities of supporting the cause, no matter how noble, while properly attending to the pressing matters facing his new government here at home. America was cash-strapped and war-weary. In the centuries that have passed since that moment, our great nation has evolved. The United States has grown into the leader of the free world, the true global superpower, representing the ideals of liberty, freedom, and democracy, in standing staunchly against oppression and tyranny wherever it is found. We no longer must wrestle with these decisions the ways our founders did. But we still face tremendous domestic challenges that I'm sure Washington, Hamilton, and Jefferson could have never imagined in April of 1793. Today, we are once again cash-strapped, and we're war-weary. Like never before, Americans are questioning whether their federal government has lost its way, now fails to represent the people they elected. when you hear story after story of the decisions made by the Biden administration, people said, who made those decisions? Less than 25% of the country believes we're on the right track. 25%. That's not good for government. Decades of politicians in Washington being addicted to earmarks and pushing reckless fiscal policy have decimated the financial health of our great nation. In last year's omnibus, 7,500 earmarks. The United States has more than $34 trillion in debt, soon to exceed $35 trillion, and a budget deficit projected this year of nearly $1.8 trillion. I think when Ronald Reagan got elected, the national debt was less than $1 trillion. Since 2019, the U.S. population has increased just 1.8%. How much do you think our federal budget is up? 1.8% increase in population, what would you think? 5%, 10%, maybe 20%. No, our federal budget is set to increase by 55%. Were federal revenues up last year? 5%, 10%? No, they're down 9%. In the last 3 months, we lost nearly 1.6 million full-time jobs. Now, part-time jobs are up. They're up more than 850,000 as more Americans can't find full-time work. You look at company after company after company doing layoffs. Americans can't find full-time work and have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. When they put out the real labor statistics numbers, and they say, oh, this number of jobs were created, you think that's a full-time job for a person. That might be a part-time job by the same person, 2 jobs, 3 jobs. Biden's bad economy and reckless policies have created massive inflation. It's up 17% since he took office. It's caused immense pain for families every day, especially our poor families like mine growing up. Go to the grocery store. Look at the cost of food. Go look at the cost of a house, cost of a car. Then look at what the interest rate is the mortgage rate when you want to buy a house, or the interest rate when you want to buy a car, or the interest rate on credit card debt. Unfortunately, the world's evil regimes and tyrants do not wait. They're not going to wait for the United States to be in top fighting and financial shape or fiscal shape to launch their attacks. And the weakness and appeasement of the Biden administration has emboldened them to sow chaos in nearly every corner of the world. Iran and its proxies like Hamas, the Houthis and Hezbollah are waging war against Israel and fighting to destroy the Jewish state and its people. Russia continues its war in Ukraine, creating instability not seen in Europe since World War II. And Communist China continues to threaten the United States and prepare for an invasion of Taiwan that will upend world trade and destabilize the Indo-Pacific even further. I can't imagine why any American would ever buy a product made in Communist China. They steal our job. They send precursors here. 70,000 people die of drug overdoses a year. They threaten our allies like Taiwan. America is weak under President Joe Biden, and our enemies, they know it. That's why American enemies are exploiting us and our great ally, Israel. Look at where we are. There's a land war in Europe. Israel is under constant attack, and evil tyrants like Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin are watching, waiting to pounce. The conflict of the Red Sea makes this fact indisputable. The increasing number of attacks by the Houthi militia in the Red Sea matter to every American family. The attacks are a huge problem because so many vegetables go through this area that are critical to world trade. Right now, companies trying to get goods across the globe have a decision to make. Go through an area with clear and present danger or choose a much longer, more expensive route which will lead to delays, increased costs for consumers. This is all because of Joe Biden's weakness. This is what happens when you let terrorists and their sponsors like Iran run rampant and dictate how the world works. The result is always more violence, less scrutiny, less security, and serious consequences for American families in everything from the price of goods to their safety overseas. It's what we see today as Biden's weakness needlessly push America towards World War III. This bill does nothing to hold Iran accountable. Let me repeat that. This bill does nothing, absolutely nothing, to hold Iran accountable. Americans don't want war. But instead of standing up to Iran with a credible deterrent to prevent it, Biden has rewarded them. Biden has rewarded Iran with billions of dollars, which the Iranians have used to enrich their nuclear program and fund terrorist enterprises like Hamas and the Houthis. Before Biden took office, the U.S. oversaw the deployment of more naval assets, which was good for Israel, the U.S., and global commerce. Now he is weakening this posture. Biden started his presidency by removing the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. Why? Never could explain it. He did that on February 16, 2021, which was a massive mistake. This has empowered them to raise funds and grow in power as Iran's proxy against Israel. It wasn't until a few weeks ago that the U.S. finally redesignated these terrorist thugs as a foreign terrorist organization. It only happened after week after week after week of the Biden administration tolerating their attacks, which has created danger and disruption to the global economy. The U.S. and capable partners should have stymied these attacks before they started by destroying Houthi assets months ago when they began terrorizing our trade operations. Biden would have been wise to have taken a page from the Trump playbook sooner and acted quickly and early to show us U.S. strength and deter ongoing attacks. For far too long, Biden refused to do any of this because he is a weak president. For a president who ran on multilateral internationalism, Biden has proven completely ineffective in bringing along most of our allies to stand with us in times of conflict. This is the reason the world is at war now. Again, nothing in this bill is going to hold Iran accountable. Absolutely nothing. It pains me to say this because we all want the president to be strong, regardless of their party, but we know Biden will never be capable of being a strong leader. That's just not who he is. He will never really stand up to terrorism, hold our allies responsible to truly stand beside us, not behind us, and show the world the grave consequences of threatening the shared economic and security interests of the U.S. and our allies. U.S. power and engagement ensure the freedom of the seas without interference from bad actors and make the world safer and more prosperous. That has been why Iran is not directly attacking Israel. Currently, the U.S. Navy is the only military force in the world that can see and attempt to control the various battle spaces that exist or could exist. Our superiority and intelligence gathering allow our allies to cooperate in this effort to deter and, when necessary, defeat our enemies. Right now, there is a serious disparity in what the U.S. taxpayers contribute towards this critical issue compared to other freedom-loving nations. I believe this needs to be fixed. This bill does nothing to address this issue. The U.S. spends $886 billion a year on defense to protect ourselves and our interests around the world. The European Union spends just $295 billion. On top of that, the U.S. currently has a more than $130 billion trade deficit with the EU. Just as we forced NATO countries to agree to a minimum 2% spending on their own military power, we must insist on support from all these benefiting from our protection of the seas. These nations need to boost military spending and fix these trade deficits with increased purchases of American goods. More importantly, we need a president to hold them to that. This bill does nothing to address these concerns. Iranian proxies in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen continue to escalate because the Biden administration has shown it will do little to stop them. Communist China, Iran, want to use intimidation tactics to dictate the flow of goods and services around the globe. The U.S. must lead the free world to ensure these bad actors are deterred. We should not do it alone. As President Ronald Reagan said, the key to security and the preservation of our sovereignty is peace through strength. Joe Biden has never said that. His words echoed George Washington's farewell address to the nation and told us that if you want to live in peace, you must prepare for war. Neither of these great leaders were warmongers, but both understood that diplomacy and international agreements without great strength do not secure peace. Rather, it is having the means and the will to deter and defeat enemies that guarantee peace and our sovereignty. While chaos continues abroad, America's national security is also being threatened each and every day by an invasion of single adult males at our own borders. One that President Biden's lawless actions have created, encouraged, and maintained. This has been a self-inflicted wound by Joe Biden. This is the sad reality for a nation under the weak leadership of Joe Biden, and has forced us by to deal with world events in a way that I'm sure many of us dislike. I say all this to put the moment we find ourselves in today in the honest context it deserves, but it is so often ignored or purposefully manipulated by Democrats and their allies in the mainstream media. The United States cannot ignore the massive threats we face to our national security and prosperity that I've just outlined. On that, I hope we can all agree. But as this body so often does, especially under the control of our Democrat colleagues, the Senate is about to again fail to meet this moment with responsible and appropriate legislation. Rather than negotiating a bill for border security in the public, we were kept in the dark for months and ultimately failed to negotiate a border security deal with Democrats that could actually get Republican support and pass because it did not require Biden to secure the border. This bill completely fails to deliver what most of our conference supported in tying the disbursement of Ukraine aid to real reductions of illegal immigration at the southern border. This bill was our only chance to get Joe Biden to do his job, our only chance. Voters in Florida, my home state, want a secure border today. They want inflation to cease, and they want better paying full-time jobs. Our Republican conference demanded a secure border before we help Ukraine secure their border. Makes sense. Our Republican conference supported tying the disbursement of Ukraine aid to real reductions of illegal immigration at the southern border. In December, I and my good friend and colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Ron Johnson, wrote an op-ed on this topic. We made clear this is where the Republican conference wanted us to go. Let me read it for you. President Biden's open border policy is a clear and present danger to America. We believe a U.S. president's primary responsibility is to defend the country's citizens and our Constitution. When it comes to border security, he is doing neither. Rather than address and alleviate this clear and present danger, President Biden and his Democratic allies in Congress are the root cause. Although the Biden administration and mainstream media are far from transparent when reporting on the current border crisis, what we do know paints a disturbing reality. Since Biden took office, approximately 9.5 million migrants have illegally entered America. Approximately 3 million have been returned, mostly under pandemic emergency provisions of Title 42. That leaves over 6 million. 6 million have taken up residency in America under Joe Biden. But to put that number in perspective, 31 states have a population less than 6 million. Even though New York City declared itself a sanctuary city, Mayor Eric Adams now asserts that the 100,000 migrants who accepted the invitation will destroy his city. But the 100,000 migrants Mayor Adams claimed will destroy New York City represent less than 2% of the migrants Biden has allowed to enter. The other 98% are dispersed all over America, creating enormous burdens for cities of all sizes. When the Biden administration took over, the border was largely secure. Once in office, the Biden administration claimed President Trump's policies that secure the border were inhumane, and they abruptly reversed course. The very unfortunate result is that Biden's open border policy is now facilitating the multi-billion-dollar business model of some of the most evil people on the planet: sex, drug, and human traffickers. It's hard to believe anybody would want to do that. The depredations caused by this trafficking occur in the shadows and goes largely unreported. Overdose deaths, largely from fentanyl coming through the southwest border, topped 100,000 annually. There's nothing humane about Biden's policies. In addition to its inhumanity, the open border represents a huge national and homeland security threat. Of the 6 million migrants who got in, 1.7 million were detected crossing the border and accounted for as known gotaways. We obviously don't know who these people are or where they currently reside. In a recent hearing of the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, of which we are both members, FDI Director Christopher Wray stated in response to my question, what has now increased is a greater possibility of one of these foreign terrorist organizations directing an attack in the United States. It is time to be concerned. This is Director Wray's words. We are in a dangerous period, according to Director Wray. The terrorist threats have elevated in silence since Joe Biden took office. These are all Director Wray's words. With an open border, it's obvious how and where foreign terrorist organizations would insert their fighters into our country. President Biden's failure to secure the border means it's up to Republicans to use any leverage we can, including his administration's desire to provide foreign aid to Ukraine to secure it once and for all. Regardless how anyone feels regarding support for Ukraine, and we are skeptical, we believe securing America's border and protecting our citizens should take precedence. A recent column stated that support for Ukraine combined with, quote, modest immigration reform would be a win-win. With a president who actually wanted to secure the border and could be counted on to faithfully execute the laws Congress passes, that might be true. But unfortunately, we have a lawless administration and a president who wants an open border. Remember when the Supreme Court ruled that an eviction moratorium was unconstitutional? President Biden extended it anyway. SCOTUS also ruled that forgiving student loans was unconstitutional. President Biden continues to forgive them. As a result, the strongest security legislation probably won't work under President Biden. Republicans must insist not only on strong legislative language, but also making any Ukraine funding contingent on achieving benchmarks proving the border is being secured. The metric should be the number of migrants dispersed in America each month, which would include, but not be limited to, migrants encountered, processed, and released, regardless of the waiver or program used, plus the detected gotaways. Each month, the administration will be forced to significantly reduce the number of migrants getting into America, and its ability to disperse U.S. taxpayer money to aid for Ukraine will be tied to achieving those monthly goals. Under existing law, President Trump went from peak to trough of illegal immigration in 12 months, using Remain in Mexico and safe third-country agreements in Central America. Using that precedent, releasing aid to Ukraine only as we ramp down to a secure border over a 12-month period is a reasonable expectation. House Republicans should not consider, and Senate Republicans should deny cloture on any Ukraine funding bill that falls short of this requirement. That's what we wrote then, and that's what we believe today. We made our position very clear, and nearly all of our fellow Republican senators agreed with this when we spoke about it in our meetings. We all agreed. I remain interested in negotiating and voting for a bill that secures our border today, stops the flow of drugs across our border so few Americans die, and stops more criminals, terrorists, and human traffickers from coming